Coming off a pretty impressive late afternoon rally yesterday, futures back to the downside once again this morning as we get more hawkish talk from Fed Chair Powell yesterday. There was one sentence, though, that he reiterated a couple of times during that speech that seemed to be the positive catalyst for the overall market, talking about seeing significant improvement in inflation throughout the remainder of this year. The market then ends the day at basically session highs after all is said and done. What a wild ride it was. What a wild day for Bed Bath & Beyond shares. Back to the, downside right now. It was trying to get higher overall here in the pre-market. We'll talk about that coming up. Uber with a good report. Uber with a good forecast as well going forward. Separately, Lyft gets its own upgrade, even with Uber reporting, but both in positive territory here this morning. More rumors about Man U getting bought as well. There's a ton of little ones moving around. It's a typical, Wednesday. We'll get right into it. It is Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things stand right now, about 0.5%. We've been chopping around this area between 0.4 and about 0.5%. Most of the pre-market here trying to find some footing after quite the day yesterday. You can see more positivity coming through for crude oil, 0.8 right now. Quietly yesterday, oil finishes the day up about 4%. So it was a huge day for some of the energy producers as well. XOM about 3.5%, Oxy as well with a really nice day. So we'll see if we get some follow through there. For crude oil inventories coming out this morning at 10:30, Bitcoin and Ethereum as well, heading in opposite directions at this point. We get not one, not two, but four Fed speakers coming up today as well. Starting at 9:15, so about 45 minutes, we'll get the first, and then there's 9:30, 10, 10:15. So after Fed Chair Powell yesterday, Sharif's here, obviously, as usual. Good morning.
Good morning.
After Fed Chair Powell yesterday, what can they say, I guess, in general, that could be any different than what we've heard already?
They create market volatility, Brendo, which we'll take as intraday traders. I like it. To be honest with you, I think he used the D word yesterday. Disinflationary, in addition to mention what Brendan already mentioned. So I was keen to listen to that. I want to see if they're going to continue with that. But some nice earnings today, too. We got CVS coming out with some nice earnings, Uber. So it looks like it's still a stock picker's market, Brendo, mixed bag.
Yeah, and then we're going to get Disney as well coming up after the close tonight. Is going to be the big headliner. Here's the main headline this morning. We were talking a little bit yesterday about how strong the dollar was. We're back to the downside a little bit today. Some of the yields coming back in as well after a huge rally yesterday. But yeah, there's that, speaking of D words there, Sharif, how about dovish comments, according to this article from Fed Chair Powell. And again, it seems to be that one sentence that he went to a couple of times in seeing significant improvement in inflation throughout the remainder of 2023. So we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, 82% this morning on the CME Fed Funds tool that we're going to get another quarter-point hike coming up in March will be the next meeting. Remember, we get CPI next week. Valentine's Day, we'll get the inflation reading. So never a dull moment, obviously, on the economic front and the macro front, guys. But that one sentence, though, could be the key there. That significant improvement in inflation he's looking for throughout the remainder of the year. Seemed to be the dovish part yesterday.
Yeah, well, to play the other side of it, there was that comment about, well, how strong was the job market, and continued strength there could lead them to push a little bit past expectations when it comes to the rate. But I just wanted to point one thing out, because having a little bit of fun here, looking at the crazy action. Sharif just said volatility. Let's get this out of the way. It was one of the more fun things you will see in terms of just giving you an opportunity. On a 60-minute chart, it's like one candle bottom to top, and then you get a red, and then you get a green. And like, I love it on the 60 because it's so clean. And these were capturable moves in individual names. We love that Powell moved the market. I want to see if we can hold up green today through a pull up. Obviously, we're slightly to the downside right now, but some of those highs are going to come into play. Bed Bath & Beyond round 2 fight. We'll see. It was a good short yesterday. We'll look for it again today. And there was only Uber for earnings. They had a good beat. They're still not making money. I think that's going to be a good trade today. I liked it above 35. It's extended a bit, but a big level on the daily chart. And then it's more yada, yada, yada AI. Now, it doesn't matter whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Alphabet, whether it's NVIDIA. Those names are all booming right now, and they're all starting to come back in here. As a matter of fact, that this 270 area is already getting tested on Softy. You know what? We're drawing back in here. Yeah, I still like the 69. We'll still go for that on Microsoft there. Looking for dip buys in NVIDIA as well. Still like Intel to the short side. But yeah, AI names have been the jam. Let's see if they have any follow through.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm working on this sticky note. As I said, I got distracted there talking in the back, but yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll here. It's going to be a great day. We are, no, not even Fahad, just in the back there when I was getting a coffee. But yeah, Fahad's always distracted. Fahad says, "Fix your mic because I don't want to get fired." And I said, "You're going to get fired for other reasons other than that."
What's up now, Fahad?
What's up now? Now the mic is apparently fixed. But hey, welcome again today. We're already short Bed Bath & Beyond, just like we were yesterday in the pre-market. So we're short right now. We're short at 16.5 right there. So we're going to wait to see where it goes now. It just touched 05. We're going to look at yesterday's bottom of 290 again today. For me, this is going to be the number one name. Well, I mean, it's the second name on the sticky note. I like NVIDIA today as well. I want to be short this name until 350 in the pre-market. Then we're going to look at 4 here as we go. And then if we break 4, then we can say, let's give it to the bulls right now and lean back a little bit and wait for that sort of blowout top again. Because, hey, this could, like I said, you're up today, right? Like, it's just one of those things where you don't know until you know, until the stock is in front of you and you're actually trading it, right? So we're going to have to wait to see if Bed Bath & Beyond wants to blast upside today. We saw what happened yesterday right off the open, and that was pretty obvious. We actually called this move right there when, you know, we faded out in the pre-market, and about 9:20 or so, 9:15 to be exact, we started to bump higher. And then I was sort of thinking that once the market opens up, you're going to get traders that are going to see this depressed asset because you're at $7 the day before. You come in and you're at $3. Well, guess what? We know it's Bed Bath & Beyond, and it has that squeeze potential. So we came in, started buying everything up. Actually got it got to 390 where we got stopped out and where we went short again, though. And then we were able to cash out at the end of the day. So I still think there's going to be a lot of action on Bed Bath & Beyond. Look at the volume. The volume was so upsized in the first half hour and then basically fell asleep until the very close again. So let's see what happens here with Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a name that I'm on. The sticky note has a couple great ideas. NVIDIA's on there, hasn't been on there in a bit. Microsoft as well, and a few others. So we're going to get that up very, very soon. I'm working on it right now. But hey, welcome to the show. It's 8:38. We're ready. We're locked and loaded. We got the water. We got some coffees. We got our animations. We got Fahad. We got Prad. And I want to talk to you guys about that. I think we should show that camera more. You guys sitting there working, because I think that's a good look.
They need better light over there.
More behind the scenes looks.
It's so dark.
Here. It's dark over there.
It is dark over there.
Because darkness has...
darkness is spreading.
Is spreading around. Okay, back over to the big desk where darkness is always abound.
Darkness is.
It's a bit of a dark corner over there. Brought to you by Surge Trader. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you want. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV. Use that promo code on checkout. You'll get 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader for bringing you the first 30 minutes once again of the show. A few other notable names moving around here in the pre-market so far. American Express, we were just talking, Sharif and I. Nice look here, 1% on an upgrade today, back above 180. Go ahead to a monthly chart or a weekly chart on AXP. It looks great still. It's Morgan Stanley today, raising to overweight from equal weight on AXP. So the payment company is getting a little bit of a bump. Yeah, move over Baidu, Alibaba coming through. We'll get into this a little bit more. Alibaba coming through with their own ChatGPT-like tool. There's going to be so many of these. I feel like that ZH, a little tiny Chinese stock ZH that's moving around this morning, also AI related. There's going to be so many of these, I feel. You wanted to talk about one of the earnings names, though. Under Armour looking pretty good so far. Not a lot of volume, but a nice report for UAA.
Yeah, keeping an eye on some of these retail names to see whether the consumer is, starting to pull back on spending or whatnot. But looks decent. We've seen a mixed bag. We saw Lulu complain about margins. We saw UA today with a decent report, beating estimates. So interesting. But we also talked, Brendan and I, off camera now about these credit card companies, American Express, Visa, MasterCard, and the like, benefiting from a continued, let's call it consumer spending, but just not on goods, on services, guys. So it's a shifting in pattern. But we saw today Discover get downgraded, so they're not really all alike. AXP, though, catching that upgrade.
I was going to check some of the other ones. Yeah, we don't really get into earnings from the retail group until into the middle of February, the second week and then third week of February. So more earnings. I mean, Under Armour is an apparel maker, but they go hand in hand typically. So more earnings to come from that group coming up in February, guys. But some of the payment companies, I hadn't looked at AXP in quite some time, but nice upgrade today.
Look, the last time we looked at AXP, didn't trade it, but it's on a bit of a tear. It got to 180, and hey, it's breaking out there. Good look for them. There you go. You can see that it's AXP. It's been a good one. I don't know if it's going to be a day trade today, but if there was one, it is in the midst of a break. If this holds 180 at the open, like, wow, that's got some room to the top. I haven't checked out MasterCard or any of the other names. In the payment space, the news that I was more interested in, as you might guess if you heard it, is that Apple is picking up the date for their buy now, pay later, which to me just puts further pressure on Affirm. That's the one I'll be watching today. So as a bit of a segue, I'm still hitting tab. Damn it, we have that new thing where I can call the symbol. I know, but I wanted to do the drop down for it to get it better, to change symbols. So Affirm, Apple doing their buy now, pay later. Affirm's the deadline already passed, so Amazon no longer exclusive with Affirm, so you get competition up the wazoo for them. And look, I've been liking the short on this for a while. It does feel like maybe you made a bit of a bottom there yesterday at 16 even. So the way I want to play this is, look for the shorts off of the top here, and pretty much, if that's one short up there. If it gets blown out, I'd look at the top of the range at 1825, so 1750. If that blows out 1825, maybe we sit in a channel and I want to short the highs, but not get too stubborn. Like the last couple of sessions, that's been your trend, and then yesterday it reversed the trend and showed strength with the market. So I only want to short tops here. If a trend does start forming off the open and the market's red, that's a different story. It's not really reacting to the catalyst. It is down more than the market, but 1% isn't a heck of a lot for a firm. So there's certainly room for it to go. I just want to be particular about shorting it off the highs of yesterday.
The sticky note is out. I'm just responding to some people that were like, yo, where's the sticky note? But it's out. Okay, so yeah, AXP. Look, I've been talking about AXP as maybe the one to buy here in the credit card space. It hasn't really, Visa and MasterCard, they're all well up off some of their bottoms. But I just look at travel coming back and then dining coming back and everybody just, sort of trying to return to normal. And I know that that's over. That's old. Like that kind of talk is old talk right now. So I think you got to watch out for, possibly them taking out this 200 level. Or if you're already long, that's the level that I look for here. You're trying to break out higher on American Express. And like I said, the more travel, the more businesses that are back. We just went on a nice evening with people from ICE there, who shout out again for the cup here. They own the NYSE and everything like that. And they had some of their brass traveling up here from Chicago, from Washington, Boston, all over. They came up here to Toronto. So, as I can see more and more expenses being had, that was probably a pretty expensive night for them. And we know that American Express is in that pocket. So anyways, yeah, I like American Express. They're a nice dividend, good growth rate, and performing quite well. I'd watch out for this 170. But like Neil said, as far as a day trade, it's done 7,000 shares today. I really like the credit card space, and I think it can go.
All right, let's talk some semis here. There was one report. I mean, we were just talking. Enphase, ENPH has been so strong since the beginning of the year, along with some of the other clean energy names. So they make inverters that basically sit between a solar panel and the whatever is being used to capture the energy. So that inverter, I guess, they take the energy from the solar panel and put it into storage, essentially is what Enphase makes. So here is about 6 or 7, it looks like, different positive moves, analyst moves after they come out beating estimates with their earnings after the close yesterday. Monster move here, 8%. We're holding up nicely, just under 250. Nice look here for ENPH.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag for some of these solar stocks, right, Brendo? We saw FSLR make its nice move last month. Sedge has been on the rise as well. But just looking here on my platform to see how Enphase has been faring the last year. in 2022, when a lot of people were hurting, they increased their revenues from 66% to 1.61 billion, as well as increasing net income. So it looks like they've been on a positive track. Let's see what today brings.
Yeah, just seeing this move in Google to the downside, not noticing anything yet on it, but we'll keep my eye out here, guys, for Alphabet getting sold off a little bit. But nice look for Enphase, nice look for some of the semis, guys, looking a little bit relatively strong once again.
Yeah, I mean, just getting a little caught off guard by that Alphabet there, because like that's, you know, we got to jump to what's going on here. You know, I just checked Microsoft to see what was going on. If it was causing Microsoft to move, maybe it was an AI sell-off, but this is only Google moving downside, and it's at support. Like it's at like 103. If there's no reason for this.
Well, there's a reason.
No, of course there's a reason. We just don't know what it is. At that point, though, the 103 looks like a good level. So if it gets down there, I'll probably pick something up. Brendo, do you have anything?
This just came across, guys. Their AI chatbot, BARD, offering inaccurate information in a company ad. So that just coming across might be part of the reason.
Yeah. Being in the BARD event and you're getting information out of it. So if it's, yeah, that just means that there's possibility you could get more. But that 103, that holds up. So something brand new has kinks in it. Shocking.
Does it though? I mean, let's there it is. I mean, right there, spin it already. I mean, we just took 50 cents right there. We're already starting it. I mean, I don't. You know, I mean, look at this. Now we're almost $1 in the money for Google. So, yeah, that was a good trade, I guess, for now. 103.50 we just bought. You know, we sat there. I saw, and again, this is why everybody hit the alarm for everybody in our chat. You know, like Neil and I were sitting here, we're going to talk about Enphase or something that, you know.
Oh, was Enphase?
I don't know, something that we probably won't trade, but, you know, something that was moving around a little bit. Not actually even, actually, it's up nicely today, Enphase. We will talk about it. And then we look over at the chat, and the next thing we know, we see Google dropping, this happening, and then boom, there it is right there, a nice little 50-cent. Now, whether or not it drops down, I'm going to get out at 103 off this, but let's just see if we can hold it a little bit more. That is Google. And on that note, I have yet to look at Enphase today.
It's too expensive. So Enphase is not always a day trading stock. You know, I shouldn't say that because it's $200 stocks that you'll trade. This stock tends not to have enough volume, and the spread gets a little bit, and the spread gets spready, for lack of a better term. Yeah, you know what? This gets more exciting when it takes out 250 and holds above that price. You can see how many stocks are above and breaking out the 200 period moving average. Those are the ones that we like for the continuation moves, for a lot of the strength. There's so many of them that are trending to the upside. So yes, it's up right now. Holding above 250 and breaking out of this channel gets more exciting to me. I think there's at least a little bit of a risk that you can fail beneath the 200 period. And, you know, shorting something that's probably not going to have a lot of liquidity on it, not the first place I'd go to. I'm getting my bids back out on Microsoft. The first thing I did when that news happened was to cancel my bids because I didn't know what was going on. So I canceled my bid on Microsoft just in case there was something I was missing overall in the tech sector, but I'm going to throw those back in there. The good thing about this is anything bad for Alphabet's good for Microsoft. So if you like the Microsoft long anyways, regardless of what you think about that, that event for Alphabet, you can like the long here, and that doesn't really change anything. But my gut reaction in a situation like that is to cancel a bid on Softy when it was just sitting there, and I had no clue what was going on.
More information here on this Google story. Sharif's screen, guys, if you want to go over to it.
Yeah, basically, Google posted a short GIF of Baird on Twitter describing the chatbot as a launch pad for curiosity. In the ad, it asks Bard, what new discoveries from the James Webb Space Telescope can I tell my 9-year-old about? It responded incorrectly, saying that JWST was the first telescope to take a picture of a planet outside Earth's solar system. That was inaccurate. It's actually the European Southern Observatory VLT telescope that did that. So they didn't even fact check, Brendo, to see if it was accurate or not.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe just a fact checking type of error here, but I did notice that some of the other AI stocks moved to the downside on that as well. AI itself on a downtick here. There's BBAI I saw on a downtick here as well. So might be a little bit negative for this entire group today.
So one of the things to keep in mind, so even ChatGPT, which it is a language-based, like all it does is try to predict what it's supposed to say. Like it's not necessarily like spitting facts. Like hooking up to the internet and having it go search for information. Like, look, it can do that kind of. We understand. Like, that is, to me, that is not a fail. Like, when these things it's about interaction and it's about predicting speech or predicting responses. So, eventually, when you get it to the point where it's reading data, okay, like it's going to be able to pick out the correct information there. I'm not terribly worried about it. ChatGPT's been making that mistake over and over again. It was asked the most cited economic paper, and it literally made up the title, and then just picked the most cited author and then spit that out. Like it's been making mistakes like that before. So I don't think this is overall that negative. That being said, I did like the short in C3AI because of it, and this is loosely related. Yesterday, because it was finally starting to turn back in, it cracked support. And once it was beneath that support, we're looking for the shorts, those 25.50, once you were beneath there. If it gets back above that, no dice, but shorts in front of 25.50 seem set up once again for C3AI. Easy place to know where you're wrong. And then, look, if it gets to 26, you could just start ramping again, which is a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I'm long Google here. I mean, I want the long anyways. It's not on the sticky note, but Microsoft, of course, is. And I mean, Google was super strong yesterday. So for me, I mean, it's a pretty easy long here. Look at this move into yesterday, and then there it is right there. That's 375 that we dipped out into yesterday. So, we went long here just off. I mean, look, if this is not some support down here, then, then I'm not trading properly. So I'm going to do that until 103 breaks. If 103, and I know you could go down, like we could keep on going down, 102.50, so on and so forth. But when you have a lack of liquidity here in the pre-market, you put on a trade, and then normally, like if this was intraday right now, I would take 70 cents on this, obviously, but we take 1/3 out for 50 cents. Now let's see if we can retrace back up, because I believe in what Neil's saying as well. This is not going to be a perfect software, especially right out of the gate. So let's just keep on looking at this. Google down 3%, probably a gift here, but hey, the market is red today. You can see we're down 0.4 right now, heading into what's a little bit of uncertainty here in the market. The NASDAQ has been pretty huge, but you are bouncing off again. There is this upside support or resistance up here at 12.8. So that's something to look at. 12.8, like we need to break through. Right now, the NASDAQ's at 12.7. So, a nice little dump off that 12.8 that we've already been to. Then we got to look up here at 12.9 and then eventually 13,000. Then we go, hallelujah, when that's happening. But look at the support down here at 12.5. Like yesterday, big time support over the last couple days down here at 12.5. So any kind of a dip down, I mean, look, you get down 200 points, there's going to be a problem for a lot of these names that we're looking longs. But I still think we got to keep 12.5 on our radar. Set alerts, things like that, like what we were saying when we have Arun on. He gives you some levels. They may not be there, but you set alerts for those levels. I'm alerting everybody to 12.5 on the NASDAQ. If you get a dump in, we could easily do that, man. The NASDAQ was up and down 100, 130 points on Powell yesterday alone. So let's wait to see if that can happen here today for all these NASDAQ names. And if it is, then we want to be sitting there open hands and dry powder to take some more shorts or longs off those dumps.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades coming your way. Some more retail on this side. Costco and Target with a downgrade today. There's Southwest. A ton of airlines getting analyst attention today. American on this side, Southwest. Someone for UAL as well. AXP, that was that Morgan Stanley note we were talking about. RCL back here after earnings. And W, speaking of highly shorted stocks, to the upside.
RCL is of interest. CCL was a sympathy play yesterday for RCL, which was super strong on their earnings. Breaking out from 70 was such a great price. I know I said I'd trade CCL, and CCL was a good stock, but the 70 long was actually better on RCL. Can acknowledge that for sure. If we see that again today, yeah, I'm gonna have alerts set, or maybe just even get an order out there just in case it gets down there. I'm gonna like that 70 if we see it. I'll go with the ladder and get an order out. I'm not sure we do, but the double top is enticing for me. 76 up top on RCL. If this market wants to be strong, great. If this breaks out the high, you can see where we're at in the daily. You got positive earnings. You got a double top. You got a potential blowout here. The good news is we got a half an hour to go to the open, and I don't think it breaks out until it gets to that price. So typically it's CCL for me, but I acknowledge RCL was definitely the better move, the cleaner move, and the cleaner level. Now that level's probably gone, that 70. If we get it, we get it. The top break here at 76 in play for me today.
Yeah, so I just want to, we're too high up, but look, what about American AAL? Great move yesterday off that bottom. I mean, there's so many trades that happen like this. The thing is, this happened at 130. So I don't know, like this was up to 17, went all the way down here, and then made a bottom at 130 before eventually getting back to the upside and not really having too huge of a day. I mean, we closed the day before right here at 617, and then we closed at 17 again yesterday. So it was quite a violent move around here. So I would be looking for the short. I'm actually surprised AAL's up today, but look at this here on the 20-minute chart. Hopefully it loads back up. Yeah, look, this is what I want to show everybody. If we're sort of thinking that the last couple days here haven't been great, I mean, the market's really been in a rally mode. This sort of started back in February, so it's only a week away. Nice move upside, but look at these tops here, 1730, 1735, 1750. I just feel like if you're going to look for a short, maybe today AAL could be that name. Although we're up here, I just look at this, you know, what is sort of barcoding, not barcoding, but what is sort of made a top that could fade out if this market does give it up again today. So we're going to be watching out for the NASDAQ. Both the NASDAQ and the ES are both down half a point, but I don't mind this AAL as a top here. And then look, even if you get a 1730, yeah, you know, bring it back into here, 1695. Like, I think that's pretty reasonable. And then if you want to catch a falling sword here, I don't think it's going to be a falling knife or sword or anything like that, but this top isn't bad either. 1670, scratched that very bottom yesterday. That could be your out, but I still think that you could buy something in and around here too, 1670. So as far as travel is concerned, we just did RCL and CCL. I think AAL maybe comes back to the downside. Let me just check out what Delta is. Oh, we have that new feature. I'm going to go with NQ. No, it's not. It's NY. Should have let it load up there again. So here we go, Delta. Let's just check out what that looks like on the 20-minute just to see if I'm in the same realm here with all these. Yeah, so this has sort of a same, yeah, not really. You have to hold this up to 4040, which isn't that bad either. So some of these names starting to top out as well on the upside. So I would say I'm looking for some of these names to come back in a little bit. Delta there. American looks better to me. That's only $17.
So are you saying American is the GOAT of the...
I know, because Fahad wants us to say, oh, we're not going to talk about LeBron
it.
James. Like, I'm surprised he didn't take a day off to rest his ankles or whatever there yesterday. But I guess with Jay-Z and all those famous people at courtside, of course the guy's going to play, right? You know, if kids are at courtside and they've spent all their money or they've gotten Christmas gifts for tickets and things like that, no, LeBron will take those days off. Yeah. But, you know, at home when he's going to set a record, then for sure he'll be playing. But congrats to LeBron James.
It's an unbelievable achievement.
But leading scorer.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this right now. Like I just found something out because I'm going to spring training, right? And my daughter is a huge Jays fan. She loves Vlad. He's the best player on the Blue Jays. The World Baseball Classic is on when we're going to be in spring training. So Vlad's not going to be at those games. So she sees Vlad all the time during the season. But she's kind of devastated. She's like, I wanted a chance to spring train to see my favorite player. So and she sees them all the time. Fans that are going for the one time they get to see a game. I get to go to see the Lakers. It absolutely sucks, man. And I'll tell you this right now, that's one problem that they should fix because that experience of getting to see your favorite players is a big one. Shout out to LeBron for being the GOAT. And he's not even done, all-time leading scorer.
He's nowhere near the GOAT.
I mean, the GOAT is Michael Jordan, but all-time leading scorer is an unbelievable achievement. Why? Because you have to be good consistently. He has to be, and he is one of the most consistent players you see out there.
Look at his body. I mean, this guy is in the shape that this guy's
in.
The
work he puts in.
I mean,
Kobe was the same way. It was you get the same effort, you get the same every single night, you get the same thing, and everybody should aspire to that. When you come, whatever you do, if you're a trader, whatever your job is, go out there and give your best every single day as if it was your last. All respect to LeBron for approaching it that way, except for the days he takes off.
Yeah, I mean, the NBA is, I mean, they shouldn't. They have to do, so I think if you take you should only have a certain amount of, what do they call them? It started with
rest days.
Yeah, with Kawhi. I just think if you told the player, hey, look, you're going to have a rest day, but you're going to take a cut in pay, then we'll see how many rest days these guys have.
I like that.
We'll see if that happens.
I like that
but, hey,
idea.
you know what? It's a fun league anyways. Just gotten a little out of hand. The NFL this weekend is going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait for that game. The Super Bowl is always, well, not always a great game, but typically a great game. I think you're going to have a great game this week as well. You know, maybe Mahomes will choose to sit or something. We'll see what happens.
For the love of
right there. All right. I don't think LeBron will ever get back to a championship game or anything like that, especially if he's running the team like
What if he goes to another team? eventually. I don't think he will.
Nah,
but
the players won't want to play with him.
Nah.
So. All right, let's go over to the desk again. What's up?
A couple more things coming out here on this Alphabet headline this morning, guys. They immediately respond to this, it would seem. Okay. So they're going to integrate this AI into search results, quote unquote, soon. They also said they're going to start onboarding developers, creators, enterprises to try and generate AI API next month. So Google comes right out and says, that's okay, we'll continue our work as we were on all things BARD for Alphabet. Let's get a quick check of how things are shaping up over in Europe to start things off so far this morning. Positive right across this entire board so far. England, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, all. This is the Stoxx 600 down here, the entire European index to the upside as well, 0.77. Let's bring in Arun. Check out the North American futures, see what we need to know as far as levels are concerned to kick things off on a Wednesday. It was a wild ride. There he is. Wild ride yesterday with Fed Chair Powell speaking. What do we do today, Arun?
Well, this market's got to take a breather, apparently, after that crazy move here. 70 points up, 70 points down, and then 70 points up again to finish off the day. Now this market's starting to drift down a little bit. Let's see if there's some follow-through going into the opening session. Obviously, we're drifting down overnight. Fine. Does that follow through into the open? If we do sell off at the open, we might be seeing that 4,100 once again. But let's see if there's some upside follow through. We saw some late stage buying. Let's see if that follows through. If it does, 4,200 mark, that's where I'm going to start making decisions. What I want to see is north of 4,200, if we can accelerate a little bit more. Obviously, we put in the most recent high around 42, what is that, 15 or something? No, 42, underneath 42.10. So we're going to try to get close to that. But what I'm looking for specifically is a failure, not necessarily the breakout, but the failure. So 4,200 break above, that ends up kind of going nowhere, coming right back down. That's the short that I want to work with. 42.20 is the mark that I've got marked off here. So 42.20 being the level. So 4,200 break, fails, comes back in. That's a short for me, trying to take it back down to 4,100. The flip side of that trade is if we do end up drifting down and we actually go down a little bit more, maybe another 15 to 20 points, and we catch a bid, there's a long there around 41.20. I'm thinking 41.30-ish going down to 41.20. There could be a small long there to pick up if it sets up the right way. So couple levels, 100 points apart. Again, we were using 41.75 and 40.75 yesterday. Now we're using 42.20 and 41.20. It does seem like the levels are getting, for the most part, they're staying 100 points away until this market tightens up a little bit more. I think this is what we're going to have to do. Be smart with our decisions. This market's willing to move when it does want to move. So let it come to you instead of chasing after it. And at this point, 41.55 doesn't do a whole lot for me. I'm going to need this at least 10 to 15 points lower before I start thinking for a long. Or if we go to the upside, I'm going to need about 30, 40 points before I start thinking short.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that link, guys. You can scan the QR code. Watchlist.tradertv.live will also get you there. All you need is your email address. You can have that for free from us every single day. That is the watch list. Let's get into it. Uber, top of the list this morning. Nice consolidation underway currently for Uber, up basically 8% here off of a decent report. Forecast as well, pointing towards profitability to come for Uber. Once again, not the first time we've heard that from this company. 38 above us here, running into a little bit of resistance. We'll see, but nice look for Uber so far.
Breaking a record, Brendan. They actually had over 2 billion ride shares in the quarter, which is the fourth quarter of the last year. So that breaks a record for them. They're also projecting growth of up to 20 to 25% year over year for the quarter as well for this coming quarter. So good guidance.
Yeah, Lyft catching a bit, as I mentioned earlier on this as well, with its own upgrade today off of Uber earnings.
The Uber earnings just remind me of, hey, they lose money, but we're going to make money. Eventually, we're going to make money.
That for a while.
Because they say it every single quarter. It's just a different target as to when they'll be GAAP earnings positive. But at the end of the day, it's a growth story, and growth stocks are a little bit back into flavor. So, you know, we can look for longs on it, despite the fact that it's up 7%. Look, I love 34.35. I said that yesterday, that if it's above there, I'm going to look for the longs if it's a good guide. It was a good guide, so no problems. 37.5 is the next level on the daily chart. And guess what price we're just sort of sticking around at? So we're just hanging around off 37.5 at the open. If it holds this level, longs off 37 into a 38. If 38 breaks, I'd rather be long into it instead of taking out the top. That's the general preference there. But if we hold 37 at the open, I'll look for a long there. But until that happens, if we fill in the gap, I know I want long in front of 35. So if we go gap fill, I'm just going to be sitting there going long in front of that previous close price. On Uber, at the open, I need to see 37 hold first. And once I see that happen, I'll take a shot. I don't want this one filling in the gap on me, $1.50, especially with the market slightly red today. I feel it was something up 7.5% that didn't even make money yet. Could be a little bit dangerous. I'm now in Google. I wish I was in Microsoft as well. That would give me a bit of a hedge, not a hedge, but something that could be relatively stronger. Like Microsoft is still going up from that Alphabet news. I canceled my bid, and that's going to look like it sucks now. But now Google might break that 103. So Microsoft clearly going up on this presentation or whatever.
It must have broke.
Did it break and my stop didn't go?
Must
or
have
maybe
been. It
you know
says
what?
$12.99 right now.
Oh, mine's at 95.
Oh, I'm not leaking.
So my stops. There you go. Yeah, I just pulled it up. My stop was at 95. Distinction without a difference. 103. I tend to usually give it sometimes a couple of cents after those, but yeah, Google's still going down with Microsoft showing strength here. Uber we'll see at the open. I don't have to go long at 37, but 35 for sure.
All right. Yeah, I was just looking at Google as well. I just had Uber, so we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. We took that risk there, and well worth it for us. So we're actually, the amount of money that we're up right now on Bed Bath & Beyond is the same as we're down on Google. So we're hopefully we can have 1-1 right now. And this is just a small little trade. We don't ever take, I don't ever take, I mean, Neil doesn't either. I can speak for him on this. We don't take too many shares.
Unless
in the
it's
pre-market.
Sundial.
Yeah, or even a Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, if there's liquidity there and like not random news like that Google trade, I think then you can have a little more success with those trades. So, all right, we're going to wait to see about Uber today. So Uber, again, look, I mean, people are buying up the fact that they are going to be profitable at some point. They still are not. I was just reading the watch list that we had today, and there's a lot of good talk there on the watch list. The thing is, they beat, the revenue surged 82%, which is huge, right? And it was just last year at this time they lost $892 million. This year they only lost an amazing $595 million. So let's all pile into a company that continues to lose $500 million. I'm not buying that, and I don't want to invest in Uber anytime soon. Maybe never. But you know, you go back all the way back. And it's crazy to look back this far for sure, but this goes back to 2020 levels here of $38. Obviously, that was sort of the jump off here. We went all the way to 64 when everyone was stuck at home, ordering food, ordering groceries, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, as we talked about business travel being back, you know, like I took an Uber last week, you know, and these things, the more we go back out, and like I said, this reopen talk, we've been reopened for a while, but you know, it's starting to hit these numbers now, and you can see a turn to profitability would be nice for Uber. Seems like they're calling that next year, or this year maybe even by the fourth quarter this year. So let's wait to see if they can get there. But I'm not paying up for this company. You don't make money. Their PE doesn't exist. So I'm going to wait on Uber, and I think that this is going to come back in today. So I would look for a 38 short. But hey, look, Uber's been one of those names where when you're wrong, it really starts to go against you. Let me just check out what the short float is. It's really nothing. 1.5. So let's just wait. Congratulations to everybody that's there on Uber. There's their price earnings. Nothing, because they don't earn anything. So we'll wait to see where it goes. But seems expensive, man. $75 billion for this company. Let's wait to see what happens. DoorDash, Lyft, all those other names getting bumps as well here today. So for me, I'm not a believer in this Uber case. But if you are, hey man, you got a great report, and I would say support the company. There it is right there, Uber with a buy today on the imbalance locator. So, hey, looks like it does have a chance to go. I'm still looking to fade 38, but I want to see this name open up so that I'm right. Give us some levels that we can play off of. Right now, the level looks like 38 short.
BBAI on there as well. Top of the list so far. That's an AI play. Let's talk Bed Bath & Beyond after the destruction that was yesterday. This was yesterday, first of all, to remind everyone, coming through with plans to raise $1 billion. And then after the close, they come out with this. They close $225 million. And then down here they say $800 million to come over the next 10 months as they try to avoid bankruptcy. Not good for Bed Bath & Beyond.
And all that money is used to pay other lenders, guys. It's not really going into the company. It's just helping the company keep afloat. Yeah, I don't like this stock. I don't trade it well. I don't enjoy it. Have a look at this chart over here. I mean, like, look at that absolute pump. There's the offering, the dump, and then right back to where we started. I see a flat bottom break. I'm not touching it.
Guys, thoughts?
We're not waiting for the flat bottom break. Yesterday, it did do a flat bottom break in the pre-market, but this was the pre-market on Bed Bath & Beyond at 4, and then you saw the flush, consolidation, flush. It then put in the same top up here at 375. We'll get to that in a second. So on that note, kind of a similar story, except when it popped to 320, short more. When it broke back down 310, short more. When it popped to 315, short more. I'm not getting out till it breaks the bottom. And if it breaks that quarter to 30 level, I'll give that one up and then look for another place to put it on. The short, maybe it's 350. I think for certain that 75.80 in front of $4. You know, if we get that high, that's another obvious level. It's just fundamentally at this point, it's a little more broken than anything else, and sort of looking for that bottom break. I missed it yesterday because I just canceled my break at 3 even, right at like 250 something or right around 240, whatever it was. I just decided not to take the 3 break, and that was pretty decent. Let's see if that can't work again today. It can always squeeze, so each short is going to have an area where you're like, okay, we're wrong. We'll try to go back into it again if we like it somewhere higher. But I really don't want the longs in bed. If we go to $2, dead cat bounce there, sure, yeah. But you know, 4, it was a dead cat bounce at 3. I'm kind of thinking the same sort of thing, just starting at 3 this time.
Yeah, for me, Bed Bath & Beyond, I mean, look, this is a name that we know is going through bankruptcy, well, talked about going through bankruptcy proceedings. And if they don't get this restructuring properly, then, you know, that's $1 billion there. We talked about what they're still not making money, obviously. And, you know, we've heard reports that they don't have any money to even continue operations, period. So that's what they're raising this cash for. It's nice to restructure. You know what I'm thinking about here? Where's Hertz? Let me see if I can find.
Well, they had a good day.
I thought it was TZ.
Is HTZ now?
Oh, HT. Yeah, that's right. HT. Yeah, Z. There it is right here. So this is another name. This name went down to pink sheets at sub $1. Remember Carl Icahn? Everybody loves Carl Icahn. But he sold it at like 70 cents or something when it went down to the pink sheets. This is a 20-minute chart. I was looking for a daily chart. And then it came back to market like, and again, you know, restructuring. So I don't know about the shares. I don't know what exactly the story is on the restructure, but, you know, Hertz came back. Now, obviously, it's gotten pumped since then, but this went down to the pink sheets on bankruptcy, declaring bankruptcy as well. Came back to life. So whether or not you think that's going to happen to Bed Bath or Beyond, that's another story. But for now, this name continues to be under a lot of pressure. And I just look at it from yesterday's trade, right? We had a big move up there the day before into $6, trapped some longs up here for sure, bar-coded, people probably buying 570, 580. Then they drop that news. Like, if you're a shareholder at that point, you're just like basically WTF, like as if you did that. They wait for that moment to happen. Like, if they dropped $1 billion here, then you're trading at $1, right? So they drop it up here, comes back to $3. Now we're going to wait to see if it can hold that bottom of 290. We were short yesterday. We got short. It sucks because our trades aren't showing up anymore past days. Used to do that. I thought that was pretty cool. We were short yesterday into this move. We covered it at the open. Then it ripped up. We got stopped out because we averaged in up to 380, which was that tick right there. We got stopped out. Then we hit the short again, and Bed Bath & Beyond was a profitable trade for us. So for me today, it's all the same stuff. We're going short until we break 350 this time, because that was where we sort of bar-coded yesterday right there at 350. And then if we get up here to 4, then that's when I want to take one more shot at like 375, 380 like we did yesterday. Our short yesterday was 377, which we were able to cash out on market on close, which was good. So we're going to wait to see that again. And then for me, the stop spot there is once we break through 4, then this 450 up here, that's 425 actually. I was going to wait for 450 to make another move. So if we break through 4, let's let it go parabolic, let it settle down. Maybe it halts a couple times, which would be great for the longs, right? But then we could set up for shorts. So we've already paid for them. They were relatively cheap on our side, but preparation is so key. Make sure, I know you did that yesterday. I forget what stock, maybe it was Carvana or something like that, where it starts to rip up and you're like, oh my God, I want a short, but then you have to pay for the shorts. So for us, that takes 30 seconds, but
Yeah.
still takes time to do it, loading up the software, so on and so forth. So make sure that your platform is Bed Bath & Beyond shortable. What would you want to say?
No, it's like tying your shoelaces before going on the court. Like,
Right.
if you know you want to
yeah.
have the opportunity to go short a name, it's just like make sure you can do it and tie them up there.
No, not
Nike.
even tied. Not even tied. Yeah.
The actual GOAT, whose shoes sell more than all other athletes combined. I want to say that's actually true. I inadvertently said the wrong GOAT. And
These are Air Force Ones, but yeah, Jordan. I got some.
He
nice,
built that brand. I don't care what.
Oh, well, I mean, he's made infinitely more. Remember we talked? Oh no, was it with you? Who was I?
No,
talking
we were
about?
outside. We were talking about his salary. Mike Jordan.
Was it Fahad?
Fahad was
Who
there.
brought it up? Said that he made way more money in like the first or second year after he retired because of the Air Jordan brand than he had made throughout his whole career. Oh, it came up because of Tom Brady.
And he was saying Joe Johnson made more.
Right, that's what it was.
In his big contract than Michael Jordan did. And we're like, yeah, well, Michael
That's what it
Jordan
was.
is also the most successful businessman in NBA history because he's a freak.
dollar's
But let's get to
bouncing.
Microsoft because this bad boy's strong, Brendo.
Might be negative for Google, might be positive for Microsoft here. Here's a note this morning from Analyst talking about what they announced yesterday. So they're going to integrate it into Bing. They're going to integrate it into Edge as well, the browser that replaced Explorer. Here we are at day highs, essentially, 1.8% to the upside for Softy here. Sharif and I were just talking. This move here yesterday afternoon, can we go back to that, Prad? Thank you. This move here, they bought this into the 1 o'clock event. So that's 1 o'clock right there. And then it actually got sold off pretty hard during the event. Obviously, Powell was speaking at the same time. And then the whole market rallies into the close, lifting Microsoft as well. But interesting note that you found on Softy also.
Yeah, interesting. Non-AI related this time around, guys. Microsoft is seeking a coalition to boost Congo's cobalt mine. So they actually visited an artisanal cobalt mine not too long ago. Now, just to build a distinguishing here, the artisanal mines are the ones that are dug out by hand. They account for about 30% of the mining in Congo. The industrial mines are the remaining 70%. There's been a lot said about these artisanal mines. Joe Rogan mentioned it in his podcast and all the plight that comes with that. But they visited one of these artisanal mines. Now, I'm speculating here. Are they looking to formalize it, to industrialize it, kind of? And because the workers there have definitely been looking for better conditions. Not a tradable event, guys, but good to know.
Yeah, good headline for Microsoft. I think can follow through with that. Just seeing a note on Cassava Sciences as well with regards to a phase 3 study of their Alzheimer's treatment. Not much of a reaction to this as of yet, but Cassava Sciences typically, anytime there's a headline, there's a 10% move that goes along with it. So I'll keep an eye on Sava. But what do we do with Softy here today?
So, I mean, what I shouldn't have done is cancel the bid when that Google news happened. But it is what it is. That's come and gone. I like the double top from Powell yesterday at 69. I want longs in front of it. It looks like a 70 bottom is going to be in there at the open, so play the range. I'm not really looking to short the tops in here. I understand that you probably have a scalp play. 75's up top. I'll go for the longs off this 70 level, but I just wanted to address the super chat. Mr. Westermeyer, Neil, long UAA 12.99. What the heck are they saying? So I know we were just talking about it. Well, Sharif was talking about Under Armour, I should say. Ooh, I didn't use the drop down and I went NASDAQ instead of New York. So Under Armour, I'm not listening to the call or anything like that, but sometimes just allow the price action to tell you what's going on here. It's right at the precipice on yesterday's lows. And if you look at what's been going on with the stock, okay, golden cross all you want up there, but it has been on the midst of a breakout. It's rejected 13. I think there's probably support in 1150. Like, that's the price that I say, okay, it gets down to there. Okay, I'll show you. There's 1150, 1150, 1150. So it gets down to 1150. That's where I would think support would be. But that is one heck of a reversal. That looks incredibly bearish. If it doesn't hold 12, I think the bigger level is another 50 cents to the downside. Even though 12 is a round number, you just went 13 to 12 even. It feels like there could be 50 cents worth of room, but not a stock that I was paying too much attention to on the earnings. Uber is the earnings name I'm interested in today.
All right, so just for Microsoft, just real quickly here, I wrote it on the sticky note. If you guys want to join it, it's at TraderTV, Sean here. Whoopsies, I just clicked on the wrong thing on Twitter. What time is it, 9:20? Okay, we still have some time here. 375,000 subscribers. Thank you so much to everybody for helping us with that. Let's make this 400 so we can change the banner one more time. Okay, so there's the Google trade. We have NVIDIA on here and Microsoft, but I just want to say, let's just find a spot to get long here on Microsoft, right? This chat, this OpenAI, ChatGPT, just keeps on making the moves higher here and rallying the stock, right? So if you're going to look at yesterday and say, okay, where can we find some possible dip buy opportunities? I'm sitting here right now at yesterday's close, basically 268. This high yesterday was 268.50. We closed at 260. Well, we closed actually. Now that I see this, we closed at 267. But that's okay. I'm still looking at this 268 level as sort of that top. Let's see if we fall back into there. And then honestly, it's this sort of a dump out that we don't want anymore. Like if we break through 268, so sorry, 266. So if we get a 268 bid, which is where I'm sitting, I think we want to hold this out and test this bottom of 266. So that's what we're going to do here. We had this bottom yesterday, and I don't know why we got out of it. It's because it broke 262, but we only ticked down 50 more cents. And this was during Powell and all that talk, right? So if Microsoft can hold again some of these bottoms, it's 270 right now in the pre-market. That's a good level. It's also the 200 period. Maybe we'll dance a little bit here at this level right now. Try it. If it breaks 270, then let's wait for 268. So yeah, now that I see this, I don't mind it. What is the market doing here? Market downside a little bit. Yeah, okay, let's go, because this is the 200 period. So we still like that on Microsoft. So we'll try it down here to 270 if it does come through. But for me, I really want to watch Bed Bath & Beyond off the open. So I'll put something lower on Microsoft. If it hits, it hits. Let's try a 270.50. Get out if it breaks 270. What's that very bottom? 269 quarters. So we'll wait to see if it takes out 269.50. But 270 and change is where we're going to start it. Drop it off for 50 cents, something like that. Small hit early, and then we'll regroup on Microsoft. But it's definitely a name that we want to get long. Much stronger than the market. Play the best names in the market. This is about as blue chip as you can get in the tech space. So we'll sit here and keep watching out for Microsoft dip buys.
Things on Under Armour here. They updated their Q3 margins to the downside. So larger than expected Q3 gross margin decline expected for Q3. They were talking a little bit about the Chinese market as well. Again, the call's still on. So comments continuing to come through for UAA back to the downside. Alibaba, obviously, if Baidu is going to have a ChatGPT-like tool, Alibaba going to jump in this arena as well. It's up today, but notably not as much as Baidu was when they announced the same thing.
Yeah, well, Baidu got that big investment from BlackRock. We didn't really hear that kind of thing come in for Baba, but everybody is going to do it. It's all the hype right now. Quick note about Baba, they today reported that they are going to report earnings for the December quarter of February 23rd. It's coming up. Yeah,
these Chinese earnings reports are always... You kind of have to guess when they come out. EV makers are even worse. But yeah, what do we do with Alibaba, guys?
So I've been waiting for it to come in here because, sell off on the AI news. The other thing that happened is, so 120 was a really big deal for Alibaba when it tried to break through that price. And if you look since that rejection, 110 has been that same thing. The 110 level, ever since it held once, that's a big resistance. So unless you're clearing out 110 for a jailbreak to give you that next $10 move, I was waiting for the dip to get into the afternoon or sort of the pre-market range of yesterday. So you're looking at these bottoms, 106 to 106.50. I like that entry probably at like the 106.75-ish area. I was waiting for this one to come down here, retest, and then if it holds above the resistance levels from the previous day, then okay, we'll go long in front of that. But allow it to sell off a little bit and then catch a bit of a dip buy here. Not nearly as strong as what we saw out of Baidu. But when Baba gets going, hey, there's room. And if it gets to 110, well, there's nothing wrong with a 6.5, 7 long if it gets all the way back to 110, even if it never clears that 110 level. Someone was an auto seller at 120, and I feel like it's been the same thing at 110, although not as confirmed just yet. So I want to be long in front of it instead of close up to that if I take longs on Baba, which I'm doing at the open here. Whether or not I continue, we'll see if 106 can hold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only about 106. We were in it right here. I didn't even I missed it on the watch list today. I didn't even see Alibaba on there. But we wrote Alibaba on here because we traded it yesterday and it was a good stock for us yesterday. We had that short rate. Where was yesterday? We had this crazy short right here. We actually had 106 short. We had 105.50 short and brought it all the way down here to 106, 103.50. So that was a good trade. I keep thinking 106 because that's where we want to go long right now today. So that was the high from yesterday. I'll try it again now that you're up. I don't, like I said, it's all this AI stuff. We knew this AI was going to, like the minute we saw this stuff, I was like, okay, well, you're going to get it from Alibaba, you're going to get it from Google, you're going to get it from Meta. We saw BuzzFeed and all that stuff. So every stock is going to come out here and start talking about AI. So, you know, now it's Alibaba's turn. Who's tomorrow? Who's the day after? You just try to guess as much as you can on all of that. But I just want to hold out for this 106. Let's see if it comes through. There's 105.50 yesterday. We break 105.50, we're out. Pretty simple trade for me, but here we go. The imbalances are going to come out right now. I like Alibaba long. That's the issue. If it rips up, we'll look at some shorts. But like Neil said, 110 maybe. So we have to wait for that to come through. Here we go. Right now it's Uber. We're going to see if there's any NASDAQ names. I'll click on them if anything happens. Watch out for the NASDAQ right there. You see a little bit of a downtick there in the NASDAQ. Why is that? I see TQQ as a buy, so that's a good sign. Meta, oops, because TQQ is the upside one right there. I thought I saw Meta there for a second. There it is. Meta's a sell right now, so that's back down to 190. Ooh, that's a TQQ chart. We need a Meta chart here. We still have these wicks. So there you go. There's a little dip down there for Meta. Breaks 191 down to 190 flat there, 190.40. Other than that, man, yeah, not much happening. You can see the NASDAQ kind of doing that dip. So not much happening here on the imbalances. Wow, okay. Okay, BlackBerry, Bed Bath & Beyond, I see you here right now with $1 million. We were just down here at 306. You just bumped up right there. So, wow, okay. I'm going to get some more short here on that move. So let's see if we can get some 11s or 12s here. I'm sitting on a paid gateway, so it's going to have to go through me to get it.
You got to sit on
let's see. I mean, there it goes. And if you guessed ARCA, you were right. Millions of ARCA there just went through. So now we just took more short on BlackBerry here. It's only 4 minutes to go until the open. Chips along, chips ahoy. I say
That's
yes.
an inside joke, by the way. We know it's Bed Bath & Beyond, but I think it was Luca was saying BlackBerry. We're trading Bed Bath & Beyond. Nobody's going to trade BlackBerry today.
I mean, it's the number one name.
It's an inside joke. That's all it is. For anyone that's new, clearly Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah.
Let's wrap things up with semiconductors here. I was going to talk about Intel here a little bit as being notably weak on the morning, just trying to go back to positive territory after the imbalances come out there. There was an SEC filing for an $11 billion senior note offering. That was after market yesterday. Everything else, though, pretty positive as far as chip makers are concerned. We talked about ENPH with earnings. That one is in this group. AMD with a price target increase today as well.
Yeah, and NVIDIA as well. Always back on watch, guys. Riding the AI wave. I've been saying it for a while. But you and I were just talking off camera about the headwind that these chip guys had in the fall when the China chip ban came into effect. Now, all of a sudden, this tailwind comes in and they're blown in the back.
Which way is your sail facing today, I guess? Intel guys trying to go green here. AMD again. Bank of America with a thumbs up on AMD today.
So in Intel's defense, it's actually bouncing off the 50-period moving average. That's 28.40. So I'm going to leave that one out there because that was the bottom. It actually made this bottom and held it pretty decently after breaking out that price. So we'll stick that one out there for support. However, 29, 25, if it breaks out there, fair enough. If the market can't get going, I like the shorts there. If we get a dip opportunity in NVIDIA, yesterday's top was like a 222 where we closed. However, 220 does stand out there. I'm on the bid at 21s to go long in front of that on a dip buy. Like NVIDIA for strength. I'll stick to Intel on weakness, but I acknowledge the fact that it's now holding that 50 period, which is not insignificant on its own out there. And a lot of people have come in there and asked us a bunch of questions about different things. I mentioned I like a firm, kind of sitting on the offer for 17.5. It's already going to the downside. I might have to alter this and say if we're going to trend down, short off the pre-market highs. I thought we'd be strong enough, maybe test that 1750. It does look like it's going already to said downside. So I might have missed an opportunity to be sitting in it, but we'll let it open up first.
Yeah, we're going to, oh, wow, there's only 2 minutes left here before we open,
Less.
and even less than that, in a minute and a half before we open. Yeah, NVIDIA for me is a long. It's on the sticky note. It's 220. Let's see if we can get a 220 bid. I don't know. If the market falls down today, I think these names that are up are going to get crushed. I mean, it's been such a good day, or such a good month for the NASDAQ that I could see a lot of these names getting hit pretty good here today, especially off the open. So, yeah, let's just continue to watch it. I do have NVIDIA on my mind. I do have Bed Bath & Beyond on my mind as well. So that's going to be something that we're looking at right off the open. So that's what I'm
Tesla.
focused on here. Tesla's, yeah, back up to 200 as well. I mean, it's not, but it's
close.
It's close enough right now. So I think that's going to break today. I would think it's going to break today. Let's see. There's been a lot of pressure up here near that 198 level. So that's something to look at. And then, of course, the other name that's been flying recently, Meta, still up at 190. So we'll wait to see. These names are very, very violent off the open.
Yes, definitely violent. With 30 seconds to go, like Tesla 200 break, we're there for it when it happens, but it needs to happen. We've been waiting around for that one for a while. Microsoft is again super strong here into the open. I have to get right over to that. No way it's going to break out those highs. Looking for the dip buy on Softy right away in front of 270 if we can get it. I don't want to take a top break today. Not off the open when the market's looking a little bit red, so we'll try to be a little bit patient. I think I just saw Fahad make his way over to the bell, so in less than 10, here we go, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
Oh, jaw.
There it is.
Got him in the jaw.
I like it.
All right, that was not bad. Yeah, I said we should put the basketball court. I think we'll try that. We'll get that next time there. And then Fahad can dunk on us for the first time. Yeah, because it's never going to happen in real life, right? So, okay, here we go. There goes Bed Bath & Beyond, trying to make some moves back down in.
No.
Watch out for this 310 area and a possible break of $3 for BBBY.
Sorry, you had me at dunk on us. I just picked up Alibaba. We got 106, 75s. We'll give it to 106. I want to add one time in there. Microsoft, predictably, maybe not predictably, maybe it was predictable.
Wow,
breaking out the top and still going. What a monster this bad boy is. We'll see if we can get 270s. I'm not even sure if that's going to be a possibility. NVIDIA starting to dip a little bit. Is that no, see, I'm getting these dark pool wicks. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's at I call up the level 2. It's at 225 half. So a lot of these late reporting prints down here at 23 are making it seem like it's weak. And then Bed Bath & Beyond, the only other thing that we're in here, I want it breaking 3. I have one solitary bid in front of 3 at 01s, and then 90s, and then 80s, and then 50s. We'll see how far it can get to that downside.
So, I mean, I honestly, I had to take that break, dog. I had to take it at 275. So we are now long Microsoft. Let's take 40 cents if we can get it. I don't want to pay this high up. We just took 25 cents out of it.
Man.
The market is really rallying. And look at this. Like, look how fast it falls right back down, right? So be very, very careful with this. We just got our Alibaba as well. Microsoft right now, let's wait to see how high it can fly. I'm in the 40s right now, and we got long Alibaba. What else is going through here now is, what is that, tuna or something? What is that smell? Right, salmon. This guy's killing me. I'm going to have to start banning food around here pretty soon. But there goes Alibaba right now, 106.15. We're getting out of this if it takes 105.
I just got stopped on
it. 105.50, and we're stopped on this one. But it's a banger right now on Bed Bath & Beyond.
Wow, Sharif, that smells good. But I'll stop the fail on not Bed Bath & Beyond. That's breaking 3 right now. But stop the fail on Alibaba. But Uber is now testing that 37. So it has to hold 37 here. Show me a consolidation. Then I can go for the long. Otherwise, I'm waiting for 35 to the downside. Bed Bath & Beyond just broke 3 even, just saw 295. One out there, still want to hold on, see how far this one can absolutely flush. This one is only going to the downside. Tesla's going down as well, by the way. That's a bit of a weird one. Heading to the downside is Tesla. As oh my goodness, Softy, this might be the chance to get in. I got to take my shot. I don't want to miss out on Softy to the upside, and it's now pulling back to that breakout. If I can get 73s where it broke originally, I'll be happy to take that one because Softy's the beast. You want to be long Softy.
Yeah, I just don't. I am long it, but not at a great price. All right. So let's just start taking some profit here on Alibaba.
It's coming.
Yeah. So Alibaba's a nice little win here off of 106. We've already taken a couple outs. We're sitting here still trying to watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond. It has broke below right now, but it's not really doing much. We do have shares on this name. We took some more here at 3, so we took it. These are buys getting out ahead of 3, and then we've shorted it now. So it was short sale restricted, obviously. So you had to get it off the offer there as we were dancing around. So let's wait to see what happens. I'm looking at maybe 305 as getting out here if it does rip back upside. But look at Alibaba. Alibaba's absolutely beasting right now, up $1 on this trade.
So I'm going to get to, oh, here we go. NVIDIA's starting to pull back here. I never got Microsoft just yet, but it's hanging at 273. Affirm is only going to the downside, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because I want to get into it. So I'm going to have to short in front of 17 even. Going to pop an offer in front of 90s. Intel's doing a similar move. Where it's failing the high and getting back beneath, but it's close enough to 29.25 that it could be okay. BBY is, so it's kind of trying to find a channel here at 290. Like there's a buyer at 290, but I think once that clears, it's like next fills down at 80. Make a decision where it makes sense to make a decision, and getting more out here doesn't make any sense. If it takes out 90, I think we're headed to 280. Keep your eye on it. The further it goes down, yesterday on the opening rush, it went down, made a bottom, and then halted to the upside. So you want to keep a close eye on this bad boy. Tesla heading down to 195. Oh no, it already broke. Looks like it already broke 195, unless that's a dark pool wick. So never mind that. I thought Tesla was holding 95s.
All right, we reloaded and we loaded. Oh, Microsoft, let's get going to the upside right now. We got a monster on. Yes, sir. There it is. We're spinning this cash one more time here. We got a monster on Bed Bath & Beyond. We got a great trade. We got $1 on Baba. We have $1.50 now on Softy. Holy crap, Neil. Softy is taking out levels and names at the same time. That's exactly what we like to see there. Microsoft ripping to the upside right now. Let's wait for 276, man. And there's Bed Bath & Beyond. It started to break downside as well. Let's put a bid at, I don't know, did we just hold there? Let's put a bid at, I did put a bid at 89,
I think.
But it just stopped. There we go. Give me some 89s. I'm missing on them on the downside. Maybe 90's the spot there. But look at Microsoft, guys. We'll just go like this again because this name is an absolute monster. What's up? Was that a call for Brendo? Or?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. Let's keep going. I'm fine. Keep going, baby. This reload there was 274 on Microsoft. So you can see we're long 274.07. $2.50 right now in the money as the cash cow keeps coming in.
Yeah, the cash cow keeps coming in. I got Bed Bath & Beyond, Baba. I'm going to mix these two up all day long. It wicked 06s. That's where my stop was. It wicked the bottom. I got back into it. But I just got back into Uber the first time. It tried to hold 37s. We got back above it, looked for the long off 37s, give it to the low. Don't want this filling the entirety of the gap. But got to get over to C3AI. It's starting to squeeze. So I said 25.50, that's the line in the sand. So it broke 25.50. We had the 30 short. If it gets too much higher, then I actually look for longs above this level because that's the key. That was that big line in the sand. If it starts holding above, I'm looking for the longs above said price. We'll see if it can do it. Affirm, I just picked up the short in that one. I'm going to hold on to the Affirm shorts as long as I can. But this is two separate trades. It's going to be this high, and then I go in at 17.50 again. I do not want to be fighting this if it starts to squeeze. That was Brendan.
Another earnings name, guys. New R back to the upside here. Just took out day highs. This is what happened after market yesterday. Light volume, but huge move up on this software name after they forecast better than expected results and beat right across the board.
All right. Let's just hope right now. So for me, Microsoft went to 277. We should have got them all out there for $4 or for $3, but we didn't. So we're only holding, now we're holding 20% to the back end. Our best out is 276. So we definitely missed out on that dollar high side right now. Watch out for the NASDAQ starting to break down a little bit right now off that 50 period. So the NASDAQ touched, again, the pre-market highs pretty much there off the open. Now we're fading back in. So let's look for some shorts. Well, we don't have to look for shorts, but if you are pulling back in now, that's pretty important. See if there's anything that's high side right now. We did have Alibaba. We just took another piece out there at 70. So this is a good long. We're long at 06.15. And again, another trade that's right here off the sticky note, 106 there. So hopefully you guys have that. And then Bed Bath & Beyond, man. Honestly, Neil, I don't know. My best out is now 90 because I just got filled there. I'm hoping for more downside. I'm trying to let it break.
Let it break, man. Let it break.
Yeah, I don't have any more bids. My next bid is actually at 86 for 10% of what I have. So hopefully it breaks to the downside and we can celebrate.
Now Tesla's going.
Now Tesla's getting ramped up. Okay, that's good.
Tesla's going. So Tesla just took out the high, 197.5. It looks like. Let's try to join the party. We think we're getting to 200 today, but I felt like we were getting to 200 pretty much every single day. Oh, I'm not going to. If I don't get this break, I'll look for. Okay, here we go. If it pulls back to 197.5 area, I want to see if I can pick it up because it's resisting 198. So I want to go 198 break. I'd rather join on the dip and then get in, then have the long going into that even dollar. If I have to go, I'll take less size on a 198 break. We do want this trending into, at least I want this trending into 200 as opposed to going long at 200. I'd rather be long in front of it. So I just kind of size down to take the 198 break, and if we get the dip into 97s, we'll go ahead and take that. The one short outside of Bed Bath & Beyond Affirm, the market bouncing, so that one is going to be working against me. But if I die in a short, it should be Bed Bath & Beyond or Affirm, potentially Intel, but even the chips look pretty strong today. So Tesla, new entry for me. We'll see what happens here. I think we get to 200, but that's not a given. Just going back over it, I want to ignore what's happening in some of the other big tech because it feels like it's strong. Meta's down 1% and at the lows. So I'm just relative weakness in Meta right now that I want to keep track of because 185, 186 is a big level on Meta. I got this crazy wick, so I can't really show that to you. But watch out for Meta to the downside. I haven't checked back in on Google yet.
Meta to the downside. Okay, we don't
It's
hear
looking
that
weak,
too
man.
often. Microsoft. So we're still $1.80 in the money here. Just trying to see what we want to do. It's been bought up every time it dips down. The market did just take back the 50 period, so you do get a nice little rally here in Microsoft back upside. And again, we just didn't touch it because we're there now at 276.50. So if we can get that filled, then we'll do it. But we're really still focused on Bed Bath & Beyond, trying to take down 290 right here. So let's see if that can happen and go back to Brendan quickly here.
Yeah, a better move here for DoorDash than Uber so far, guys. Now 7.5%. This is 11 times relative volume down here so far this morning for Dash. Uber, on the other hand, downside since the open.
All right. Was there something specific? Maybe it's like a sympathy play based on something we didn't hear in the call, or I don't know. I'm not sure why Dash is moving, but I am sure that Affirm is trying to take out that top. Ooh, it just wicked it up there, so you know that drill.
Now
if you wick the top, once it's back below 1710, I want to be adding to it if I get a chance. Just to go back over to Tesla for a quick second. This one headed up to one. So it can't get to 190. So it can't get to 200 without breaking 199. However, I will take something out in front of said 199, then look to continue to buy the dips, play the trend to the upside, dip it and rip it. We just broke 290 on Bed Bath & Beyond, so that one looks like it's going to be heading toward the abyss. The abyss is, I don't know, 250 maybe? We'll see if that happens.
250, okay.
I don't know, we'll see.
I'm down.
Went $4 to $3 yesterday, $3 to $2.50 to $2 today. Like, let's get real scientific about it. But this one is an absolute flush city. I wish Affirm would do it, but it is absolutely not. Affirm making a challenge here. So I did get Tesla in front of 199s. That's good. There's the wick I was looking for. Once it's beneath 1710, that's the only way I want to add. I want to add on weakness, which I'm kind of seeing here. Let's see if it can actually hold up, though. Sometimes you're fighting the trend, but I do like these wick tops. Ultimately, this one could end up being a bit of a burner, and I will take a second shot at 1750.
All right, AMZN. Let's just go over to the name that we know we love here again. Okay, so we just got a little bit of a bump up there in Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, that's how fast I was on Amazon there. We were there, and then we were off. We're still short at 95 here on this. I don't know. Let's put some more bids in the 80s maybe on this name. We don't want to get too carried away. I don't want that flush to have just happened through 290. So we take a couple shorts here. We take an 87 and then an 88. So it's not great, sort of these averaged in prices right there. So let's give it a go. I'm going to be short here. I don't know what your plan is, but honestly, this 320.
I'm holding
half
out right now.
I'm going to get. Oh yeah. I'm still in lots, but I feel like this play right up there, 320, is where we're going to be in trouble. So I'll average it back here around 305 or so. Some at 3, then some here at 305, and just making sure my orders are right there. Yeah, I mean that's good. We'll do that, and we have an 81 bid. Okay, AMZN. So here we go. We go like that. We call it up. Don't know why Amazon is like the third choice there on Amazon. But 140 here, 101.40. That's that bottom there. It broke in its downside. So I feel like we want to go short up until 101.40. Time to get short right now on Amazon. We are long right here. Baba, we just got another fill, so we took it all out. We had 20% left. We'll average back in 105.50 breaks. We're gone. Let's get short Amazon. I probably missed it there, but we're going to get short AMZN. Why didn't that go to my last stock? I don't know. I have to figure this out. All right, let's get short until 101.50.
Yeah, that is weird. So 80, that's close enough to 199 where I was taking profit, and I'm looking for the dip buy to hold the pre-market breakout high, 197.50. So I'm going to slap a bid down there so I can get a or place a bid down. They're not slapping anything. Place a bid down here, get a reload, give it to that wick, and then see if we can actually hold the upside trend. NVIDIA was the other name that we're looking for the longs on. Let's just cancel these dip buys because I don't know that we're getting them at this point. NVIDIA looks to take out the top. As crazy as that sounds, like 227.50. Okay, we're here for you, NVIDIA. Maybe we get a dip into 225 and I can catch the pre-market breakout price like we looked at on Tesla. Otherwise, I guess we're looking for a blowout top on NVIDIA once again. Seems like it's doing this every single day. The stock is an absolute beast, and it's just, there's no stopping it. Just join the trend where you can. I don't want to have to always take breakouts of the highs. I do like these dip buys a bit better.
All right, you know what? I hate doing this, but we just took out a Microsoft. I'm going to cancel my 276.50 now. It just keeps on I mean, look, when we have this kind of money in our pocket right now, it's fool's gold to sit there and like not
Tesla's
take it at
200,
some
200.
point. Tesla's going to 200. Okay, we'll look at that for sure. But Microsoft right there, it just kept on bouncing off of 75 or 76 there. So we'll take an 85 and we'll see if it can go up to the moon from here and beyond, of course. There it is. So Alibaba, we do have the reload long down here. We're about to get out. A couple more pennies on the downside. We're going to get out of this name. Look, there we go. Look at the market upside. So now we're flat on Alibaba now for the day. That sucks. The market's ripping here, and Alibaba, of course, was fading out. So we will look for shorts in Alibaba. We waited for that 106. We made money on it. It came back in, tested, and then the rest is history, breaking lower. I'm almost thinking it's a short now off 106, but we are now we're not dug in, but we have one more out here coming on Amazon. So let's wait to see here what happens with Amazon. One more fade. Just came up to that 40 level that we sort of thought it would. Not that we thought it would, but that's that level right here on Amazon that we broke out, 101.50. So realistically, we wanted to get short at 40, but we're short here at 17 or 18. Let's see if that one can work out. Our, by the way, Bed Bath & Beyond, I got an 81 fill there.
Yeah,
so
I think where's my
letting
next,
people know that.
You know, I got to put some bids at 75 or something. But Tesla, I did take this out, so I want to go step by step here. Congratulations if you're long Tesla, but I took out the long at 198 in front of 200. With the intention of going on the break of 200 long or the dip back into 198. So one or the other, I want to still be looking for the long in Tesla here. It's just a matter of whether it's the break, which is incoming right. Oh, no, it just pulled back. So let's go to Brendo.
Just be aware, Feds Williams making some comments right now. There's also this one that keeps popping up in front of me on a volume scanner. CVNA, guys, a huge mover so far. Just took out 11% on big time volume. Not seeing anything on CVNA, but nice rally.
What happened to you?
I didn't get the fill.
Oh,
I crossed a 25.
On the Tesla? Okay, yeah, but that's still. So, okay.
It's not aggressive
Oh, you tried to go long.
Yeah, I tried to go
At least you
long.
weren't short and missed the out. So
No.
that's, you know,
Well, see, that's the crazy thing. Is
silver lining, my friend.
Sometimes I would short a level like that.
Silver lining.
But if you short a level like that, my cross up is aggressive because when you're limiting risk, you want to make sure you don't miss that fill. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're short in front of 200, by the way, I got the dip buy. I just left the order in there, right? So I actually didn't cross the quarters. I crossed the 21s. It goes all the way up to 01s, comes back down, tags me at 2021, and now we're upside again on Tesla. So ring the register once in front of the high, and then let's let it ride, baby. Like,
like that.
I don't know, like however. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't have any levels up here once you're past the 200, right? Like, we're just waiting for this breakout all week. So we finally have it here. Let's see how far it can go. I'm a little bit interested in what's going on with Meta here because if there's a short to be had, like, only short that's working is Bed Bath & Beyond. A firm stopped me out there. But this is now starting to trend a bit to the downside. So at some point, I might want to join this, thinking about a 190 level at this point. And just to show you guys what happened on a firm, if I died in a sword, I wanted it to be a firm, but I was so enamored with Tesla, I missed my 1750. So I'm going to try to get back in here, that 1750 level. I've done it again. I do this all the time with Intel. Where I like a level better, it starts to look weak. I short the lower level and then do not get back to the higher level till it's a little bit late. Let's see if I can get a second crack at it. Tesla continues to run. I'll probably get something out in front of 202 because next round number.
Like that. Next man up. Okay, so we are shorting. We
Cam
are
Thomas.
short. Yeah, exactly. Wow, that kid on New Jersey, we were just talking about him.
Dude was available in my fantasy league. You guys are idiots in my fantasy league. 3 days in a row, he scores 40 points a game. And he was available in a daily.
trash talk.
What is wrong with you people? It was free money. I'm in first
Yeah, what
place,
is
and
wrong
they're
with
just
you people?
giving me their money by not picking up a guy that drops 43 days
No
in a row.
wonder you're in first place.
Because they're idiots.
Okay, well,
They're not playing to win.
You said it. You said
Play
it.
to win. Pick up a guy dropping 40. Tesla's through 102.
Amazon's ripping, yeah.
Yeah, everything's ripping now. I'm now
Tesla,
short
good
of firm
trade, man.
again, but it's like
202?
Tesla's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, Sheesh. Great call on that one for Tesla. Nice upside
This
move.
stock, I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, no, who knows? But that's a great call. That's a great move to the upside right now. I wish we got NVIDIA on the dip. That's moving around as well. And right now, as this market goes up, hey, maybe we're going to be wrong on Amazon. But let's see if we are or not. Back down into 25 here. Let's take a little bit of bid in the teens just in case this goes. And by the way, we did get some Bed Bath & Beyonds down there. My best fill there, 76, as it's been moving to the downside. We were talking, Neil and I both said mid 280s, right? So let's see if that can hold out form on that one. We'll take a little bit of pain out here on Amazon if we can, back into the mid 20s now that I'm seeing the market staying to the high side. Amazon's still red on the day, but let's just make sure that we're right. That's all. Like, that's the whole thing, right? So we've averaged it in. We have the 50 period ups. So the problem is the 200 is a lot higher than this, and I'm not super happy with this move down that Amazon's hovering around here. I thought if this market was going to retrace, that we'd have a heck of a retracement in Amazon. Doesn't look like it wants to do that. Good out for us on Microsoft. We're only holding 10% left now on that trade, and let's just watch Amazon collapse here, hopefully, into the teens.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping a firm makes a collapse, but even if a firm collapses, I still feel like I traded it wrong getting in too early. I'm looking at Meta 190s, and I'm not even sure it gets there. The market's already turning, and this is a weak name. So I'm going to look at 189s and just sort of short in front of that. You got to play relative strength and relative weakness. Like, I'm short a firm, which is going higher. This name has only been going down. So I'm going to look for something, maybe I'll try to tag the 70s and try to get something on there on Meta. Okay, fine. I actually paid down to 60s, but I only took a third. So at least being a little bit conservative. I just want something in front of 189 to the short side. I want to add to a firm here if I can. I'm trying to. The bigger level was 1750. I did not wait patiently enough for it. I am now short off of it now, but I want more. Because if it trends off of this is that double top high, and I want more shares, not less. I'm not covering anything till it gets down to that 17 area or VWAP 1710. So Meta short, a firm short. Maybe we get a chance at a dip buy on NVIDIA finally, because that stock, maybe not. It's still up at 227, and I'm sitting here waiting at 225. Be patient. The market's coming in. Maybe we'll get our price.
Money, 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 money.
I mean, there it is,
money,
Professor.
money,
I mean,
money.
did we tell you Amazon short at 101.50? I mean, that's where we're short. There it is, 86s. Hello, 80s. Let's just take some profit here again. We're up more now today than we were yesterday already. So here we go. Huge moves upside for everything. Huge moves downside for Bed Bath & Beyond. Amazon, 58 cents in the money now and tanking. And we just talked about, remember I just said, why? This was when it was at 101.30. I said, why is Amazon at this level? When the market is tank city here. So now, hey, whether or not we have the answer or not, I have the solution. It's short Amazon every single day. So that's what we've been doing, and there it is right now. Amazon with the big win one more time. So, let's just keep on, getting out of it. So we now only have 1/3. Actually, that sucks. I wish we had more. We only have 1/3 left right now of Amazon. So hopefully, it will hold out, but we'll take shorts again until it breaks that level. So let's just, we cashed it out. We're out of 1/3 on that drop down in there. Most of the outs are right here, 101, 105, things like that. So, not being overly conservative or being a little bit conservative with it. We still have that 100 coming in through, right? So yesterday when you're looking at Amazon, I just want to see, okay, yeah, we broke a lot lower. So yeah, Amazon has a lot more to go. I'm going to put another bid here at 60 on Amazon.
Yeah, look, some of these names do have a lot further to go. When you put it in perspective of what we saw, the meta chart, I can't get rid of these. Every time I try to get rid of the wick, this happens. It just goes back. 187 breaks on Meta. You have 184.5 for room to the downside. However, as the market's coming back in and the shorts are starting to work, Tesla went and retraced back up to 202. So it's holding the high end of the range once again. Oh, did I just get out of a firm accidentally? No, nope, I took too much out of a firm. I don't want to be long. I want to add to that short. But Tesla, it has to hold 200. If it can't hold 200, I don't want this one turning red on me. I'm going to slap a trail here. That would be a heck of a wick and a turnaround if this does not hold that 200 level. So just beneath that level, I'm going to put my stop. Don't want to have that turn into a losing trade. Meta was the short that we just just got. I haven't taken anything out till it gets back to low of the day. I actually added on this wick. Like, look at this. It wicks up to 188.50, holds the low, wicks up again to 188.50, and then holds 188. To me, that's a place to be adding to the shorts as we're going to Brennan. Bed Bath & Beyond's going to 250.
Big mover past couple of days. In fact, SQL just popping back up here now, 4.5% back to the upside. Heavy volume coming in, though, as we get back above this consolidation from yesterday on this SQL.
I'm just like to my professor to the side here. I'm like, are you seeing this on Amazon? Like, this is absolutely, it's like a class in trading right here on Amazon. Not by me, by the stock. It wants to, breaks that 105.50, comes up, tests it again, hits the downside. Like, the only thing that I'm upset about, and I was just messaging, is the fact that I didn't hold it all. And I mean, it's like but again, you got to be true to who you are. And like, I scalp in and out all the time on these names. So trying to get a little bit better on that. We're still holding a piece of Microsoft. Microsoft's a huge name. I'm going to address that in a minute. But let's just go one more time, man. Let's go cash cow. Let's go smoke in on this, because Bed Bath & Beyond, man. It's the #1 name on the sticky note right here. We talked about the short all day, every day. And yeah, that's what's happening right now. Wow, Amazon, you are absolutely collapsing right now. This trade is one. I mean, our other trades the other days were just as good, but this one is, I'm really impressed how much this one's falling here. Look at the market, and we talked about this, Amazon giving it up. We got to do something about this Microsoft. We only have 10%, but it's itching at me here.
I just bought a dip in Microsoft and instantly was like, no.
Yeah,
No. Get out. To me, when I see this on Meta, it's like, okay, you can shotgun out of that for 50 cents, or you can add to the trend. So to me, I'm adding to this on the way down instead of taking it out. And then when it breaks a low, we'll get more shares out. Then when it gets to 187, we'll get more shares out. So we got a buck there. We'll take a buck here and then hold on for Dodge. We only have shorts because Tesla, it didn't actually hold that 200. So it was great on the way up. We had the 198 long. We took that to $2. We took the $2 to 202. And now it's right back in. I need to see the market catch a bit of a bid before I'm liking some more of these longs. And I said this, that I had accidentally gotten out of my firm and went long here off the 1744. I took 34 pennies back, but then had to immediately punch out of it. I am going to look to go back short this name. And if it's a false break, I might not get 1750s again, and I will acknowledge looking for the shorts in front of the pre-market high. The shorts are absolutely printing, but Bed Bath & Beyond, to its credit, every 10 cents is a place to make a decision. That's 280. This is 270. You saw it at 290. So I'm going to put some bids at 260, which logically makes sense to me. So if it breaks 70s now, I've already taken some out there. The next leg will be at 60s. And then after that, probably 50s. I might as well just get a bid in front of 50s at this point. Taking prices out at any other point,
Microsoft
it's consolidating at those evens. So why get anything out at 4, 5, and 6? You're just throwing away potential gross.
Microsoft is weak sauce, man.
Everything is.
Everything is right now.
Everything is.
Yeah, what? Wow, okay, we just got a 20 fill there on Amazon. So that's $1. I know your meta is crazy too. Amazon is just a huge one right now to the downside. I mean, at some point we're going to stop this move and come back up. But the thing about Microsoft's still positive. So we got to wait a little bit lower and just talk about some of the levels that we already talked about. We said we tried at 270. That's probably the one to wait for now, as it is just collapsing down. So if you're waiting for 270, why not go short right now, right? Well, I don't know. The market is extended down a little bit here. We're going to try to make that run to 12,500. Remember, we talked about that. So if you're on a NASDAQ chart, this is what you're looking at right now, this 12,500. So we'll see if we can dip down into that. You still have another 150 points to go before we get there, but we're already off 130 points. So let's see if we can get to the downside as we continue to hold Bed Bath & Beyond, which is at 70, which is an absolute banger of a trade for me. My #1 net trade, of course, is going to be Bed Bath & Beyond, as we've been averaged into that trade, and yeah, still continues to fall down. I've already sort of cashed out of Amazon, but we still do have a piece left, so not much on Amazon. As we get that 30, we only had a third when it came down, so now we only have 20% left as we got out of 2 more pieces there, 10% more each. So yeah, downside moves continue here on the market and on some of these names, but you could always buy dips. So let's find some strong names, maybe NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking, Tesla might be, it held 199 in here. So the trend is unbroken. I did jump out of it just in case it was a complete flush. This could be the one that I look to get back into there. I've now scalped out what I will on the meta trade. To me, it's holding on or finding a place to reload. So it's been a pretty decent stair step down without too much resistance. You've had like very few green candles in here. And you start to look at the bigger picture, which we should always do. 180, I might have said this already, but apologies if I did. I'm saying it again. 183, that's been the first line in the sand on this consolidation area here. So that's $4 away from where we are. So 185, 183, 185 is more psychological. There's plenty of room if we trend to the downside. These stocks have room to go. But if I dip by something, it's Tesla or NVIDIA. I haven't really found anything else that I like. Tesla's still above that breakout at 199 and showing you all the signs in the world that it wants to hold some strength. That's the name outside of NVIDIA that I want to reload some longs.
Yeah, so you're not going to believe this. We did
Money, money, money.
reload it a little bit there, so we'll hit the sirens more than the money because we're not out yet. We did get that dip on. I mean, I said let's go over to NVIDIA. We're now $1 in the money on that trade, but the thing is that we're not out. So I'm waiting in the 80s here. It just touched 92 and I wasn't there. So we had instantly in the money $1.10 and I didn't take it on that move back up to the upside. So yeah, a little foolish there not taking that trade. So if you did take NVIDIA long with me or when I mentioned it, you're now 80 cents in the money, but hopefully it can continue to go to the upside right now before failing out. So let's see if this, there it is. Now it's coming back in a little bit. Maybe we'll just take a 50 and take 70 cents and then wait for the rest. But I'm still holding out for a little bit higher than that. Let's see if NVIDIA just gets that one more push back up to the upside. I'm going long until we break 225. It's really that simple. So that's 80 cents worth of risk, which is why I'm saying we should be able to take 80 cents on the first piece if it gets back up to the upside. Be patient, though, and wait for that. Bed Bath & Beyond starting to go upside a little bit now. I'm going to punch out a little bit here at 77 just because we have that profit in our pocket. But for right now, that's some out there. We'll try to reload it, but it's going to have to be up here at 290 or so. So we're still waiting to get more on Bed Bath & Beyond, but it's going to have to be a bit higher than where we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like it 320. So anything in front of 320, if it breaks 3 again, I'm looking for 320 for reloads on Bed Bath & Beyond. Tesla might be starting to come back in here, going to look for the dip off VWAP, but we still got to go to Brendan for happening now.
Hey guys, just getting the U.S. wholesale inventories on a month-over-month basis in line with expectations for last month. 0.1 versus 0.1 expected there at 10 o'clock. We're also getting bar and Bostic speaking together right now. So more Fed speak coming through. So just watch the overall market. That's the way things are looking right now at 10 o'clock. 0.3 for the S&P, dead flat for the Dow. It's trying to lead back to the upside today. 0.4 for the Russell 2000 back in negative territory. The composite and the 100 NASDAQ about 0.7 to the downside. If you were with us early on, we discussed Uber in depth coming off a better than expected earnings report and forecast from Uber. As I mentioned, though, it's actually DoorDash faring a little bit better. Microsoft and Alphabet as well, talked about in the pre-market. Look at Alphabet now, guys, down 6%, trying to get back to day lows here off that barred headline.
Barred to that right now. I'm barred from trading NVIDIA right now. That just broke through 225, but we got back long there. I hate getting out when it's an economic release or something like that. So you kind of just punch right back in when that happened because my stop order was there and I want to respect my stop orders and then I want to make a different decision, right? So that's kind of what we're doing right now, but I just got to make sure that I have like the right keys out here for NVIDIA so I don't get slapped around even more than that. So, all right, right now we're long in NVIDIA. I want to give it back to this 224 area now because that's where we just dipped back into. So 224, we're going to try to go long into 224. We're now long 224.90. Again, I missed the note.
Yeah. Oh, you did? Oh, sorry.
I'll take a refill if you have a second. No problem, Rob.
Rob, if you're ever getting me one, always get Sean one.
I never
he always
chat.
wants one.
That's the problem. I never check the work chat. But thanks, Rob, for that. Thanks for refilling these guys anyways. All right, so NVIDIA right now, we're going long until 224 break. So we just had 70 cents again in the money and didn't take it. That's now 3 times in a row we had NVIDIA bangers and didn't do anything about it. So Amazon's still coming down. So is Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's get NVIDIA longer here around 224.
Yeah, I finally got NVIDIA NVIDIA, but now you can't even see this on Tesla because this wick is so engulfing. But I got that bid, 199.5 in front of VWAP. I was out almost instantly above 200, and now it's slamming right back to the downside. So the market is coming back in. We're catching some bids here, but make sure in this falling market, you're getting good entry prices. Like forget about 200, 199 is the now support on Tesla. You got to be able to shift that in real time. Same thing with NVIDIA. Like that number came out, I actually immediately got out of half just because of the way it filled. But now that it's settled down, 224 is the support area, and I'm stuck with 25s anyways. But I did trim some immediately. So we'll see if it gets back to the upside, but this is a downward trending market. Oh, I'm going to hate myself when I do this. I knew it was going to happen. I'm going to cancel my 1730s. That pop, I just had the chance to get back into a firm there, and I missed it. At 1725, I accidentally got all out like an idiot. I want to get back in on the lower high and a firm to the shorts. Meta shorts are continuing to print. There's nothing wrong with that one. I haven't found a place to get back in. I was looking for 188s. Trend is still pretty good. But you're getting to that time of day, past 10 o'clock, where the opening range has been put in. Maybe I don't want to be super aggressive in terms of reloading this one. But at least Tesla and NVIDIA have shown you they're the strong names out there. If you guys holler in the chat, if you've got something else that's strong like Tesla or NVIDIA that we're missing, let us know because the market is pretty red here. So it's like a hold on to your shorts event and scalp your longs.
Yeah, Carvana is another one. Okay, so NVIDIA
Strong?
right now, yeah, we only got $1 in the money on NVIDIA. Like, I don't, I want to take more on this. Like, I want this to get back to the upside here. I think this is going to be the strongest name if the market rallies. So I'm still sitting here at 226.50. Obviously, yeah, Tesla. I mean, the strongest name right now would be Tesla.
Yeah, I kind of meant big cap.
Yeah. So NVIDIA, yeah, I know. The professor was looking at Carvana. I just know that we haven't, so that's why I wanted to say that. But here we go. Let's go. 226.50 we're at right now. If we could take $1.50 on this, then we'll do that on NVIDIA right now, and then hopefully be able to watch this thing float upside a little bit here as we go. So let's take another piece out. I'm at 2. I got to make sure I'm here, man. I have so many offers out. There we go. We are at that level. So let's see if NVIDIA wants to continue to go back up to the upside. We did not get filled. So 226.50. Yeah, we're there on NVIDIA.
So I'm slapping a trailing stop on Meta because I don't want to get trapped here if we have made a bit of a temporary bottom. So I'm going to adjust that. I heard, I didn't hear, I saw in the chat.
Ooh, I like
By
it.
the way, when
Thank
we
you.
drop questions like that in the chat's subscriber only. So take a second,
Yes.
become a subscriber, hit the like as well, of course, like we always say. But if you want to be answering questions or talk to us or just chat with everybody else, you have to be a sub in the chat. It was Netflix that stood out to me because I remember you, Netflix. 370, 370, 370 on the daily. I just say it over and over again to remind myself that is the big level. So it's already broken out. Okay, I like it if we get back to like 62, that breakout price, maybe even 63s. The next thing is likely to be that 37 level. So, sorry, 370 level. If we get there, that is the only place that I think it makes sense to short. I want to be here. I don't want to be at 68. I want to be at 370 and then give it some room if I have to short this name, which if I don't get the longs, that's what it'll be. Tesla still looking pretty good. Sean's talking about NVIDIA, so I don't have to go over that one. But Tesla still holding VWAP, still bouncing off of it. I did miss the last reload to grab some NVIDIA, but it's 199.50 where those reloads are. Like that's where you want to be grabbing the longs in front. The scalp trade is to 201s. I got out too early on the number, and I want to make sure I'm holding something for that high of the day. So I want to hold on for dear life on the Tesla longs, and just be careful with your Bed Bath & Beyond if you're short this. It's catching a few bids here. I still think this is a trend to the short side, and I will be shorting more if we get back up above $3, but it's showing some strength. If you haven't been getting out on the way down, it's starting to give you some indications that you might want to ring the register if you haven't already. We've been doing it the entire way through because that's what makes sense.
Yeah, I'm ringing the register as well on that play. So, let's just continue to watch out for that. So that is going to be, I'm on NVIDIA. We'll go like this, man, because that's the diamond hands that we're looking for on NVIDIA. We got a 226.50 from a 224.80 bottom. So that was a good trade there. Let's just see if it can still continue, right? Now it's coming back down. We're not averaging it. Thanks, Rob, for that as well. Oh, he had a LeBron comment. He's like, LeBron might be the GOAT, but we can be the llama. So there it is right there. And I say to that, No problema.
Nice.
So right there, good little
Llama,
cup. Thank
llama,
you to
red
IKEA,
pajama.
I believe we got those from. All right, let's just go. One more trade there that we just made. Unfortunately, as the market went back up to the upside, we did ring the register again. So there's a bang for you, Henry. On Amazon, no more bids on Amazon, I don't believe. Correct, I do not have any. So let's just wait now in case this one continues to plummet. And that's why we say the word plummet, because let's see if it continues to go to the downside, as plummeting is what it's doing right now, Amazon. So we've already talked about this. We've loved this name for a while on the short side. Let's see if the market keeps on coming back down. So let's go, man. Down, down, down we go on all these names. So we're still going to watch out for Amazon. We got NVIDIA, and our NVIDIA buy is going to be at 224 again. That's where my next buy spots are. 224.50, 224.25 to see what happens. Microsoft, we talked about 271. Like, I wanted 270, so I don't know if we're getting a little bit too into this now.
270 was the original price.
Yeah, so I think let's just wait. Let's be patient. Let's be patient and wait for it. Microsoft 270.
Speaking of that, not that it's kind of a good segue actually, because I just got Uber, and once it broke, that opening range sort of consolidation level, it's like, I don't want long anything else until it gets to 35, right? So there's only two prices we like. We just got some in front of 35s at the very imaginative price of 35.20. And we'll see. All scalps. Wow, it just went 1-to-1 already. So 1-to-1 obviously is 35.40. I will take some out there. Make sure you pay yourself out. Until you actually cover a trade, you have not made a dime. So I just took some out there. I want to reload in front of 35, see if it can get back to the upside, acknowledging the fact that this is a downward move, but on the higher time frame, it is still the breakout above 34. So I'm expecting somewhere in this range would pick a bid. 35 was the first level. If that goes, I don't even try longs until 34. Tesla's starting to come back in here. Ooh, Meta might be worth it for the reload. Oh, this chart. Meta's too strong. So my 15-minute chart, all it shows you is how ridiculous the other day was. Yep. So I have to cancel this if I want to get more. It's getting up to 188. So if it starts to make a bit of a curl at 188, this is the place that I wanted to go for the reload price, not 188.50. So I'm going to add to this here as it starts to curl, give this to about 88 and change, and then just continue with the trend as long as it holds, right? So if we get through VWAP, I'll give this one up. And come on, Bed Bath & Beyond. It's actually holding a higher low again. Not that I think it's a long. It's just I'm still in a third of this position. And maybe 268 was the bottom. I don't know.
I was trying to look at that same sort of thought there about that. So I bid more at 272 right now. We did get a little bit of a reload, but not much at 82. So I was like Neil, I was sort of waiting for 290 to see if we got a little bit of a bump back up there. I'm going to cancel some of these orders because if it does rip up, I'm going to get slammed on the offer, which is fine. So right now we're going to wait for that. But yep, we're all good right now.
Oh, CVNA halted.
CVNA now halted. Okay, we can quickly look at that.
Wow.
Go ahead if you have it.
Okay, so you see this over and over again, but CVNA halted at $16 upside, 20%. So the exact opposite of what's going on in Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a pure squeeze play. When in doubt, always zoom out and try to remember this is already a monster level from the other day, 16 and then up to 19. So always ring the register because eventually a lot of these names do come back in. Try to remind yourself that that's the case. It's already been a banger, but this is a monster level. If it does fail here, you could pull back 10%, no problem, and it could still be an upward trend. It's just those pullbacks can be harsh, so be very careful about it. Obviously, we'll let you guys know. I'm not in this one, so we'll let you guys know if it changes that theoretical auction price. Right now, it's telling you flat. So the open is indicated that it will be flat on Carvana. This might be the reason. Actually, you know what, Sean? This makes me like Bed Bath & Beyond more.
Carvana?
No, this move, halting up 20% when Bed Bath & Beyond, which could be a sympathy play. Oh, I can't do the drop-down thing, man. I'm just typing in NASDAQ. You barely move to the upside. I'm going to have to get used to dropping down in the menu which stock I want to pull up. But Bed Bath & Beyond is still holding the lows when another name squeezes higher, but it barely goes up. We're headed to 250. That actually made me feel better about it. That was all the way up there on Carvana. So NVIDIA's looking good. Tesla's looking good. Uber back to flat. But Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm feeling more confident about this short now.
Good. Yeah, because I'm short there, and we reloaded it as well. I'm going to go on Google, man. Do you know, guess how much Google's down without looking?
5%?
Yeah, 6. So, I mean, I
Well,
don't
once
know.
you said it, I knew it was
Yeah,
extreme.
you know it was extreme.
It's a cheat,
yeah,
right?
So it is a little bit of a cheat code there. But we went long now at 97. Like, I mean, we tried to get it low. I tried to get it down here and missed it all. So my first bid is at 62. And it's only there because I saw where 60 was the bottom. And we were actually just there minutes ago. And I was trying to get it. Look at that. Nice bump up. Well, 70s was there. Nice bump up there on Google in the last couple seconds as this market. I don't know why it's down that much. I mean, we talked about a failed ChatGPT or their BARD system there. I guess failing on the demo apparently. So we'll wait. I mean, let's cancel this. I was just going to bid their 50s. Sorry, I am bidding 50s. I was going to bid 90s again. But maybe we have to let this thing fall down even a little bit more. I'm just going to go long, and you can see a level that might be key at some point here. And I hope you can see it. And that's 100. So let's just see what happens right now on Google. I'm going to try to go long off this bottom.
See the voice.
And then see what happens on this one. So Google 100 right there. We are $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA right now, as that's right back to the upside. So that's working out for us. And then Amazon, I have such a small piece now, 10% of what we had initially. So, you know, we're just going to let this one go. If we can get back up to 101.50, fine. That would mean that our NVIDIA is flying and our Google, so all good on that one. And then I know you had a good feeling about Bed Bath & Beyond, but that just went down to 273 and stopped again. So I'm going to put a bid there at 274, see if we can take something out. If it does get back in there, and then we'll still be holding. We'll still be holding for lower, but that's my plan right now, is we're trying to get more short at 80.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna get Brankles to get me shorts on Carvana. But so Tesla's heading back toward the high of the day. I did miss the last dip because I said wait for VWAP 199.50 because the market was coming to the downside. You'll get your price. Market catches a bid. It doesn't get past 200 on that last dip. So we're headed back to the top. I might look at that 200 level now and say if it dips again, that's where I want to pick it up. But I want to just be net long the stock. Whether it breaks the high of the day or not, 205 seemed like it can be in play. This in NVIDIA makes sense, and I know I was just like, oh, wait for 270 on Microsoft. Nah, just buy it. Should have bought 271s, obviously. You can see it get back to the upside. Kind of frustrating, but you have to pick a price and where you want to pick it up. I picked it wrong. CVNA is now open. Carvana, I should say, is now open. CVNA, Neil. And it looks like it's trying to hold that halt price. I mean, it halted up here at about 16. It's kind of bouncing. It rejected the top break. If it doesn't hold this, Bed Bath & Beyond short are even better, like I was saying. If it does continue to break out, I might trim a little bit of Bed Bath & Beyond if this takes out the high. I'm doing it by proxy. I'm not going to short this name. I feel like if it flushes, then that's just good for BBY. And remember, if it holds above this level, there's room to like $19 on Carvana on a potential squeeze.
All right, I'm going to get something out here in the, you know what, the 20s is not good. Let's go higher on Google. I was going to take a 20 bid. I mean, if we're lucky enough to get that, let's just go, where is this, 49? Yeah, all right, 40s. All right, let's go 35. We'll put an offer at 35. I mean, it's ripping right now and it looks like a good trade for us on this name. So good job on Google, hopefully. We tried to buy the dip there at 60s. We missed it. So we had to sacrifice and take a 97, which is now 15 cents in the money. We'll still hold on to it. We'll still see what's going on with this one. Hopefully, like I said, there is more upside to this name right now. NVIDIA is still dancing around Bed Bath & Beyond. We got that. No, we did not. It went down to 74, and I was bidding there, but I'm on a paying gateway, so it's going to have to take out 74 for us to get out of this one. So we'll wait for that, and then, of course, we have lower expectations for Bed Bath & Beyond. Like, you know, why can't we just break 70? That's the next level. We broke 3. We started the short early, man. We were short at 317, then again at 312, have cashed it all out. It's my number one stock as we hold still a decent piece. So let's see if we get a 74 bid now. It's going to have to crack. You have an EdgeX here. That's only... shoot, man, it's only 75,000 shares. You can't take that out right
on
there.
What?
So it's only 75,000 shares on Bed Bath & Beyond. It
That's
keeps holding
nothing.
it.
It's SSR, though, remember?
Yeah, so no one can hit the bid.
Yeah, that's
so
the problem.
We just took out some 75s there. I'll cancel my 74 now. Let's see if it goes even lower than that. We just took a 75 instead of a 74. So that's it. We'll negotiate that trade a little bit. And yeah, here goes Google, man, right into our price. And there it is. Let's go, Google, right back up here. Good trade on that one, guys. Google with a win on the upside right now. So happy with this trade, GOOGL.
Tesla just broke the high of the day. The market is just absolutely booming back above 12.7. I'm going to show you guys in the NASDAQ chart without pulling away from Tesla here for a second. So wick bottom through 12.7. This could be where you get a bit of a jump off. Like, if we take out 12.75, Forget about it. Well, everything except for Bed Bath & Beyond is probably going up at that particular moment. I don't mean to pick on BBBY, but like not many things are holding weakness except for that stock. So big move up there in Tesla. I'm going to have to step up. Forget about 200s. I don't know if we get that again. We'll look for 201 and a dip buy, or we just hold above 202.50, and I'm going for the longs off those tops. NVIDIA just checked back a little bit, which is weird. NVIDIA needs to break 227, man.
What about Amazon?
Like, it's good off this 25, but this takes out 227. It joins the party. And you know what? Maybe I'll just look at a 227 break here and just buy on the way up, so averaging up instead of averaging down.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with, oops, that's still Google, which by the way, let's go, bang that out on Goog right now. I was just talking about Amazon there and meant to talk about Amazon. Instead, I just looked over and said like, wow, that Google trade was pretty good. All right, 101.30, we'll get some more short here. I don't know, there's the VWAP right there. I'm gonna try to respect that level of 50. We'll give it up to 60 though right now on Amazon. So we'll average back into the short right now, see if it can happen for us. So there's another trade, right off VWAP there for Amazon, up to 20s. We got 12s in there now, so let's see if that can still work out for us here on a nice little pull back for them. All right, so now we got 72s on our mind, so we'll put a Bed Bath & Beyond bid there at 72. Hopefully grab that, but I want to look at Amazon again here as maybe it pulls back. I'm not bidding anything until 06 or 60 down there, so hopefully that comes through. Ooh, I did not get that Bed Bath & Beyond there at 72. There seems to be buyers down here at 70, so just watch out. It's still a hell of a trade to the upside there, but yeah, right now, here comes Amazon, $100.65. Man, I hope you're enjoying the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We do this for you every single day, and I mean, the bangers are here, right? I mean, I don't have a red stock. Well, actually, the red stock we do have is going to be Microsoft right now because of this. So we went in, and I told you we were red. When it broke back down there, wow, Microsoft just went to 274? Oh, man, this is explosion time.
I know, we missed that whatever.
Missed that 271.
I know, I said I like
it.
270, debating 71. 71 was right.
Wow.
It's like sometimes,
did not
but you know what?
notice that.
Sometimes you jump in too early, and it's like you just lose an extra $1 if the level breaks. So I know it cuts both ways, man. You got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. It's like, so like here on Uber, right? It tests at 35, wick bottoms it, doesn't get through the low, but I wasn't long again until 35.20. Like if it had, and then all the way into 35. If I go long at 35.50. Okay, fine. If it bounces there and this is the move that goes all the way up, then I would have missed it if I wait out for 35. But then you just lose an extra 50 cents or 70 cents, whatever it is, depending on where your stop gets put. I just took some out on this because it's relatively weak. It's still green on the day because of where it went on earnings, but it's trending to the downside. So we're long off 37, stopped out there. Now we're long off 35. Let's see if we can get back into VWAP. I have one short that isn't Bed Bath & Beyond, and I'm going back to the well. A lower high on a firm. Two plays here. I know this area is the bigger area off 1750, so shorting it off to 25s, I'm going to give it into here, like right off that wick. So wick to 35, short 25s. If it breaks the high, I wait for the top because the market is seeming like it is a little bit strong. So have an out, have a plan. If you have the trend, hold in the trend. It all seems relatively simple, but that's if you set up rules, and then follow said rules is always important. I bit the bullet there and actually took something out again. I said I wasn't going to do it, but there's a wall at 270 on Bed Bath & Beyond, so I took another leg out there. It's just, it's too nice of a pullback into a support level to not trim some there on BBY. Brendan and the small cap recap are on tap.
Hey guys, busy morning, ton of things moving around here. VOYA, another one on the AI side of things just popping up. Give you a look at a few things we're looking at in the pre-market this morning. This QUBT, quantum computing, another one talking the AI talk of late, popping up on a NASA test and NASA collab that they're going to work on. So 4%, but look, straight down since the open for QUBT. EVAX, meanwhile, 25% bump on preclinical data showing their mRNA vaccine for a specific type of blood cancer came back better than expected. So EVAX straight to the downside as well so far today. This one we mentioned briefly in the pre-market, little Chinese stock, ZH. More AI talk coming out of China. ZH back to the downside as well, along with the rest of them so far today, including, BBBY was back on the list, and this LIXT. No additional news, huge mover yesterday, starting to leak a little bit here, but very, very low volume on that LIXT today, guys.
Path and Beyond, another move to the downside right now into 70. So we're just like tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick to the downside right there. Thanks, Brad. So downside move right now into 70. We just took another piece out right there. We still got on a decent piece here. So if this wants to go, man, we've got it right now. And then we also have another one. My best stock here today. And, well, not my best stock, but one of my best reads here is Amazon. And there's another short. We like it there. We hit it again. Amazon on the short side. So, yeah, man, there it is. Let's go Amazon. We're back in the 60s right now. So because we have an upsized position, let's bid something in the low 80s right now because I didn't think we'd get that reload there. So there it is again. We just got to fill as it's starting to head to the downside right now goes Amazon. So obviously we like this name as it is collapsing right now, as is Bed Bath & Beyond. Google and NVIDIA both coming back to flat as well for us. So that's not great. But as Amazon tanks, we make money on that. And now we give some up here on NVIDIA. Watch out for that 224 level. That's what I'm looking at there on NVIDIA. But the market's coming back in right now. Great short there on Amazon, man. Like I said, I was actually saying to Obi before, and I told you that I was a little bit late on the sticky note, and I said to Obi, and he can justify this, I said, why are you even looking at stocks that you didn't trade yesterday? So it's like, especially when you first start out, stick with names that you have great reads on. Like if you made money on a stock yesterday, just go back to it. If you don't have a read, then leave. That's fine. But go over to a stock that you know you believe in, that you have a good read on. This is now 3 days in a row that Amazon's going to be one of my top names, and it's all the same way, man. It's all short. So I put on my manager hat there, talked to these guys a little bit, and yeah, I mean, we never stop working around here anyway, so that's one of the best things about a prop floor. You have all these different ideas, and we get ideas from these guys as well, right? So, you know, share everything, and hopefully be better. But there's Amazon, you know, one trade, right? One good trade. Wow, that was a couple of them, and I was pretty happy with Amazon today.
Yeah, so just a couple of things. Came back to the market coming to the downside, which is good.
Yep.
You have to have some shorts on. Like, you try to always have something.
I just wanted to do
the
something.
position board is incorrect. I am still short Bed Bath & Beyond at 311. I guess we'll have to refresh it. I was in too early. That was a problem. We get into position before they put it on, and the initial short's not reflecting to what things come out. I just took a firm some beneath 17 out. If we get a reload, we might just have to accept that this is happening again. You know, you're rejecting a monster level. Maybe you're just stair-stepping down. Yesterday was different because of the Fed, but if you look at the stair-step the day before, the lower high, you had to be willing to short lower highs, and that might be where we're at. So if we come back in and do not get above 17.20, I might have to think about the shorts in front of 17 even. The longs, NVIDIA is a little bit different here. It never broke 227. So I said to myself, if it breaks 227, we can add, because then it's super strong. Otherwise, allow it to get back down into that 224. It's here now. Tesla's holding $2 in the money, and NVIDIA is actually testing 224. I'd rather see it bounce first, and then, oh, it's trying to bounce right now.
Yeah, I'm trying.
So look for it to bounce first. Cancel that stop order. And then I don't need the 227 stop sitting out there. So we'll go for the long off that 24. It's bouncing now, just added. And now we're going to go back to see if we can get into VWAP. So that's what I'm talking about with NVIDIA. If it breaks 27, that's a trade for another time. Has to get there first.
Yeah, we're making a lot of money here on NVIDIA. We just reloaded that at 224.30. So, I mean, not a lot of money. We'll take 60 cents for now on that and see if that is a lot of money later on NVIDIA. So we do have another offer to the upside. But this is what I'm saying, man. It goes back to exactly what we were talking about a couple seconds ago. And that is that stay with the names that you believe in and that you're strong on. So NVIDIA is going to be one of those names. It's on the sticky note. That's why we're putting out the sticky note every single day. Names that I'm trying to focus on, whether or not you want to focus on them or not is up to you, but these are names that I'm looking at here on a daily basis, and we've given them to you. NVIDIA's the #1 name on here, so that's what we did, and now we have a long. Whether or not it breaks out here, up, down, and sideways, I don't know what it's going to do, but we're back in this, and a lot of trading is your focus on the right names. It's actually Really nothing else. You just got to have the right names in, then you make the plays, and we assess them afterwards. So NVIDIA today on our radar because it's been such a beast. So let's take this short, let's take this long on any dips back in, right? So there it is right now. NVIDIA back down in. We just took some profit as it bumped up, but like Neil said, we're below the 50 period and getting weaker here in this market. So be careful with all of these trades. Bed Bath & Beyond, you get any out yet? I just took some out at 70 again.
I already did. So I did a couple of minutes ago, and I don't want to take any more out in that range. Uber, I am taking more shares out, though. So look, Uber 20s, it goes up again at 35.50. It starts curling. So this is a long off the 35 bottom, understanding you're getting a pullback and an obvious trend into the downside. So take a little bit more out there, pay myself out when it's time to make a decision. If we make a higher low, then I'll be shooting for 75s and then 36s, right? But until that happens, we got to watch out. Tesla's strong, man. I mean, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. It's just NVIDIA's already back to support, and Tesla's holding 201s here. But with the market weakness, we're back below 12.7 on the NASDAQ. I don't see why we shouldn't get back to at least 200 for the dip buy. So I want to be very careful with that. I want more shorts here. I did get out of Meta. Maybe I'll get back into that one. That was also weak. Brendan, what's up?
This MSGM, guys, if you remember from last week, big high flyer, 1 million float on this one, just to refresh everyone. There was an offering earlier in the week. Nothing today on this, just getting a lot of online attention, but back to the upside now for MSGM.
So that's one of those ones, like in order for me to, 1 million float or lower, in order for me to want to go short this, it has to do something stupid. That might qualify, like this 18 to 19, but you want like a ridiculous parabolic move where it's like an obvious top. Otherwise, just be careful because risk on that one, everything is skewed when it's that low. So I like shorting some of those. It's just that's one's in the danger zone to be sure. Just be very, very cautious with that.
All right, we just keep on reloading NVIDIA down here. So yeah, we just took another bid. So there it is again, man, 224.30. We just got it out in the 60s again. We're gonna try to hold for the high side right now. If the market wants to rally, I'll feel so bad not getting more out, or that I've gotten so much out. So let's hold half now and try to get some more here on that. If we're gonna hold half for the dream, then yeah, let's get some more Amazon out right here as it just broke higher. We should have just averaged into it, but we were focused on the other way because we were looking at NVIDIA. So let's put another bid. If Amazon wants to get down again, that's fine. How low did we get there? 80s. Let's put another bid now in those 80 ranges here and see if we can fill that up to the downside goes Amazon. And as Amazon goes down, of course, we do expect NVIDIA to make a move back in. One more bid here at 224, then a 224 break, and we're gone. There's only so many times we're going to go back to the well because this is another tip here. If you keep going back to the well and it eventually breaks, then you're going to, the well's going to run dry, and you're going to be stuck with a lot of shares against you, right? So make sure that you're very, very patient with all this. Here goes NVIDIA. We do have our last reload rate now on, and there it is. Bye-bye. So that's it, gone, NVIDIA gone. Now we have moved to the downside, and look what just happened to Amazon, right back in again. So as we lose on NVIDIA, we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. You've seen losing trades today, Microsoft and NVIDIA. So, hopefully, let's see if it respects that. Now probably goes back up, but
it wicked it.
But it wicked it. That's okay because we got the bottom on Amazon as well. So far so good here. And sorry about that on NVIDIA. I tried the 224. I got out numerous times there at the 60s. That last one, not so much.
I want to go to Intel because I think a short is setting up on the stock. But on NVIDIA, it had this bottom at 223.90. So I give it extra 10 cents. But I did the same thing on Alphabet and just lost an extra 10 cents. So we'll see if that ends up being good or bad. I just like respecting those levels. When a stock travels $4, I don't want to have an even dollar stop necessarily. But this is Intel. I've been waiting for it to get to yesterday's high, and I'm waiting in vain. For your love. So I'm going to go for the short on Intel. It just feels like it's setting up. I have to be into this name. NVIDIA just came out, so we'll slap the fail on that one. I gave it an extra 10 pennies. Now I'm going to be looking for the shorts here. The only long that's left, Uber 35, Tesla's holding up, but the next pop in Intel is going to be me shorting it to be sure. Bed Bath & Beyond is in its own category. At this point, I want to hold this one. I want to see that 250 level. It feels like it's destined to do it, but I'm now out of a firm at the low of the day, which could have been a mistake. I thought we'd get a bounce to be able to add to this, and now it's just breaking the low. So I want something else to the short side. Intel for sure. Somewhere in here on a firm as well is going to make some sense. Maybe ringing the register a few too many times on some of those shorts and not holding on to them was a mistake.
Oh, man. So, you know, when we were reloading Amazon and we were just like, man, we love this stock to the short side. Look at how good that reload was. We're now out of it. Why? Because myself didn't have the right order there. So I did not cancel my 60 bid when I put my 80 bid. So it ran me over, got me out. We are now out of Amazon. But look what else is happening right now. We are about to get killed on Google. So Google right now, it's going to be a 40-cent hit on a decent amount of shares. Google downside right now, breaking through $100. Nothing I could do. I did not think Google would be down 7% ever.
7%?
But yeah, it's down and it's going to break. So bye-bye Google. I don't even have any offers out. I just don't want to get like...
Yo, it goes SSR.
Yeah, it's going to go SSR maybe today, but that means 99. So let's wait to see. But there's a little bit of size there at O's. We could just keep it here. It's going to break. There's so much pressure on Google to the downside. If you're long, this might be the good long, but at the same time, man, there it is. It broke. It's gone. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet again there
failed 100
on
break?
Google. Failed 100 break, but not really. Well, let's see. Maybe it did fail. All right, let's go back over to the big screen with Brendan. Now that sucks about Google. Damn it.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on crypto. First off, oil inventory numbers just coming through. 2.4 million build versus 2 million expected there. So oil downside right now on that number, 2.4 million versus 2 million expected there. Pretty quiet otherwise for crypto so far today. That's a look at the daily chart for BTC. We're still stuck in this range, holding bottom end support, even with those comments yesterday from Powell. Really not much movement to speak of for Bitcoin or for Ethereum. It did have a bigger move back to the top end of the range from support, but overall not a heck of a lot going on. Still 1.5% so far today for Ethereum, 1656 versus back below 23,004. BTC after briefly testing above late in the day yesterday. Matic down there, 5% leading the way as far as this board is concerned, but overall pretty uneventful for crypto today, guys.
So I took a shot here, and look, 10% down on Alphabet's going to be 99, so that's the SSR level, but it did do the over-under for a brief second there. It broke 100, stalled out at 99.88, got back above 100, so I got the long at 103 cents. My stop is at the low, so I'm risking 15 cents in slippage to go for the long here, but I feel like the better long is going to be at 99. At this point, have missed the trend, obviously, for the shorts on Alphabet. What a strong reversal that put in. And you guys were live here. We saw Google come down. Brennan brought the news of Bard. You guys were mentioning in the chat. So congratulations to everyone that caught onto this. I wish I was long. I can't say that I am. I only have Tesla left. And, oh, no, I just missed it. Oh, you got to be kidding me. So Tesla dipped back down to that 199.50. I tried to pick it up there. I just missed by like 15 cents. This is holding the line. But look at that candle. What a rejection candle. And I'm looking for the dip buy on this one, but the market is too weak. Forget about it. We got to be more aggressive looking for those shorts. I missed Intel. I got out of Refrain. So the only thing that we're holding on to the grave,
to our grave,
is Bed Bath & Beyond. Oh, man, Affirm. And Intel. Look, this is. Oh, come on, Neil. You're not short Intel. You're not short Intel. For the love of.
Man, come on, Neil, man. You got to be short Intel. All right, so, man, we went back into the long on Google. We're long at 9999 right now. The other thing right here is we still should be short Amazon. We talked about that. It would only have been 10%, so it's not like a huge thing. But that's right here, right now. Amazon trying to take down 100. So that's a short for sure for me, Amazon. So if Amazon takes down that 900, or that 100, 100, then we'll be back in it. Or we'll go into the short. Yeah, back into the short. Right now, Google's trying to bounce a little bit. Our average price is 92 now. So let's put something out at 99s. And then, hey, if we do want to fly a little bit higher, then we can get it out. But, like, we don't want to pretend like Google's a monster here. It's the other way around. So whenever you're trading counter trend, you are trying to scalp out some profit if you're right one way, and then trying to hold out for that move back down the other way. So here comes Google right now. I mean, see, we didn't even get that 99, right? So if it takes down 79, break of 80, we're gone. That's the low right now, so we're just playing off the low. Google breaks the low, we're gone again on that one. It'll be my worst name by far today, and that's Google. We tried it. We tried the long. It didn't work off 100. I did not think we'd be down 7%, but like Brendan and Neil just said there, got to pay attention to that news, man. Was not good today. And we were kind of mocking it in the open, remember? And we were like, nah, that's nothing. Dude. Look at this long I had right there, 103. Like, if it gave us the short numerous times here, and we just kept ignoring it. So yeah, probably deserved to lose on this one, if anything, guys.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you got to regroup because like everyone in the chat was telling me, it's like, look at Intel, look at Intel. So look, at this point, it's already off the lows. I'm not going to chase the move. Forget about it. It's not worth it to chase the move because then you start doing like a FOMO trade. Like you just get pissed off and you try to chase lost money. So I don't want to do that. I'll go back to the next thesis for me, which was take a dip buy. Like the market's come down in, but I do still like the trend in Tesla. Long here, long here, long here, long here. I feel like I've been patient with this name. So if I do end up losing, if this breaks 199.50, I can live with all of the entry points. I never chased a high break, with the exception of when it went parabolic through 200. But the first time through 200, I was always going to take that trade. Let's be honest. As a day trader, you're going to do that. But if I get 201s, I want to scalp something else. It's a weak market. So if you get a good bounce, take it, and then see what happens. I want to make sure that we're being calm.
Yes.
Not looking at Intel. Go to a name which is still presenting a trade. A firm is setting up for a bottom break here. It already made the bottom wick, and now you're just looking for the pop in the VWAP here. So 17 even. I want to go for the short off of VWAP in a firm. Get back into the party off this one. Looks like we have a chance.
All right, so we are partying it up right now also on Google, because Google is making a move back down in right now. So this is going to be a good trade for us here on Google, back to the upside, hopefully anyways, as it goes. So we have a nice little long. This is what we're talking about when you're talking about risk versus reward right now. Nice make back right now. Like we took that 80, like we're long 85, we were long 89s, if you guys remember, against 79. So Neil said 15 cents worth of risk. We just took 10 cents worth of risk, and now we're in the money.
You want your longs to work?
I want my longs to work.
I just made it. I'm just going to make it happen right now.
Okay.
I'm changing the bull to a bear.
Are you though?
I am 0 for my last two. When I change the bull to a bear, the market goes to the upside.
Well, it's already ripping, so you're doing a good job of this. If even just by
I'm long Tesla, so it's like
just by you thinking about this happening has created some nice moves. So
it
nice
works.
move, Neil. I like that.
It works.
But look at this, man. It is cash central right now. Spin it for
money,
Google.
money,
What we lost, we
money,
make back
money,
right now.
money.
So good trade here. Let's see if we can keep it going though on Google.
Yeah, let's see what happens. But I mean, I'm being tongue-in-cheek about that.
Yes,
but that
yes.
being said, let's go for it. It's Super Bowl this weekend, so we'll do a little bit of a spike. Off 200s, we just took the buck on Tesla. We'll hold out for the high of the day. Looks like it's still strong. And then on the upward move, so find the relatively strong name, do the dip buy because you like the longs there. And then if you get a big move up, this can give you a chance to get back into a short. I'm looking a firm. Maybe, just maybe, there's enough of a pop that I'll like an Intel short if it gets to like 75s or 80s. But remember, this kind of a volume bottom, if it goes all the way back up, can be very, very bullish at times. I want to check back in on Meta because Meta was making some interesting lows. That wick, every time I get rid of it, just comes right back. Just made a 184 bottom, so not 83s. It's close. 83 is the level I liked on Meta. 84, if it double taps it, I might take a shot. Meta was a good short, and then I reloaded and didn't like it enough. That sucks because when you get wicked out here, that's usually the best place to jump back into the trade. Just remember that. When you get wicked out, that's running stops, getting rid of weaker hands for the next move. Not all the time, but oftentimes that's what happens. That's why you get that setup looking like this. So it's like, whoa, but I got out, and then it was amazing. It's not a coincidence. That's just how it works. It has nothing to do with your order. It's just how the market sometimes gets you. So looking for the long off the 184. Then I'll try 183 on Meta.
Yeah, you got right there.
Oh, Bed Bath & Beyond hit 60.
Yes, it did. So Bed Bath & Beyond is a nice mover down here. We actually just got, we've been getting it. We got 64s, 66s. Unbelievable. Neil and I were sort of joking here at the beginning of the day. It's like, where should we put our bids for Bed Bath & Beyond? And I guess the answer was low. So there it is right now. You know, this is what we've been doing all day today on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's 10:40 already. Short, 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 as right now it is at this bottom. I don't have a bid now. I better put one in, see if we can get a 62 fill. But right now, there it is, Bed Bath & Beyond. Nice move to the downside here for that name as we stay short this all day. And there's a 62 fill. So let's see if it just can, oh, we didn't get it. Let's see if we get it right now on that downside for Bed Bath & Beyond. Man, what a great day it is. Make sure that, I know I always say that, and I know I always get crap from you guys, but hey, when you're having a good time and you're making some money, it is a good day, right? Every day is a good day, but you know, especially when it's a green day. So
every day above the earth.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll, unless you're, you know, I mean, Fahad, you know, he does those push-ups and he kind of sinks into the ground there.
Well, back onto Fahad here. But like it is a good day today. Like the market gave you some good opportunities in there in either direction. Like if you like some longs, you definitely got them. If you missed some short, like I just 3 cents away on a firm. Like give me a break. It is what it is. I say that all the time. You can't get upset about it. But sometimes it's better to catch the curl than just be out in front of it. So I'm going to try to get some more shares or back into the short there. Tesla just checked up one more time. At 201. So it bounces VWAP. Let's see if it can get to the high of the day. This might be one of these situations where unless the market makes a convincing bottom, we're not going to get through the tops on Tesla. So I'm just going to get I'm actually going to offer in front of the highs because joining the trend or getting back into the trend has not been any trouble. So I'll go for that 202 change, see if we get it. And then we go to Brendan for Sector Watch. Probably looking ready.
Hey guys, yeah, red board to show you once again back to the downside for the overall market. There are, however, a few areas of note, once again showing a lot of strength. Fortinet up here, FTNT, cybersecurity name. They reported all of the other cybersecurity related stocks catching a bid on that. So a huge move, 13% back to the upside. SEDG and First Solar leading the way as far as the clean energy names in the semiconductor group. We talked about the other one that reported this morning better than expected. I just saw NVIDIA there popping up 1%, I guess, for NVIDIA, 1.25, but just popped up on some volume there as well. So heads up on some of the semis moving around. Lumen, they reported big miss. Forecast was a disaster, 19.5 to the downside. There's Google, yeah, huge move, almost 7% at one point, back to 6.2 right now. For Alphabet, the healthcare group showing strength. Financials, a little bit of strength as well. CME reported beat right across the board. So financials are strong so far today. And I mentioned that energy inventory data just came out there. Larger than expected build sent oil downside. Also sent some of the individual energy stocks back into the red that were positive on the day as well. If you haven't done so already, guys, take a sec, smash a like and subscribe if you haven't. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Neil and I, okay, so first of all, big level here on Bed Bath. I'm going to put another bid on here at 60. Neil and I just talking about it, and like, it's too bad that we're not up like 50 grand or 100 grand on this name today. And I kind of say that tongue in cheek, but not really. And the reason why is like, we have the capabilities of doing that. It's just, I was saying to Neil, like, if yesterday we would have gone hella short off the open like we were doing here today, like a lot more shares, like we would have gotten absolutely destroyed because
that whole top,
it ripped.
Man.
Yeah, not even just just this move, or that's yesterday at the close. Just this move up here, like if you're short 315, this and that, like it rips up to 357 where Neil's talking about the halt. Then it goes to 373. Sure, then it falls down. That's great, but then you're short again, and then it goes to 390. Like I would have been shut down if I would have put on like 100,000 shares there or something like that. So yeah, it's a tough game, but hey, that's why we're here. Like every day is something different in the market, believe it or not. So yeah, you know, you got to trade with caution all the time, and you know, you want to make sure that you're here to trade another day. We're absolutely on fire right now, so you know, I didn't want to like put that flame out with bad trades on Bed Bath & Beyond, but it turns out that I guess there would have been no bad trades as Bed Bath & Beyond today. Only downside. So yeah, hard to assess it, but again, you know, tough to take that much risk on the show. I just hope that you guys are all sitting here watching Bed Bath & Beyond and seeing this move to the downside and know that Neil and I both have this, and it's up to you how many shares you want to roll with it. But that 260 just stopped there.
Trend is your friend.
Yeah, I did not get a fill, but we will average it if it goes back up.
Yeah, the trend is your friend. Keep it that simple. I don't think that you need to get complicated, but that trend it's to the downside right now in the overall market. I was just getting 01s and saying, hey, let's get to 202 on Tesla, get another leg out, and then instantly it's like one candle, we're right back into VWAP. Eventually, you know, if this market trend continues, Tesla's going to stop holding up here. So maybe it's right now. This is the first time where I've got to dip buy, like dip buy, hold, breakout, hold the line, breakout, get this dip buy, and then it comes right back and gives it to you. So that's a pretty weak sign when I'm getting that fill already again off 200. So if it does not hold 199.50, I'm going to get out of Dodge and then reassess. In terms of getting back into some shorts or into them for the first time, ooh, I'll get rid of that wick. Intel, I still like it VWAP, but it needs to get back up to like 28.75. I don't want to compromise too much on price there. And then the other one, Affirm, that I like to the south side. kind of running away from us here. However, there's always another way to get an entry in a firm here. Look, if you look at yesterday's range, I think room down to 16 stands out. So I don't have to get 17 short. It could make a play at the lower end of the range, then I go off of that. So got to be a little bit patient there. And I know NVIDIA is now weak. Yep, that out. Wow, if you just reversed it. But it still has 220 in play. That 221 close, that can still be made for a little bit of a bid. And then the last one I want to be looking at is 99 on Google. If you're wondering why would you want to go long a trend like this, well, if it goes SSR 10% to the downside on a big cap name like that, where you can't short without an uptick, I'm going to go for the long whenever a big name hits that SSR, whether it's Tesla, whether it's Alphabet, today it could be. I don't know if it's going to be for sure, but we'll have a chance to get it. Actually, do my math wrong on that one.
What were you talking
it's a little
about?
it's a little bit lower than that. So I want to make sure I get it exactly right on that SSR in Alphabet.
Oh, in Alphabet, yeah. All right, so Amazon's come back in a little bit here as well. Yeah, so I'm
Hey,
still...
why is that not canceling?
See? You see what I'm saying?
I had to click the order. That's
what I was talking about before, that there was
check
cancel
what's going on
issues. So hopefully Brankles is having some and he could submit a ticket for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna message
No, there is a cancel
Okay,
problem.
there is.
I don't have an example. So maybe you should write that order number down or something. But okay, so right now I just want to talk about Amazon quickly. As Neil and I, we are testing out some new software. So sometimes there are little, Q&A stuff happening there.
Beta testing it, but
yeah, it's all good. And we will fill out some of those informations for our team about that. So that's just what we're talking about, sort of off the cuff there. All right, so I just want to say, we've come and resisted this 100 a couple times. So, I mean, needless to say, maybe that's where the trade needs to happen. I don't know. Down, maybe it's a long. Maybe Amazon's a long.
It's
here.
still holding
what are you guys
100.
thinking? Yeah, it's still holding 100. I mean, I'm trying to find some levels here. Like, we just went up to 50, and that's where these levels are. Sorry, that's 101. This is a 3-minute. This is the 50 level there on the 3-minute chart. We just did bounce right there off of that level. So, maybe 50 is something. Actually, now it coincides with this 50 period. So, yeah, let's try it right here. $100.56 right there. How am I not still long Google, by the way, right now? Oh, it fell back in. Okay, I don't mind this Google long back here. I didn't even realize that was happening. So let's check out Google down here, back near some of these lows. I don't mind picking this up back here.
Yeah, just a correction there, because I said 98, but it should be like a lot closer to 96 on Amazon. And it actually makes it a little bit better here because you're so far away from that SSR position. However, the long I'm in is Tesla. I do like this 100 up-down action because it can give you a bit of a trade. So I just got into a firm, and Tesla's starting to bounce. So I got to do this on Tesla. Is get an order out there at 01s, because rinse and repeat every single chance you get. The market looks relatively weak. Make sure that we're paying ourselves out. This is close enough to lunchtime that you can start barcoding a little bit in the overall market. If that's the case, pay yourself out in these scalp ranges. A firm is a new position. I want to get to Google, but I just picked up a firm in front of 17 in VWAP, so I'm going to go with the lower high there. And I'm kind of with you on that Alphabet. After looking at it a little bit closer and realizing how far away we are from SSR, this could be the level here. If it reclaims 100, it still hasn't even gone to like 99.50. So this one still could be valid, that 100. I tried it once. I haven't gotten back into it, but I don't want to ignore that you could be making a bit of a bottom here on Google, which is a weak name. However, okay, Microsoft is stronger.
Yeah, I don't
and
know
Microsoft's back
here.
at 271. I've been waiting at 270. I've been waiting at 270 forever on this stock, and I keep missing it. It never goes to 270. It always bottoms at like 70.50, 70.40. I'm going to give it one more chance to give me the shot in front of 270. Otherwise, I'm going for the 271 long.
All right. So we're back. Okay. I mean, I always say just stick in your lane here, and we're doing that right now again as we just go back right in. Yes, let's go. Print a little bit lower right now. We're only short at 35 here, but let's take some profit on Amazon if it does come back in. We do like Amazon here, but see how it's not dropping? Like
Tesla just broke support.
Broke support?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. Hopefully, if Tesla's breaking support, that's a good sign for us.
All day it's been holding.
All right, good. So let's go to the downside now. I only say good because there it is. Let's go. Yes, sir, man. I mean, this is the same stock that we've been ringing this in all damn day. Yes, sir. Bang! I love when this shit works out, man. Nice move to the downside. There goes Amazon right now. Bring us some 10s into this game right now. Player 2 has entered the building, and it's another short. So nice little move here for Amazon as we're going to end the day at our highest spot. Hopefully, fingers crossed, only 10 minutes to go here. So let's just start taking some more out, man. 14s, 15s. We just got short 40 there. We looked for a short. We did this. So there it is right now. I don't want to... You know, again, that's a pretty dramatic move down there for Amazon. So now look, now it just makes its way right back up. We actually got out of half down there. So let's see if this market wants to fade out right now. We still are watching for that 100 break now on Amazon. So let's hold the rest and see if it gets back down there. Actually, we have a couple more bids in the teens, and then we'll look to hold. We still are looking for that break this side though, right? So that's why we're now out of a little bit more than half of this trade. Let's see if it can still work out for us. Amazon still pulling back in right now, but we are bidding in the teens. Anything you want to have there? I know you're hitting
Well,
keys.
I always say sometimes you just got to look for the reversal when it's an obvious out. Tesla all day long was holding the trend, and we're long in front of it. It broke the trend. This time I'm finally doing the reversal on one of these names. I got a firm as well, but you guys knew about that. Brendo and Money Talks. That's what it is.
Hey guys, bit of a muted session so far for currencies once again, coming off some volatility yesterday following Fed Chair Powell. We had an initial sell-off, but back to the upside today. For the dollar index, as everyone was trying to make clear of what he was talking about yesterday, whether it was going to be a little more dovish, whether it was going to be a little more hawkish, but here we are, back to green anyways for the DXY right now, 103.5 or thereabouts, 103.44. Interesting note on the Canadian dollar from the Bank of Canada today. We're going to get minutes from the Canadian, or the Bank of Canada, from their latest meeting on interest rates for the first time ever today, similar to what the Fed does in the US and what the EU Bank does as well. This comes after the IMF criticized them yesterday on transparency and clarity on what they're planning. So if you remember the last Bank of Canada interest rate hike, they came out and said that's it, they're done. For the time being. So we're going to get minutes from the Bank of Canada's latest meeting for the first time ever. Otherwise, though, pretty muted board here today, guys.
Bank of Canada.
Come on,
Quick
Canada.
trivia question for everyone in Canada. Who's the head of the Bank of Canada?
Tiff.
I know you know, Sharif.
I know too,
Okay, I know you know. Whatever, man.
but I didn't know yesterday.
Well, that's one of the, by the way, just get to the actual market for a second here. So Tesla did just touch 198. Want to respect this.
Amazon.
I almost forgot. Like, zoom out a little bit. This is where the initial longs were at 198. It actually makes some sense that it could catch a bid down there. I do want to be thinking about trend. However, get out. I have a firm. I want to go Intel. I think the shorts are now starting to come in. I got rid of this wick, but it comes back in there. So it's hard to see. That's 28.50 on the bottom, 28.75 up top there. I want to get something in the middle of the range to the short side on Intel. I know it's hard to see with that wick. It's kind of annoying. Meta is also catching a bit of a bid here. I'm on the 184. I like the fact that Meta held up. Market was making lows, Tesla broke support levels, and Meta actually made a higher low. That's a bit bullish for the stock at this point now.
$100.20. I don't know. So we did take a short here in, I'm going to try to get some out. It bounced off that 100 again, man. So we did take a short. It doesn't look like it's going to work out, obviously. So we'll take some 8s, 9s, 7s. I'm just going to take some out as it falls in here, just to hold the rest. I just don't want to put on a big piece if it's not going to work, right? So we still have up to $100.50. I hate losing on trades. And we're not going to give back our day on Amazon. Obviously, we're not going to do anything even close to that. But, you know, still, not great here as we sit and watch out for Amazon as it tried to break 100. Look, we have a lot of outs. Like, some of our outs are down here, 92s. We did get some decent outs, but still pretty strong right now. Fading back is Amazon. So I don't know, man. Maybe it's not as weak as we sort of thought here in this move down, because Google's still falling down pretty good, and Amazon definitely catching a bid here at 100. So. All right, I'll take one more piece now at 11. I mean, if we take 10-cent hits on this, we take 10-cent hits on this. But hopefully now it'll drop back in. I don't have any more bids on this name until 90s, so hopefully it comes back in and fills us up a little bit there on the downside for Amazon. I'm going to give it to about, where did we just stop there? $100.20. Now let's still give it up to where we want it to, $100.50 on this trade for Amazon. So hopefully it comes back in and we're able to get out of this sub 100. But if If not, let's hold this for 50
Wow,
cents.
Tesla reversal.
Reversal on Meta?
No, Tesla with a reversal.
Okay.
So it just got back to that 200 level, did a bit of an over-under. I'm going to give it to 25s there, but you know, if that
much
gets back
dancing.
above, I do like what Meta just did. Like Meta on that flush, Meta went nowhere, held the higher low. So I'm going to go off of this 185 level, it looks like, right? So you got this nice little channel here on Meta where you don't have to hold it to the low of the day. You can kind of give it back to 185. So I'm going to go for that, just given the relative strength that it's got. I never got the Intel short. Tesla, I'm going to do this. I want to be on Intel. I want to be on Meta, at least for the time being. So I'm going to quickly show you my black chart. We have 4 minutes to go. We got some time. I don't have to panic about it. So here's the push back up on Tesla. It did a bit of an over-under at 200, so I was able to add to it. Now I'm going to bid 99s and 198s. It might turn back into a long, but while that's happening, as a matter of fact, it just stopped out. So the short, unless you took that first scalp trade for $1, it was great, but now turning into a bit of a long. But I like the higher low that Meta's putting in here. So far away from those lows. When that market made that last push to the downside, I'm going to give it a shot. I actually might take a few more shares here on Meta, just in case we have a bottom. The only other short outside of Bed Bath & Beyond, hold to the grave, Affirm. I never even got filled. I'm waiting for 1665s. Maybe that's too obvious. I'll go 1667 because that's less obvious. And then we'll go for the low of the day at 1650 and hold through the low of the day. This is another one of those names where if the trend's to the downside, keep joining it and keep holding it until it breaks.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. We just got out some more O's on Amazon. I don't know. Like, so the reason why I'm getting out right now, it's gonna suck if it breaks, and that's fine if it breaks. I mean, we thought we would go short there. We've made a lot of money on Amazon today. I told you it's my number one. My number one name is Bed Bath & Beyond, but Amazon is right behind it, and very well done, obviously. The only trade we've screwed up right now is the break of O's. So that's why I'm trying to defend it right now. We're short at 96. I mean, the worst out we have is 10 cents of a hit right there. So hopefully right now is what we're at. Let's hope that it doesn't do this. But I'm looking at right here, $100.50 still. So I'm going to try to average this in. That's why we're getting out. If it rips back up right now, I feel like it could resist this break like it's doing and then find a buyer. But then I don't know how far up that buyer is going to take this. I feel like past resistance up here. So hopefully we now dip down. Like I said, I don't have any bids until 80s. So if it falls back down now, good. And yeah, we will end the day at our best spot right now, but there it is again. Like, it just stops at 90s. I can't stop this, man. I just put another bid at 91. Give me that 91. No, it stops at 91. Okay, we'll probably get it anyways. Now let's put a bid at 81s and 91. So, all right, give me it. Give me it, Amazon. Oh, we still missed that 91s there. Okay. All right, we'll hopefully get that, but let's go over to Brendan and the big board.
Yeah, quick look at what's to come tonight and tomorrow morning, guys, as far as earnings are concerned. Maybe the busiest day of the week, anyways, as far as tradable names.
This is probably a better name in terms of tradable names.
There
You get Disney, you get multiple casino names, Wynn and MGM, Affirm. Affirm. How much money did you lose this time? We'll see. But we never talk about Robinhood. That's going to be in play, I suppose.
Oh, man.
And then, yeah, tomorrow morning, you just get some interesting names for the overall market, like Pepsi, Kellogg's, that kind of thing. So, look, you know where your bread is buttered. Try to stick to that. I want to add one long to the list here. Uber just made a huge wick bottom. That's me wicked out. This is a nice setup for a long trade. I'm going to work into a long on Uber in front of the 3480, that lower high. Looking pretty. I like those wick bottoms and then the consolidation level, so we'll see if that can end up holding. That 35 looks pretty good again.
Serenity now.
Why? What happened?
Well, nah, we were getting out of like all of our Amazon there. Now we only have a third left.
I know how it goes. I know how that goes.
To the downside right now. So
Ooh,
whatever.
Meta just broke.
Like, everything's breaking, man. All right, let's
Where's
check out
my
Softy
Intel, Phil?
really quickly now. Uh-oh, Softy's, we didn't even realize this. Softy's at 270.
No, yeah,
man.
that's right.
Okay, wow. You guys are going to have a hell of a lot of fun on this midday show
Wow.
right now. Darn it. All right, so Microsoft's at this 270. We should have already been long there. How much of a gift was that? Down to 270. Here it comes in right now. So, like, It's 11 o'clock.
I know.
I think this 270 is worth taking, but it's bouncing around here. This market is sick and breaking the low. I'm not going to take it, to be honest with you guys. So honestly, I'm going to leave it to these guys. They can take the shorts. We are 30 cents in the money, though. And again, a little
If it breaks, it breaks.
Yeah, if it breaks, it breaks. And we want that play on Microsoft for the short. But there it is, man. We just took, there's 40 cents, 35 cents on Amazon to the downside. We're going to try to hold these shorts out for this play. But here it is, man. Nice downside move on Amazon, and it's continuing to make these lows. So there it goes, 99.65. We talked about it all day. Stay with what you do the best, and that's Amazon. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Fahad. Thanks, Neil, Brett, and everybody, man. But okay, there it is. We're going to have to watch out for these low breaks, man.
I know. It's gone now.
It's frustrating. There it is. It just broke. So, okay, let's go over the show, or else we're just going to keep on going. Neil, thank you. Brendan, thank you. Let's go over to the big guys, Sharif and Luca. Go kill it, boys.
What is up, guys? Welcome
going
to the
on,
Midday Show. I'm Sharif, that's Luca. Let's get it started. You heard the big kahunas. They're trading the big cap names. And we're at low days, Luca. We just broke that 41.40 level on the ES March contract.
Absolutely. I think it was Neil who said, scalp the longs, but hold on to the shorts. And here we go to the downside, guys. Pretty exciting. Always a fun time. And yeah, having a great time. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. I'm just pulling up the chat here to make sure I have you guys in front of me so I know what I'm watching here. This is not the correct video. I'm looking at myself, Sharif. Look at this up here. I'm in a different thing. I'm like, oh no, this is not today. This is not live here. But yeah, guys, hopefully enjoying the show. Things are moving, man. I'm looking at Amazon below 100. I think Sean said it best there. Short Amazon every single day. Take the opening print short. You're short 102, and this thing is now at 99.60. And continuing, man. That VWAP action was pretty exciting. Back down to 100, bouncing a little. A couple times now, sort of trending lower there. So not really sure what to think. Not really too sure what comes next, but definitely going to be an exciting afternoon. I'm looking forward to it. And Tesla 200. Yeah, man, Tesla 200. It is above 200 here. Do we continue? Do we go higher? I think the VWAP longs have been really good. The bounces over here, bounce over here, bounce over here, and then sort of a little bit of a dip. And I mean, if we get a bounce, it is holding. I think if we get a little bit of a bounce, I think we go up. So I'm going to start a long here to see if we can actually get through the 201, sort of playing off of VWAP. I'm willing to average into this. This is sort of the classic dip below, pop above, maybe we go sideways. If the market bounces for whatever reason, then I think we can trend upwards. Not going to go for too much on this one, but if I can get give me 70 cents, I'll take it, man. So yeah, that's a nice move up right away there. So that's actually
good call.
That's the thing, man. When you get in a trade and it instantly goes in the money, you're right. Don't think about covering it. Think about how you can get more. But, as a scalper, I will take some here. That was a banger. Okay, bring the money for that one, Sharif.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that was instant. Oh, my God. Are we going to 202 right now? Okay, yeah, I'm throwing some orders out of 202. Tesla today, guys, for anybody trading it, you know how fast the tape's moving. It's in, it's out, it's flying all over the place. You're seeing that tape teleportation. It's just a product of what it is, man. Tesla is one of those things that you have to anticipate. This can move $1 against you. And so as I'm taking along here, I want to average into it, but I know that it could flash down like $1. So the same way that it gave me $1 winner, I think that was $1 winner, right away is the same how, it can go down against you $1 there. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Tesla's definitely doing a lot of volume and moving today. I'm still in the long here, so I'm hoping that this goes higher. If it goes lower, I'll continue to add. I want to long below VWAP, cover above. I think, Tesla up 2% today, breaking 200 to the upside. I was talking to somebody else saying, are we going to 250? Can we pray for that? So yeah, let's see if Tesla wants to actually continue. Every time it breaks key levels, it sort of floats. The VWAP longs are good. And then eventually, if the market holds up, at least, if the market holds up, we'll go back to high a day, I think, and then drift higher. I would not be surprised to see Tesla 205, 206. But again, the overall market has to act accordingly. And if the market is going lower and selling off, but Tesla's holding up on a little bit of a bounce, even if we get back to VWAP, I mean, this name will be at 205. That's kind of my guess there. So this is why you take the profits, man. It instantly goes in the money. I'd be kind of sad if I didn't take some of that off. So that was pretty clean. But again, I am going to recycle this area over and over again, so I'm not really too worried. If it dips down, I'll just kind of add and then sell above. That's an idea there. And then Amazon, I'm not sure if we get back up on Amazon, but the 100 area is pretty interesting, man. Yesterday it was pretty sick on how it broke through 100 and then kind of never looked back. And then you had those the 100 level, and then Jay Powell spoke. We went all the way up. We came all the way back down. The reason why it's interesting today as well is because this is day 2, so it's not going to be as good as a day 1, but day 2 continuation. Down on the day, VWAP sellers are in full effect. We're now below 100, and anytime you see a setup where it goes bounce, 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 and then break, even though it's slow and it's not really like a hard level, as we bounce back and test, we literally get to 99, what is that, 96, 99, 96, and then we like flush back down right away. So if you miss the first opportunity for the short through because you weren't watching it and you see it coming back, it's not to say that it's the same trade, but 100, key psychological level, man. Gotta imagine that anybody that's long is dying to get out close to 100. So as we pop, they hit it down, it goes back down. So I am watching Amazon 100 again if we get there. I'm gonna try shorts in front of that. If we break above, I'm not gonna put a stop order at 100.01. But if we break above, what I don't want to see is a break above 100, and then we start to go back to the 50 period. Like, I'm not going to hold this 30, 40 cents, at this point 70 cents against me. I'm just going to take the 100. If it fills me, goes down, I'll hold for lower day potentially and lower. Or if we go back up, then maybe I'll consider the flip long for the move to VWAP. And then I do like the VWAP shorts and over VWAP shorts on Amazon. So, yeah, let's see where that one wants to go. So, yeah, Amazon looking for the short to fill. Tesla in the long, looking to add to this position, and I'm sure I'll find a few more, that's for sure.
All right, guys, it's been a quieter day for me. Haven't traded too much. Took a couple of good trades on Vana. I got to this one before it kind of really made that aggressive move, but I absolutely paper-handed this trade in every sense of the word. Trust me when I tell you. So basically, I bought into this retracement here. This is a 3-minute chart. In fact, let's go to the 1 minute, a little bit easier to see the deets on this one. So yeah, this retracement is where I got in, and I ended up taking everything out here in front of 15. And then what did it do right after that? Boom! All the way up to the upside 16, it halts, and then it, right?
Is that?
It moves all the way up to 16, 7,
one?
absolutely. To
Potential
16,
word of the day there.
right? Yeah. And we got a. Okay, we'll get to that in a bit.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. We got a little animation here, guys, for word of the day. Bringing you new stuff, of course. 1677 is the top on Vana. I really had a good instinct for this. I was patient. I added in the right areas, but I absolutely paper-handed the outs, and that's the most important part. So lesson learned for me, exercise more patience. Any fan of the show or viewer of the show knows I've been complaining about that for a while. So nice little trade on Vana, positive on it. Then I sat down after a little break. I see this NVIDIA low here, accumulating at 222. I build into the position, and we get some out through the break of 222. Small trade, profitable trade, but you know, not the best of the bunch. All right, now I'm in a new trade here on Vana that I didn't mention, which is the idea that we have an interesting support area here. So around that 1480, I want to say 15 to around 14, we have an interesting buy area. So I'm thinking I'll just build a position. This was like a third of a position, guys, right here at this. Where did I get in? I got 1478s now. We're in the 1440s. So it's about time for me to add into this position here. The idea is 1420 break, and I'm out. The reason being, now that's the 200 period moving average on my 1 minute, as well as the trough of this retracement here. 14 at, I want to say a quarter, 14 and a quarter to the downside, but I'll give it to like 19s. So if it breaks down, it breaks down. You know, it's probably not the best idea here, taking it long below VWAP, especially with these small cappers. That's kind of against my rules, but we're going to give it a bit of a test and see what happens. The other trade that I'm in, Microsoft. I was looking for this 270 to hold. It's not holding. The market's making newer lows. I was looking to defend that 270. It's about time for me to add at this level. I got in 270.45, very small position too, building into this one. I don't feel like I have a good read on the market today, so I'm not going to size in if I really don't understand, kind of not feeling the trade. So let's add in a little bit here into this Microsoft long as we want to defend that area. Do we get the fill? Looks like, yeah, we get the fill there. So we'll see what goes on here. What's the chat up to? Beer Money Scalper. Big Bird costume update, please. Good question. You know, as soon as I send it over to my man Luca, I'm going to message Justin. He's taking care of that. He's going to organize that whole costume thing with a local costume shop. So we'll have updates for you on that. It's still going to happen. I mean, there's no question about it. Renata Haddad, Neo 30-minute chart. 1060-ish long. Let's have a look. So what do we got here in the NEO world? I haven't been on NEO lately, guys. I mean, it's been kind of trading more like a buyout, which is not really my cup of tea, but Renato wants us to look at it, so we'll have a look. Okay, so what you want again? 1060-ish long. Okay, so interesting here. We got, obviously, we've got a downward channel. And it's kind of like a cone shape. So you're getting a narrowing. So these are going to meet eventually. Now, if it's moving to the downside, I would eventually suggest a breakdown here. But you know, it could break up. If I were to take the long, it would be through the break of this trend line. That's how I would play it. I don't know what you're looking at in terms of the levels. Let's have a look at the 15-minute chart to see if there's any specific levels. Okay, so it's held this level that we're at yesterday. It kind of was near the low of today, so this is a good area to defend. But we are in a downward trend on the stock, which is not the case for a lot of these Chinese ADRs who have been benefiting a lot lately. So I don't know. I feel like this is relatively weak, Renata. I mean, it wouldn't be my cup of tea, but if I was to go long, I'd go long through the trend line there. So I hope that helps. Let's flip back here and see how our trades are doing. Okay, so Microsoft like popped all the way up here. Or is that a fake? Is that a fake pop? What's the high there? 270.53. So no, that's okay. So it didn't quite get there. So Microsoft continuing to trend down. I'm going to have to actually cut this soon for a loss if it continues to head in this direction. But the overall market going to the downside, guys. It looks like you know, I'm going to have to flip short today.
Yeah, guys, building into the Tesla long as we kind of flush, what I'm hoping for, and again, hope, you don't want to say the word hope when you're trading, but what I'm hoping for is a pop back. I'm looking for above 200 covers, going into 200 covers. I think VWAP prints again. That's basically my logic on this idea. You know, it's long here, the long was good, covered some, add. As we get back up, cover. That's going to be the plan over and over again. And then try to hold a piece in case the market turns back to the upside. I'll have some on board for 202, 203, and maybe above and beyond. We'll see what happens there. I did take a little bit of a meta long as we're going through 184. And again, I do know down 4%, so I'm not going to get too aggressive with it. But on the daily, this is kind of that range that seems sort of interesting, the bottoming end of the range, right? So I'm going to give it its room to do what it wants to do. I just think that if we do, for whatever reason, get a pop, then these names will pop with it, playing off these key levels and the VWAP ideology. So yeah, Meta is... let me just add a little bit more there, and then we'll watch this one as it kind of moves around. CVNA... Man, CVNA out of nowhere today. This thing just goes 13 all the way to 16, break to the upside, and halt. And anytime CVNA halts, you know, everybody's looking at it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I think the key level that was on deck maybe a few days ago, and I want to pull up the 15 here just to see where this is. Yeah, key level from a few days ago was that 1550 into 16, was it? Something like that. So, again, guys, I say this all the time, but as you're trading and you find these key levels on a daily basis, let me just quickly remove these fills. I guess it only removes them on the day. Okay, I'm learning this in real time here. Yeah, so basically, don't mind the fills there, but essentially 1550 to 1650, I think that was the area that we were talking about. This was on the 3rd of February, and essentially the over-under was great, and then it faded into the low of the day, and then it kind of died off, and it was just down here. And so people that are shorting this because they say, look, I don't think this is going to continue, you know, the short is good, whatever is what it is, you know, fades off, right? So map the level from where you think everybody's short from, because if they're all short from 16, if we go above 16, you get the potential fireworks, or you get the potential continuation of the pop, and then this is a good short area because the thesis is not invalid. I mean, CVNA, what are they worth? Look at the fundamentals. Are they going to continue to go down? Was this just a short squeeze? So all these things that you ask yourself, and then you have the level. So as we go to 16 to the upside, look at this. It didn't really spend much time above there. And let me go back to the 1 minute. It sort of squeezes into the level. The volume picks up. This is because this is where everybody was short from before, in my opinion. And then as you get back there, people that are still holding are like, oh my God, I'm now at my break even. Do I cover here? So you get that volume that follows through. Anybody who's not short says maybe, okay, look, this is a great price to re-enter if you think this is going back to below 10 at some point. So obviously speaking in terms of a swing trade as opposed to a day trade. But even for day traders, as the volume picks up, as it spikes to the upside, you know, talk about mean reversion back to the mean. You want to short something like a CVNA back to the mean, potentially, not so much a Zoom from yesterday where, you know, you had the crazy move to the upside from 78 all the way, yeah, this move this, even though it did eventually go back to VWAP, you don't necessarily want to do a mean reversion in this area over here because it's positive news. Well, it's unfortunate news for everybody that works there, but laying off 15% of the workforce, it's basically positive. The market likes that at this point in time, and so you get the strong up move, and then essentially what happens is price just sort of stays up in the range, right? So it doesn't really give you that crazy mean reversion because it's more positive news for the stock as opposed to a CVNA randomly squeezing to the upside, and I'm not really sure. I don't think any news came through, so call it a little bit of a short-term short squeeze, but then the mean reversion is good. I mean, you get this thing over 16, we're now below 15, so that's almost $2. Definitely not bad on that one. So yeah, CVNA, it's interesting today. Let's see if this thing can actually get back to over VWAP. And my levels on this thing intraday are very simple. 1550 into 16. So same as last time. It's sort of showing that this is the kind of pattern. You have the fail, you have the confirmation. Now it's sort of dead. If we get back up, what I'm going to watch for is the potential squeeze into 16, and then that is my entry for the short, kind of risking off high a day, and then like with the ideology that I risk off high a day. I mean, if this thing breaks 17, then it's above the high from that previous day on the 3rd, so I don't want to be in the short. So yeah, if we get back up there, could be interesting for a potential short, back into VWAP, scalp around, the deal with that one. And yeah, that is the plan. Camel Crusher saying, Luca, sorry, Sharif, one more question before I pass it over to you. Luca, how is losing employees good for a stock? Never understood this. Yeah. It's just for their balance sheet, less salaries to pay. Yeah, so as a company, you can either search for more profitability. So there's two levers that you can pull on the fundamental side. You can make more money or you can cut costs, right? As an investor in a stock, you always want that bottom line to be increasing, so you invest in things for earnings. I am watching my positions, by the way. Thank you for that. As you're an investor in the stock, you want to see earnings increasing. So how do you do that? Either more revenues, so expand revenues, or you cut costs. So yeah, if you're firing the workforce, if you're slimming down, you're kind of keeping that business lean. Essentially, it cut costs, so it's better for the bottom line, it's better for investors. And so what happens is a repricing of the stock. If you think the stock is worth 10, and then they cut costs, now it's worth 11, so price will just move in that favor. Now, depending on if it moves and the velocity of the move and if it actually holds up is a different story. 15% of the workforce of Zoom is obviously more notable than 7% of the workforce of CVNA if they ever announced something like that. I don't know if they did or if they didn't, but just because the fundamentals of this company is maybe not as good, not as promising as the fundamentals of another, right? So it's not apples to apples. All things considered, it is good for the stock price. But again, does the price actually hold and continue? Your guess is as good as mine. So hopefully that answers your question there. I'm noticing Meta is popping here, so I'm going to cover a little bit on this bounce. Thank you for the heads up for somebody saying, Luca, watch your positions. I'm sure Sharif's got something going there.
Yeah, long in this VANOG, taking this, basically the idea was to find if this area would hold support. It's holding for now, so taking it long, like 10 pennies in the money on it, sized in nicely on this one. Someone asked me where my TCAT out is. It's basically through the break of this trough right here, that 102 breakdown, and I'm out. I'm looking for a VWAP reclaim. It moved its way up. We could get a VWAP rejection, but anyway, this is probably gonna be a fast mover. I may not be looking at it, so I've got some profit takers sitting here. I've got my last one nearer to high of day. We'll see how that one pans out. This Microsoft long is finally fixing itself. We are almost back in the money on this one. I kind of looked at the futures here. I'm like, where are we going to find a bottom? Well, yesterday's technical high, which was kind of made the day before, which was the close of Monday, was this 41.36 area, and we bounced off it quite nicely, now bouncing at least 10 points. That's helping these big cappers really find their footing, and let's see if we can get a sustained bounce. I mean, I don't know, but it is a downtrend, so it's riskier to hold on to these longs while Nvidia's popping. All right, quickly back to my Vana trade. I think it is now time maybe to scalp a little bit. How much we got on board here? So we'll take this much out at the moment. We'll see if we get that fill. We get that partial fill. There we go. Now we get the full fill. Let's have some resting orders hanging out also in the high 60s. I'll sit here at 67s for a reclaim of that. We'll see what's going on with that. Now back to Microsoft. Sorry, I got to keep managing these because they're moving real quick. We're back, break even on our Microsoft trade, looking for at least a continuation, possibly into 270 here. Where are we share-wise on Microsoft? So let's start unloading a little bit nearer to the 50s. I want to hang out in the mid-40s, so I'll take some out there. Should it make its way up there? I also want to sit in the 60s. Let's hang out at 63s. But, you know, it may not be a sustained move. I mean, it's just it's a soft level, I want to call it, on the ES here, but it is a level nonetheless. We'll see if we get a balance. Camel Crush. Sharif, this is what I needed for NVIDIA. I hope it keeps going. Yeah, let's have a look at the NVIDIA chart. Yeah, it's popping, looking to reclaim VWAP here on NVIDIA. We're basically at 23s. VWAP's hanging around at 225, so a couple of bucks to the high side. What's high a day here? Was that aftermarket? Yeah, so around 228. It's been relatively strong. Obviously, I talk about this in the morning show. You know, that ride that it's getting from the AI, it's a leader for these GPUs. So it's been doing well. I mean, having a look at the daily stock, if you guys can pull that up there on your charts, it's been doing quite well. All right, so we get another fill here on Nirvana. Let's continue to ride that one to the high side as we take advantage of some support at these levels. Microsoft's in the money now. Is it? Oh, now it's out of the money. Okay, wow. No, it's in the money. Oh, it's in the money, but it's just hasn't printed yet. Okay, so good on me. I'll ride that one long, and we'll see what's going on with these other ones, Luca.
Yeah, guys. So basically, Meta popped. I covered a little bit going into the 50 period. A little bit of a scalp trade for myself. That was solid. But again, because it is a daily level that I'm playing off of, I'm not sure how convinced that I am. But because it is a daily level that I'm playing off of, I sort of want to hold a little bit for like a rip into 185 and above. So I'm kind of waiting here with the, you know, kind of scale. Now let's see if we get a 85 test, 185. I'm going to cover a little bit more at 185. And then see if this market can turn around, bounce. Maybe Meta gets to 186 close into VWAP. So I am cognizant of the fact that it's down on the day.
Baby.
Yeah, cognizant of the fact that it is down on the day and it did reject VWAP the first time and it never really broke the 50 period. So again, when I scale into these trades and then I look for the up move, I'm basically respecting the fact that it didn't trade above the 50 period. So if it gets back to the 50 period, which it did, I have to take some out because it didn't get back above and break before. It didn't get back above and break this time. Who's to say that it's going to break this time? So trade the trade with the setup that it's showing you, and then yeah, if it actually rips to 185, I feel like going into the middle of the day, this is where you have now the potential for it to balance out and then rip into that level, then give me the fill, and then anything close to 186 will be a gift, but I'm going to try to hold and see where that one wants to go. Covered a little bit of Stressla at the 200 level VWAP essentially. I had my orders scaled in case we pop above the 50. I'm not super worried that this is going to sell off on me and break down. It is a big move on the day, right? It did finally break that 198, rip into the 200 level, traded above here. I was watching the tape over here and it was just going absolutely crazy. And I think 198 is that, you know, if we dip into 198, I kind of like the bottom 198 level. And let me just draw like a line here. Hopefully that stays there. But essentially, this is the channel that it's in. So longs over here, like longs into that level, and then cover into the VWAP and above. Yeah, man, Stressla cracks me up. Stressla makes me stressed, man. From time to time, it is Stressla.
Yeah,
but let me add back the portion that I was in from before, see if I get that fill. Continue to add on the dip there, and then yeah, if we sell off through 198, like 197.50, I mean, I'll be surprised if it actually like sells off really hard. That'll be kind of lining up with if the market is selling off hard. But again, the market's not really selling off hard, it's just going down. So it probably continues to go down. But if we get little pops in the market, which we just did, then I get the fills on Tesla. So not something that's going to worry me too much. It's just like a scalp trade for myself. So yeah, man, Stressla and having fun with it. So so far so good. Somebody in the chat said something that made me kind of laugh and remind me of myself. I think it was Comp SRX. I don't know where the comment is anymore, but saying, you know, I apologize for saying a bunch of stuff this morning in the chat. Something stressed out. I don't know if I read that correctly, but I was like, hey, man, that's me. I'm stressed out all the time, saying a whole bunch of stuff, and then I'm like, oh, sorry, boys, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't even notice what I was saying there. But yeah, man, that's trading. Trading does get difficult from time to time, and you just got to understand that it's a long road ahead, and it gets very, very stressful. But as long as you continue to try to get better and, you know, keep a positive mindset, you know, good things will happen here. So Tesla's flushing now into 198. So I'm going to continue to sort of add at this general area as we get 198s. I do think 198 could break, but then what I'm hoping for is a 198 breakdown and then pop back up and then instantly pop back to 199. And then at that point, maybe we get back to 200. So let's see where this wants to go. If it keeps selling off, then I'll take the loser on it and we'll move on. I'm noticing that I'm out of the money on Meta as well, so it is getting back down into 183. I'm okay with this one. I don't want to add yet. I'm pretty light, so at this point I am up on the position. Even if this goes through 183, I don't lose on the trade, but I do want to add to this if we get into 183 for like a quick little bounce. So let's see if that wants to get closer to 183 for like an add, then a bounce, then I'll kind of work out of that, thinking that, yeah, maybe we do get back to 184. So again, great example, you know, Meta down on the day. Maybe the short is the better ideology, but I'm just playing off of the short-term support after earnings on the daily, which is around this level over here. Again, if we do break and continue, obviously I'll be wrong on the trade, so I'll reposition that and go from there. And Google is the one of the day that I know somebody in the chat was like, Google, wow. And I'm like, I don't know if you were here from this morning or if you just got here, but I've been saying, wow, Google all morning. So it doesn't matter if you're here from this morning or just tuning in for the first time. Yeah, man, Google's down 8%.
Been giving a lot more volatility lately, too. I
Yeah.
mean, you like went through a little bit of a period there where it was like a $1-2 move.
Yep.
And now it's good.
Yeah, it's and go figure
Back, baby.
from the news that you know, their AI is not doing exactly you know what you
Gave
thought.
wrong information.
And it's kind of funny because I think it was Sean in the morning who was like, oh yeah, no, like I'm going long, and that was like an instant winner of like 50 cents to $1. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was just a little slow, didn't have my coffee yet, and a little slow on the bounce, but then it just kind of sells off, and I think to myself, so let me get this straight. Google comes out and they're like, yeah, we have a you know, an AI as well, obviously. And everyone's like, buy to the moon. And then they're like, oh, but wait a second, our AI, you know, it can't solve cancer just yet. And you know, repricing back to below 100. So yeah, it does feel like this market is just looking for any reason to sell things. And so I do think that if we start to turn down, and this is more of a broader term perspective, but if the market starts to sell off just a little bit and you think it has steam to continue to go to the downside, you know, I want to say hold the shorts because yeah, the market just will, it just seems to be selling off hard on like, you know, news that is kind of one for one in comparison to the good news, and the good news just can't hold up. That's why I have my charts red. I mean, it's part of the Italian flag over there. But I keep the red charts to remind me that if we sell off and if I'm in shorts, yeah, maybe hold on to those shorts because they could continue. I do feel like the swing trade short is the better plan. But yeah, let's see how this week kind of plays itself out. Let's see how we go into the end of earnings. Usually the bid stays strong into earnings. It's just the common theme that happens year over year. And then after earnings, you know, kind of volume not dries up, but lightens up. And then if we go down, maybe we have the continuation to continue to the downside. So again, play off good levels, scalp the longs. I like that idea. And then if we continue to sell off, short the pops, maybe hold that because maybe we continue.
All right, just having some discussions with some people in the chat. Yeah, what a move we're making here on the downward side on the market and on these big caps. Let's just bring in the chart here if I can. How come I'm not able to maneuver this? Oh, geez. Okay, so we'll have to move this and then move that, and then there we go. Okay, so just one moment here, people, while I organize myself. Thank you. Okay, so let's bring this in. Arun was talking about this level, this buying zone from 41.20 to 41.30 on the ES. So, you know, you never want to have an exact, well, I don't want to say ever, but I typically don't like to have these exact levels on the ES, try to have like these buying zones and selling zones and trying to range off that. So if we get a bit of a balance, it should be in this area, but hey man, it looks like it's been a strong downward move. I know we had some Fed speakers. We may find out what they had to say soon. Let me just check the group chat, see if Brendo has written anything in here, midday show. Oh, that was Intel. Okay, so no, that's an Intel headline. Okay, so yeah, we'll find out if some of these speakers are saying anything that's market moving here. But it's been a litany of, there you go. There you go. Touch that. Word of the day.
Oh, I like that. And then does it just stay there forever?
Let's go for a while.
Okay, yeah, it goes for a while. Maybe we got to cut that out.
Yeah, we got to cut that a little bit. But it's a new segment, guys. We're working here with you. Litany. Let's go with that one today. And it's been big. So we'll see what some of that brings. but
pretty cool, man.
yeah, the
That's
chat
pretty
like
cool.
said, okay, good, all right. Good response there from the chat. All right, so let's get back into some of these longs that we're nursing, still hanging out here on Microsoft, seeing if we can get a bounce off. We just touched yesterday's close on Microsoft, which was that 267.61. We just got there, bounced off it, back up above 268. So, this could be Microsoft specific, or the market could start finding some buyers at these levels. We'll see. Not going to make any judgments, but got to nurse these longs because we're in them. TCAT still hanging out below VWAP, looking for that break of VWAP. I'm like 1 or 2 pennies out of the money, so that doesn't concern me all that much. The one that concerns me the most, though, is this rejection. And by rejection, I mean did not make a newer high and now is poised to make a lower low as Vana. So we took a piece out here, which was nice. We had another resting profit taker up here. That didn't get filled. Now we're back to these lows again, and I have to start being concerned. This is probably not the best long unless we can hold this 2 period. So I'm out through the break of, I want to say, let's say 14.10. So I'm going to have to cut that one. Let's see how many shares I got on Vana. Okay, so then we got to go 14.09, and then we're going to take everything out. 14, let's say 06, we'll give it a few pennies. How many shares we got again? Yeah, okay, so we got to adjust that. All right, so we put that one in there, and that'll be an L if that doesn't materialize, so we'll see what that one does. So far, though, the market finding a little bit of a bottom here. I don't want to make that as a call, but we're getting a couple of green candles here on the ES March contract on the 3-minute chart, so we'll see what goes on there. What's chat up to?
Yeah, guys, I can give a quick update here. So basically, I'm in longs here for bounce plays, essentially, and all of them are looking really, really good. So Tesla's actually moving back to the upside, respecting that 198. I didn't manage to see if it broke 198 or not, but essentially it didn't matter. I was looking for the dip and then the rip and then the pop. Whether it did that or not, I don't see it that it did break 198. But again, as per plan in that channel, I'm basically taking fills now going into VWAP, but very light on these fills because I do think that 200 is going to print again. And so I don't want to sell myself short. So I will sell like a little bit, and then more, and then hold like a little piece for the dream. Yeah, the dream on Tesla. 220 is the dream, man. So let's see. And Meta, the bounce is good, man. The bounce is good here. So I did get the reload at 183. That was pretty sick. And then as we get back to the 50 period, I'm essentially taking some out here. So yeah, let me take a little bit more. Nice winner on that one. So sick trade off the bottom. Pretty happy with it. And Google, it was going into 98, and I was like, wait a second, this reminds me, Amazon bounced off 98 yesterday, and that was a sick trade. So let me do a bounce off 98 on Google. But no, again, this is basically even dollar, down 8.8. I will try this with every single even dollar level on Google as it runs into these levels to the downside. Eventually, there has to be some type of little bit of a bounce. The other longs were working for me. I said, okay, let's roll with it. This is a trade where it's specifically a bounce scalp trade for myself. So it looks kind of silly because I'm taking it like so early. But essentially, I wanted to flush into 98. I take the fill. I'm using the 98 level as like a kind of like a support level. Like if it taps 98 or if it breaks 98, like I'm out of the trade, right? So I'm basically battling for the fill. I hope that I get the fill. I want it to fill me and then bounce right away. It rips back to the upside. I basically cover on the volume follow through to the upside. And then now I'm holding a small piece to see can we actually bounce and go to the upside. But again, Google is down 8.7%. It is a lot of selling. It started the day at 107-ish, 106. We're all the way back at 98. I just look at this and I say, okay, I'm going to try my luck on these bounce plays. Some will work, some won't. That just so happened to work, so that was a great trade. Now I basically wait and see, can we get back to the upside? My best target on this one, I'm not holding for back to 100. Maybe I'll try a little bit to hold back to 100. Maybe we can get there. But again, I think 98. Like 80s is where this thing will really stall, and it is just in front of the 50 period. So I'm going to have orders kind of out over there to see if, can we get there? I'll take the fill, and then I'll move on from it. But again, if we do break 98 right now, I'm out of this trade. So I do now have a stop order in that in case we do break the 98 to the downside, I can't hold this. I mean, this thing's down 8%. It's probably going for SSR. Do we know what the SSR level on Google is?
That was 96.
90. 96.88. So SSR level, thank you for that. 96.88 on Google is where Google will trigger SSR. So again, I don't want to hold this to 96.88. So yeah, I will be out if we break 98. And if we do, it's not a big deal. I'm in at 98.06. I'll basically lose 6 cents on the last portion, but making a nice amount, basically making 6 cents on the majority of the position. So 1-to-1 risk to reward, but covering more than half, so that if I now lose on the last piece, it's still a winner there. Tesla, just a heads up, it did now break the 98 to the downside, so I'm going to hold on to this for a little bit longer, but market is continuing to sell off. Shorts are good, man, so yeah, scalp the longs, maybe hold on to the shorts. That's the common theme for today. Still up on Meta and Google. Google, I'm assuming that I'm going to get stopped out. Let's see where this Tesla wants to go, and then, yeah, maybe short the pops going forward.
Yeah, I'm in a bunch of losing trades at the moment on TCAT and Softy, both losing trades. So we'll have to see what's going to go down here. Let's have a look for some other stuff that's moving though. So I got stopped out of Vana. So right now I'm 1 for 4, guys. Not my best day today. Didn't feel like I really had a good grip on the market. Thankfully, not sizing in too heavy, so the L's won't be as bad. But I'm sizing into Microsoft though. Gotta put that caveat there that, yeah, Microsoft, I've had to average into that one, so the size is there. But these other ones, TCAT, Vana, not much in the way of size. But hey, I think this TCAT, you know, could do well. You know, it's 5.25 million shares, which is not great. It's really slowed down volume-wise. Below VWAP, but these ones can get wonky, and it hasn't shown up in a while. Not really showing up on a headline, so we'll have to see what that one's about. Okay, Microsoft pumping to the high side here. All of a sudden, we're green on Microsoft with a 268.37 average. Okay, so we're going to get green in like a second here as we pump up back into the 30s. Let's see if this level on the ES, we talked about this, 41.30-ish, 41.20-ish, Arun mentioned it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and say that things are going to hold, but we got to be aware of these levels. But it looks like Google is just really sending the market down here, guys, off that, you know, kind of an embarrassing headline here. It's down 8.6%. You heard Luca trading it. The guys to my right have been trading it. I didn't touch it today. Sadly, Meta's also been weak, down 4%. That's been a sizable L for me today in my personal account as it retraces a little bit off that mid-190s that it's been doing. What's Amazon? Amazon has been relatively weak lately. I mean, the strongest of the bunch, I'm going to have to say, is going to be Microsoft, Tesla, and maybe a little bit of Apple. Apple's kind of showing a bit of weakness at the moment, so not much to say about that. All right, we're back in the money here nicely on Microsoft as it's pumping. Yo.
Read the number underneath this Microsoft sticky note.
So I've just been handed a note. I've been handed the sticky note, by the way, guy. And he asked me to read the number underneath Microsoft. And that is 267.50. The chart. We're on the chart. Where are we, guys? We just bounced exactly off 267.50. So in case you wanted a reason to join Sticky Note Nation, now you have one. There you go, baby. Sean Stradamus, Prad yells from the background there. So there you go, guys. Pumping to the high side here on Microsoft. Well in the money now on this one. The average is in. Work. Let's take some out, Luca. I mean, we got to take some out here. We can't just keep talking about this. So let's go ahead and punch a little bit out. We get a little bit out. We'll talk about that and more when we get back from Brendo, who's got the Euro close at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you as we wrap up the day over in the European session. Back to more or less flat for a lot of these markets after starting the day nicely positive as we saw in the pre-market. Just waiting for a few more final prints to come through the Italian market, the Milan market, the last one to come through there. Up just 0.15 when all is said and done. But England 0.3, 0.7 for Germany leading the way. Remember, France was up about 0.5% at one point today. Same story for Italy, but back to the downside. So we end the day kind of mixed over in Europe, guys. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a sec, hit the like, and subscribe to the channel.
And just like that, Luca, I went green on the day. That Microsoft
and just like that, baby. Let's
helped,
go.
And I got everything out there, and then it flushes, and I want no part of these longs whatsoever until I see a sustained move up. Yeah, I'm done gambling on the day. I feel like I've been gambling today. I mean, that's not my style, but
risk it for the biscuit, baby. Risk life. Risk life. Yeah, everything's working for me, guys. CELZ did a little bit of a halt there, kind of late to the party here, but for whatever reason, it's sort of popping, getting these wick off tops here. I'm short, And I don't know how this is going to go, but I'm just thinking that this is the support level at that 124. And then if we actually break 124, I think we like flush lower. My covers are going to be below VWAP if I can actually get those. But again, if we break the highs, this thing can go into another halt. It's like a Wild West here. But I do think that the shorts are going to be good, at least for the short term. So I'm going to hold on to this. I have a bid out below VWAP to see if it wants to flush back down and fill me. Lots of liquidity on this name, so I'm not really too worried with it, and obviously sized accordingly, so let's see where that wants to go. I'm saying short the pops, and then I'm long everything, and then when it pops, I'm like, oh, baby, hold on to a little more. Hold on to just a little more here. So, let me remind myself and hold myself accountable and actually cover more on the pops. The initial plan was to hopefully cover more over here, but again, 50 period riding it down. I'm not really too sure. You never really know. You never want to think in certainties. You never want to trade in certainties. If you're getting paid, especially as a scalper, just pay yourself along the way. Meta is now drifting above this 50 period, man. That 183 buy, that was pretty solid. It's probably going to struggle to get to 185. I'm going to try to hold this last piece on this one because I'm deep in the money on it. $1.26, not too bad. Let's see if this can get to 185 there, and then I'll take my fill at 185. And Google, yeah, thank you in the chat. Somebody was like, congratulations on the Google bounce. It was good, man. It was good. You take your shots where you think that they're going to work, and if they don't work, it's whatever. They don't work. But for whatever reason, it's struggling right here. So it's actually struggling to get over that 98.50 mark, and every time it pops above it, it just kind of flushes back below. So essentially, I took some covers over here because of that reason,
Oh my
and now I'm waiting
God.
to see, can it actually fill these sellers, or these offers, I should say, and then rip back to that 99.80. I'm going to try to get out, 99.80-ish, give or take. We'll see if it wants to give a pop there. If we do dip back down, I'll just get stopped out. But I think, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, no, as I say it, it goes down. See, that's trading, man. Trading, you will be corrected or
Immediately.
yeah, immediately. It's
You will know.
You'll know right away, and you'll be embarrassed if you do it on YouTube Live, because I'm here saying, yeah, the bounce, let's go up to the upside, and then it goes down right away. I go, well, okay, wait a second, hold on. But
Guys.
yeah, never a bad time.
TCAT just took VWAP. All right, this is the move we've been waiting for. We're waiting for this parabolic move up. Let's go. All right, so we reclaim VWAP, but let's not count our chickens or whatever before they hatch, because we just kind of really retraced below there. We're holding. Let's see what it does. This could be a VWAP rejection, or we could have a VWAP reclaim and through high a day. I don't want to get shaken out. I think I have the right stop on this one. I'm looking at, the dollar. So basically, sized in heavily on this one. Are we? We're looking for that VWAP break. Kind of making us wait for the moon. Okay, so we'll hang out there. And this is why I got out of the Microsoft trade. I mean, I just don't trust these longs today. Yes, we are near that lows that we spoke about, the 41.30, 41.20. What is going on over there? Okay. Someone was singing, and it was an interesting tune, the back there in the production area. So just because we're at these lows, man, doesn't mean the longs are in. I mean, that's how I feel. So I'm not taking anything here until I can get a better read on the market. That is Microsoft really retracing after that high that it just made. I could have waited for that 50 period, and if I did, I'd be back out of the money again as it retraces back down into the lower 268s. What a day this has been. Jeez. Beat Fanatic, that's an expensive saying. Oh, what's the saying? What did I just say? That's an expensive saying.
We say so many things.
Yeah, I know. I've said so many things. I mean, I just don't know. Yeah, tag me.
Yeah, feel free to tag
Yeah,
in,
exactly. Remind me about their beat.
I'm not even
friend of the
watching
show
this
and a great viewer. All right, let's have a look here at Vana, because this one we were in earlier. It makes a newer low. It's making lower highs. This one's a short. But where did we find a bounce here? Big retracement on. Look at that head and shoulders pattern. Looks absolutely fantastic, but with a skewed higher right shoulder than left shoulder. But you take the break of that neckline. I should have been wise to that. I wasn't. Am I red on Vana? Yeah, I'm red on Vana. So that's an L for me. And that's it, guys. We're waiting for the market to do something here, maybe get off these lows. Maybe we got to ride these shorts. It's so hard sometimes to switch the direction you trade, especially if you've been trading longs. Like the last few weeks have kind of just been strong, and now you're gonna be like, hey, well, the market's not gonna bounce off this level. The market keeps going below this level, so it's time to stop looking for the. I'm not saying that's what we're gonna do today, but sometimes it's time to stop looking for the bounce and actually take the direction of the trend, Luca.
Yeah, you know, the trend is your friend for sure. The trend is your friend. Somebody was asking about Alibaba. Any thoughts on Alibaba? I know they were talking about it on the morning show. I didn't trade it, and to be honest, I'm not sure if I want to trade this. I kind of like the short into 106 for maybe a scalp trade, but I'm not super committed. I have no idea what to expect. It just kind of drifted into VWAP. Popped above, then below, but holding the 50 period, now testing VWAP again. Do we just get some robotic sideways action, sort of magnet VWAP, you know, maybe shorts above VWAP and then cover VWAP, longs below and then cover VWAP? Maybe that's the trend. But yeah, looking at the general, the daily level, this is something that started the year very low at like 95, then obviously ran up into the 120 level. Very exciting, you know, spending some time there. Now giving you the dip down. And so, in my opinion, as long as the 100 level, which lines up with the 50 period on the daily, as long as the 100 level holds, yeah, maybe we actually go back up because it is showing, you know, higher low, higher low. If this is going to be a higher low, then we'd probably go back to 120 and then break above. So, yeah, this is kind of interesting just to draw the obvious line that everybody sees. You know, this is going to potentially be support. It is still a ways away from 100, so it's not exactly at 100 giving the risk to return that I want to see for a swing trade for myself. But if for whatever reason we kind of dip down and then pop back, and then in the daily, like we maybe trend back up, looks good for maybe a 4-to-1 into the potential highs there, and then go from there. So for the time being, I'm not really trading Alibaba. I'm going to put it on my back burner. But if we dip down into the lows and break the lows, then I'll consider the longs there. I'm looking C. Okay, so this is when you get distracted and you actually get paid for it. I didn't even know that this made a high, and I was like, there's plenty of liquidity. I don't think we're gonna. I mean, we could go into an up halt, but I'm sized accordingly, so I'm not really too worried if we do get that, you know, high of day break. It is what it is. Then we dip down. I'm like, you know what? Let me just cover here. Because it's probably, you know, just in case. And now we're in a down halt. I'm still in the trade. So let's see where this one goes. Yeah, man, I'm hoping it's probably going to open like in and around this range. I don't think $1 has been holding. So if we break $1, I don't think we're going to break $1. I'll be out of this trade around $1. That'll be my attempt over there. Yeah, guys, Tesla, another heads up over here. Tesla's actually into VWAP right now, so pretty solid.
Baby.
Let's go. The longs are not wrong, at least for the time being. So let's see where this goes.
Yeah, I just took Meta long. I got 69s long. I just printed through 85, so we're like 50 pennies in the money on Meta. Let's ride this one through. You know, Meta's been I would say one of the most sold today, you know, second to Google, of course. So we could see a nice little bounce here. Let's have some more profit takers set up here. Let's sit at 10s if we can. There we go. We get 10s immediately as it pops right through 10s. Let's sit at 25s. Let's hang out at 25s if we can get something in and around that area. But nice little move on Meta. Now we're seeing 17s coming in here on the ask. All right, so let's just be patient with this one. This one riding a nice little trend though. Got a cushion. Got a nice little. What? I only have that many shares left? Oh, I only took a half position. That's why. I gotta concentrate a bit better. Geez, okay, so I'm scalping out like I got a full position on. I've only got a half position on Meta, so I gotta let this one run a little bit more before I take some profits. There we go. Into the $0.25 we go, baby. We break the $0.25. We take a little bit. Did we take a little bit more out there? Let's take out a little bit. There we go. So we take. And now we're holding a bit. We're gonna ride Meta to the high side here. It's looking good. I feel it's getting off the schneid, as my boy Neil likes to say, a bit more than some of these other ones. Again, one of the more oversold ones on the day. And we're riding this one. Are we gonna ride it into the $0.50, Luca? We're real close. We're printing high 30s
sorry, what are you
there.
talking about?
Meta, no, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just getting excited.
Sorry, yeah, I got a lot of things going, guys. Yeah. Somebody's saying thoughts on NVIDIA. I quickly look at this. I go, oh, that's a long. I instantly punch in. And then I see Neil saying huge reverse NVIDIA. That was a banger. Hopefully you guys see that 222 the way that I see it. 222 is sick, man. Look at these wick, and then the wick off bottoms are like the icing on the cake, showing you that it is a better like long level because it can't even like stay down there. It's like dip, rip, dip, rip, dip, rip, then dip, quick reclaim. You know, get the dips and chip here. Do we go back to above 223, the year that we're in, the Michael Jordan of the years? Hey. And yeah, I'm going for basically over here, 223.50, just a scalper. I don't know where anybody else is going for, but it's in this range, so I'm going to respect the range that it's in, especially midday. I like the longs into 222, and then, you know, Eventually, this thing probably, guys, NVIDIA's at 223. Like, this thing was literally at 200. I didn't trade it since it was at 200, I'm pretty sure. Not too long ago, and now 20% since then. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. Not even 2 weeks. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, pretty happy with this Tesla move to the upside. I'm now going to hold some to see if we can get to 221. And I'm all out of Meta. That's why I was like to Sharif, what are you talking about? Kind of sad there. But yeah, all out of Meta. I basically got the 185. I think it's probably going to go to 186, but who cares? I'll just find a way back in if we can get back down. But at this point, it is riding the short-term trend. Do we continue to float back to the upside? An absolute banger, and if you guys were looking at the daily on that thing, that was the support line, right? So if you're playing along on a day where something is down on the day and you're like, oh, well, where do I get in? Where's this thing going to find support? You know, when in doubt, zoom out, pull up the 50 period. You see that down over here is essentially dip, rip, dip, rip, dip, rip, dip. Get the chips because it's about to rip. It's either with or without you. Now we continue to go to the north side, probably without me. I covered the majority of Google. I thought we could get a little bit higher there, but it's one that's sort of struggling. So I'm kind of thinking that if, and again, yeah, down 8%, no, you know, not to state the obvious here, but it's basically struggling to rip to the north side. So Tesla ripped to the north side, great. NVIDIA north side, great. Meta, great. Google, not so good. So Google I actually want to flip short on if we get that pop. We just opened on CELZ. Oh, wow. I'm going to cover the rest of that position. I don't know if we actually did dip into one, but I'll just take the win. I'll take the win. I didn't even know it was halting, so I guess that's a gift to me. And pretty good trade on that one. And yeah, let's see where these 3 longs that I have on board. Heaviest on Tesla because I like it the best, but obviously if we pop above VWAP, I'm going to start covering that. NVIDIA going for the pop above 123. If we dip back down, I'm going to long again. And Google, I'm covering everything of Google here.
All right, guys, Meta retracing back below 185, but hanging out at that 185. I've got my eye on that 69 level. I'm not going to let one part of this trade go against me. So we ride that wave through the top breakout, and if it comes back near to my entry, I'm gone. So I'm sitting there waiting for that to materialize. But looks like we're flirting with 185. 185's holding at least for now. The market finding a bit of a bottom at that 41.23. Now we're back into 41.30. Let's see if we can continue to make higher highs. Let's get to this TCAT trade, back 2 pennies out of the money again as we continue to accumulate below VWAP. My thesis is here that we break through it, and I've got resting orders. But then again, if we make a newer low, I will be gone on this trade. So let's see how that materializes. Not much going on for me at the moment. Just want to see what this Meta trade is going to do. Are we going to retrace some of the declines that we had on Meta? Yesterday's close on Meta, guys, was 191.60. I want to say 66, 60, something in that area. And a low today of 182.92. So, you know, almost $10 there of range on Meta. So yeah, we are due for a bit of a bounce. Anyway, we're coming back closer to my entry point. My entry point's at 69s. Again, if we break down into that area, I'm going to have to be out. That's why I've got my eye on it. I actually don't have my stop plugged in at the moment, but I'm trying to keep my eye on some of these other names. Looks like Google made a bit of a retracement as well. Here we go, back into Meta. We're back into my my entry area here, so I'll get out, break even on the rest. I get out 69s exactly. Profitable trade on Meta. Could have been better. Not the greatest, but hey, now technically 3 for 5, and TCAT is TBD, to be determined, as we have not taken anything nor gotten out of anything on TCAT. We'll find out. All right, let's see what the chat's up to. KPRX, yeah, wasn't that mover that was moving big boy yesterday? KPRX. What's that one up to? Oh boy, this one's moving, Luca. Holy, okay, so now we got a mover here. This looks real good. Okay, so I see that showing up on my scanner. Now it's up 51% on the day. It's moving up real nice. Look at that bull flag continuation. Big boy move off that 5. We top out at that 625, retrace for 5 minutes, and then kaboom. But we hold a nice little level. That 580 level was held well. So if you averaged in and around that $6, 580, and you held it, that was a fantastic move, 689. All right, let's have a look back and see what some of these levels are. Okay, so yesterday we had, oh, that was this morning. No, this was yesterday. We had a big boy move yesterday at 7 a.m. when it made news, and then we kind of sold off all day, not to do much. So I want to say that 550 level was important in addition to 6. So a lot of action taking place through here, 550, 6s as well. That's not going to help us to the high side. Let's zoom out a little bit and see where the other resistance levels are. Okay, this day here stands out to me. November 17th, we have a high of 749. That puts us about 60 pennies from where we're at now. So we'll put at 750 for all intents and purposes. That's a level. But we got to get through that 7 level, the whole dollar level. That's always a bit of a nuisance, especially for some of these small cap crappers. We reject off that 689 here. Where do we get in if we dip? Well, I'm looking between 6 and 620. You may not get that kind of retracement. In fact, you may get like a 630. It may not make it quite back to that 6 1/4. That's the higher end of this consolidation range. So let's go ahead and put a nice little order on KPRX as it's a continuation play, which I do love. Let's go KPRX, and then, oops, that's not a New York stock, Luca. I should know better than that. All right, so there we go. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna sit here at 630. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna buy, I'll say at 632 in case I don't get filled. So I wanna get filled, so I'll put a bit more of an aggressive of an order. Where's my out? Where's my out is gonna be the break of this bottom here, that 585, that will be my out on this one, but I want to ride this one if possible through 7 and then that 750. We'll see how this one materializes. Moving nicely though, but keep in mind, the more aggressive the up move, the more likely you are to retrace. Okay, so we get filled, we're already in the money. We get a dip fill here at 32s. We jump up right back into 40s, but we got to continue to go up here. I mean, what's the point in getting a nice fill if it's going to continue to go down? So here we go. We've been waiting for that retracement. I want to see if this support level will hold. You're going to have to give it a bit of room, though, on this one. There we go. All right, now we're pumping back into the 50s. Let's get some, where's my entry? 32. So let's hang out for a little bit at 52. If we can get some out there, and then we'll sit at 62s should we pop up into there. But we'll have to get through these levels first. There we go. Now we're getting some 50. We're knocking on the door of 50 here. It looks like there's a hidden seller at that level. I'm not seeing much reflected on the book though. So we'll have to see how it breaks through there. Here we go again. Now do I see 51s? No, I don't. The spread is opening up a bit on this one too for a cheaper stock. Okay, so we get the fill there. We get the fill on there. We're going to spend the money on this one. That's what I like to see, man. Plan devised, plan executed. Let's take a little bit more out to de-risk. Where are we share size wise? Okay, so we're gonna have to take a little bit more out here to de-risk a little bit, and then where again are we size wise? Okay, let's let this one run a little bit now that we've de-risked a little bit more. Where are we with this one? Okay, so now are we near my entry? That's the thing now. Now we're near my entry. Do I take it out or do I add more? It's always a tough call with these small cap crappers because you just can't trust them. They are crappy and poopy for a reason, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I am basically off the Google long. Now as we get higher into this 99, I'm essentially going for the scalp trade. So like short. Let's see if we actually break back through 99. I think eventually we break back through. We're going to get the flush. I'm looking for the covers there. So let's see where this goes. I'm willing to add to it a little bit, but I'm just kind of playing off of this generalized level of where it is right now. It looks like it could continue the north side. So I don't want to stick with this too long, but we're going to see if it wants to like flush back at any point. So going to add a little bit more over there. The NVIDIA fill is coming through right on the top there. So now I'm holding a little bit to see, can we actually rip into VWAP, into above 124. It's yeah, that was a nice fill. So I took the fill at 223.23 because I'm like at 223.23. It's NVIDIA. It's the year 2023. Let's go, man. Let's go with that one. Somebody asking, what is your cost to borrow per share? So it does depend on the stock. It does depend on the, if it's easy to borrow, if it's the hot chick of the day, obviously it's going to be more expensive. Here at Day Trade the World, I think we have the best locates in all of town, really, because I ask a lot of people with different brokerages, and they're like, oh yeah, we pay this amount. I'm like, oh my god, yeah,
I don't
pay
even
like
get
a
the
fraction
option
of that.
on this crap platform.
Yeah, that's why it's just it's very lucky to have that there. So not too bad. Yeah, now we're flying, guys. So hopefully you guys are still long Google. This is again scalp trade for myself. Eventually we will print 99 again, I think. I maybe had my chance there, but let's see if it wants to get back there going for the cover. If we just skyrocket now all the way back I wouldn't be surprised. The market is going back to the upside. So yeah, I don't want to get too overcommitted. I'm not going to add to this anymore. I'm just going to basically wait and see where this wants to go. Tesla was stalling at 200, so I was like, let me just cover this, because as soon as I cover, we're actually going to go to the upside. So covered a little bit right at 200. As soon as getting that fill, we're obviously going to the upside, so that's great for my longs on that one. So long Tesla, long NVIDIA, those are continuing to work for me. So that's the offset to Google, and then looking to get out of that Google trade. I'm looking for 201 and above for the rest of those Tesla covers. So yeah, 201 and above, and then maybe try to hold some of that. Yeah, try to hold some for the high day there. So that'll be awesome. Yeah, Google's now like flushing back into 99, so things look good on that as well. Meta is sort of slow dancing around. I'm gonna sit back and reevaluate to see where, if there's any other kind of trades that I'm looking at. I know I like the Microsoft long, but where are we on Microsoft? Yeah, we already went to 268. I think Sean called that 268. I think Sharif was mentioning that, but yeah, 268 bottom, man. That was sick. So when you have your levels and you're like, this is my first level, this is my second level, you can try, like, recognize the day that it is, and then say to yourself, okay, if we're going down, the trend is your friend, so you don't want to get too committed to the longs as things are kind of drifting to the downside, but it doesn't mean don't take the trade. Like 270, you could have played the bounce and it gave you 50 cents, so nothing crazy, but from a scalper's perspective, definitely not too bad. And then 268 bounce is probably the bounce that you like scalp and then try to hold some. Yeah, Google is now like going in the money here, so let me just try to get some out of there. And yeah, nice little trade. You know, sometimes you got to hold things against you and go through a little bit of pain. I'm not going to lie, that was a little bit painful, and I was like, oh man, are we going to go to 99.50? But keep the cool hand, stay calm and collected. Now we probably go back through 99s, and let's see if I can get the rest of the covers below 99. And I think best cover for myself, if possible, will be 98.80-ish, if we can actually get into there. If at this point we hold 99 and then sort of go back to the upside, then I'll get out of the rest probably for a loser. So that was a nice little win. Now looking to get a little bit more of the win. Yeah, the market is curling to the upside. We can easily dip, but then continue back. This is, you know, it was sort of a grind lower. And then you have these kind of key levels to play off of. So congratulations to the longs. Pain makes us feel alive. Yeah, Bloody Masters. Hopefully you're having a great day, and please hit the like button. Hopefully you're having a great day. And it was you who said, no, first you said, Luca, cover. And I was like, yeah, thanks, like, thanks. You know, I know, like, I'm watching, don't worry, I got this. And then it was you who said something else, which like was going against it. And I started laughing. I'm like, don't confuse me over here. I got a plan. I'm following the plan. Things are good. Yes, I think I got another fill on Tesla up at 201. So that was pretty good. Now I'm going to hold to see if this can actually go for the rest of the day. Because if the market rips to the upside and goes back to VWAP and above, then you know, this can go high a day and continuation. For the time being, we are going to go to Brendo at the big desk for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. Back to the downside we go for North American markets. Still a red board to show you as we head through 12 o'clock. Here we go, 1% almost here for the S&P 500 now. 0.93, 0.5% for the Dow. It's been faring a little bit better all day long. 1.4 for the Russell 2000 leading the way for small caps so far today. The NASDAQ Composite and the 100 down 1.4, 1.5. It is the big ones leading to the downside. Here in Toronto, just 0.3 as we get a little bit of a pop in some of the energy names so far today. If you were with us in the pre-market, we got you up to date on Uber, Microsoft, and yeah, that Alphabet move, pretty ugly, man. Wow, what a move to the downside as Bard, strange name, but Bard offers up some false information leading to this sell-off, it would appear today for Alphabet. Here's Uber. Did have a move in the pre-market, as we mentioned, to the upside off earnings. Straight back down, though. Not a good look for Uber so far today. I mentioned this one out of the gate. DoorDash actually faring a little bit better right out of the open this morning, up to 65.5, but we're right back down for DoorDash now. Still holding on to 4%, though, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, that should be interesting, riding the coattails off Uber there. They're probably predicting some industry changes, maybe, that they're going to benefit off. All right, let me just get to this KPRX trade. I still like it, even though I'm out of it. And here's why. It held that 6.25 support that we talked about. I mean, it broke it super quick, went down to 620. There we go, pop up into 60s. This one could squeeze. We could see this easily squeeze to 7. I like this one, but it scares the you-know-what out of me because it could flush so easily. What's the float on this, Luca? I mean, we looked it up yesterday, but I look up so much stuff I can't remember. Company profile, stupid computer.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's $1 million or $4 million.
Okay, well, I don't know why I don't have
gonna
my
say
trade
$1 million based
ideas
on the way that it
windows
looks.
loaded up. I'm going to load that up. Still in my routine
Let's go,
here to load
Google.
this up. So what are you doing on Google there? while I
Yeah,
load
we
this
can,
up?
as you look for that. Okay, so Google finally breaking 99. Guys, if you spot a buyer, so again, Google down on the day starts to move to the upside. 99s was not breaking. And it was, you know what, I'm getting frustrated because I'm just like, I'm building into the short. I'm adding to it. It flushes down. It's at 99s. I'm like, I know it's going to dip. Yeah, like that was sick. Sorry, let me just get it. I'm out of this one. That was, okay. 50 period cover, that was a banger. Yeah, show my screen here. You know, short. I obviously want it to go down. Show the screen if anybody's listening. No, okay. Yeah, basically, Google is going to the downside, and that was an absolute banger trade. So please hit the money on that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there we go, man. There we go. When you spot a buyer at 99, there's one of two things that's going to happen in real time, guys. There's one of two things. So first, it can continue up if you think the overall market's going to continue and whatever. Now, if it keeps coming back and testing that level, so it's like test, and then it pops. Test, pop. Why is it testing so many times? Because if it's going to be a really good long and the market doesn't want to fill the long because it thinks that we're actually going to go back to 100, then it'll test a few times, and then right here it would have actually ripped to the upside. So the reason that I added the last portion and said, look, I'm not going to add any more to this is because I thought this is maybe going to be the final high, and then it'll go back, test, and break. If it continued, then I know I was wrong. So it was a time stop, not so much a hard stop. It just so happened to work this time, so I'm very happy that it worked. That was one that I had to scale into, and then again, my average was, I think, 99s. So essentially, I'm like breaking even, and then these are the money fills on the way down. So I'm basically paying myself. I just had my order scaled.
There we go.
Hoping that it would just flush and fill me and pay me. So I'm fully out of that Google trade. Nice little scalp short. I am going to look to re-enter the short if we get back up to 99 and then and above, and I'll recycle, but with less size because this was like the first idea. Now, if we do it again, we could drift up. So I'm going to recycle that level if we get back there. But yeah, for the time being, I'm just going to chill, relax, and see where that one wants to go.
All right, KPRX. I put my money where my mouth is. I said it was a good hold up because it held 6 1/4. I punch in late though. I got to take this out if it breaks here. All right, so what did I get? I got 53s and I took some out here at 75s. I'm waiting at 85, but it's got to hold. I think even though it's retraced to my entry here, I think the thesis is right. Try to hold here for the push up and basically sell on the low. So I'm already up on it with all these scalps. So I think I can really give it to, how much am I holding? Oh, I got into a quarter position. I thought this was a half position. No, it's a quarter position. So it's not even a spin the money type event. If it breaks at 619 to the downside, I want out of this one. But I really do want to hold a piece through the break of high of day, which currently on KPRX is 689 exactly. And I want to hold through 7. I really, it's setting up like it wants to do that. So let's exercise a little bit of patience on this one. But the one I'm running out of patience with is TCAT. It's time to cut this one. This is going to be a loser. Now it's broken $1. Let's zoom out here. Yeah, and this is the only saving grace. This trough right here at 95. If we can bounce off this area here because it is an area of support, then that's really the only saving grace we have. We don't have other levels, or I don't see any important levels below that, and then it's going to be a VWAP rejection as opposed to a VWAP reclaim. So we touch up VWAP. I don't know why it's not reflecting here on the chart, but my other chart, we did actually break VWAP. That was a bull trap if I've ever seen one. So let's see what it does if it breaks through this trough here. So I guess we'll give it to 94. So we'll get out of this one at 94s. Let's go ahead and put a stop. Put 0.94, and then we'll sell everything on which we got on. 0.93 we'll give it, and we'll get out of everything at that level. So there we go. That one's set, but let's now flip back to KPRX. Same thesis, still same level that it's holding. Nothing's changed. Just got to exercise some patience. But again, if it breaks that 619, 620 level, I'm out. That makes a lower low, and that's not what I'm looking for. We already have a lower high here. So you don't want to see a lower high and a lower low. You got to question what, the plan at that point. All right. Juan Padilla wants to know if you're drinking a beer.
Yeah, no. Wait, how can you see me? I thought it wasn't on me here. No, guys, it's not a beer. It's 100% coconut water. Not too bad. 14 grams of. Huh? Yeah, it's It's not. No, it's in the can though. So how would I get it in here? Greg's like, yeah, sure, buddy. There's definitely beer in there. Yeah, no, 100% coconut water. 14 grams of sugar, 70 calories. Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Not too sugary. I'm loving it. I'm like, oh, it's 12 o'clock. Let me drink some of this. And then eventually, I'm sure Sharif will come through with the Spro.
Absolutely.
Not anytime
you just
soon.
let me
no
know
worries.
when, man. I mean,
Yeah, guys, I was like, you know what? I need to like celebrate these wins that are coming through. Hopefully, you guys. Somebody in the chat's like, I'm just too lazy to trade today. I'm following Luca. I don't like that, man. I'll say trade your own playbook. You need to be self-sufficient, but at the same time, do whatever you want. I'm just here to kind of call the market and speak technicals, and it is a language. So it is the language not of love, of pain. But when you get it right, sometimes it could be lovable. Sometimes. Yeah, BBBY. I didn't pull that up today. Thanks for bringing that up in the chat there. Are we popping on this thing today? No, we're not even close to popping. Yeah, man, short the pops. Literally, you could have short this pop here. It didn't even get to VWAP. Maybe you chase it. Not chase, but maybe you take that. This thing is just dead, man. It is absolutely dead. Yeah, the long is just not good. I mean, playing the momentum on a day where it's moving, you can definitely make money on the long, but then obviously, like, it's got its moves up, but for the most part, it's kind of dead. I feel like if we get back to VWAP on this thing, maybe we could actually squeeze and then pop. But you have the 3 level. I'm probably not going to do this trade, but what I see here is a potential rip into 3 and then like dip back down. So that's where the odds become good. I would love to short this thing at like 295. Playing off of the 3 level. This is like a stink offer. Like, give me the fill, and then it probably liquidity vacuum drops back to VWAP. That'll give you maybe 20 cents on that one. But again, trade your own book. I'm probably not even going to trade that one. Somebody else in the chat said something I wanted to comment on, saying something about scalping. Who was it? Someone here saying scalping. Oh, here, yeah, Doge cult member. First and foremost, hopefully you're having a great day, enjoying the show. In my opinion, scalping is chasing pretty much unless you are really tracking wins and losses. So scalping is interesting. It's an interesting beast. I wouldn't say it's chasing per se, because, for example, this is a scalp trade, and I wasn't chasing anything. I was actually waiting for the dip buy. But again, as you can see, it was like I'm in, and then I'm just like sell, 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 sell. So like I would say that's a scalp. I did that. This was like a less than 30-second trade to get out of the first portion of the trade, and then it sort of changes into like, okay, well, I'm not out of the money. Let's just see if it can actually get back to the 50 period. And then this is a short, and this is a scalp. I'm like scalping into 99, hoping that I can get a 99 average because I don't think it's going to actually rip 50 cents. So I'm essentially risking 50 to 60 cents, going for like 30. So it's not really a 2 to 1. It's like a 0.5 to 1, which is usually you would say to yourself, well, wait a second, as a trader, don't you want to go for 5 to 1s, 4 to 1s? The answer is it really depends on the playbook. As a scalper, if you're averaging into positions, if you're doing this sort of like mean reversion because you think levels are going to print and that's kind of what you're going for, then I say you're playing the house. You're essentially providing liquidity. And then in that case, the odds are rarely 2, 3s to 1. They're usually like 0.7 to 1, 0.5 to 1, in my experience. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe you guys can enlighten me. But essentially, you're not so much chasing, but that's not the correct word. But yes, as a scalper, it's definitely a different ideology of the trade. You have the bounce play at 98, and then maybe you could say, well, I think it's going to get back to 100, so I'm going to go for $2, and I'm going to risk 50 cents. So then in that case, maybe you have a 4 to 1 on your hands, and it's an intraday swing back to the upside. But for myself, seeing the market for what it is over and over every single day, I would much rather look, find these levels, get in, get out, take my money, find another play, do it over and over again, and just rinse and repeat as much as I can all day, every day. Going into the, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, going into the afternoon, especially in the morning, if you short Google, those are the money fills up top, and you hold the whole day, and it never broke VWAP, right? But then at the same time, going into the middle of the day, this thing is probably going to go like, it's probably going to stay around over here, right? It's probably going to, 98's the bottom. It's probably going to get some resistance at the top. So I don't want to be too kind of greedy with my trades. If we get to 100, I'm gonna short this thing like crazy using VWAP overhead. And then I just think if we drop 20 cents, I'm just gonna take it because I think it'll get back to 100, and then I'll kind of scalp it over and over again. So yeah, essentially scalping is a different beast. At Day Trade the World, we're lucky enough to be able to route to different venues. Sometimes we get paid rebates depending where we we route those. We can make multiple trades over and over again. And obviously it's scale, like this business is scalable up and down as many ways as you want. So yeah, that's basically it for scalping. Different strategies, we do a good job at showing different strategies. There's all types of ways to make money in the market, man. Thank you. Okay, now I gotta address the super chat.
Go for it.
I have to because the super chat here.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for the super chat, Akash. Happy birthday, Luca. Yes, not today, maybe tomorrow. I mean, imagine every single day somebody sends a super chat.
That'd be fantastic.
You know what? When it's my birthday, I will say, yes, it's my birthday. But you have to send super chats every single day. And then I'll say, nope, not today. So you can try it all year. Just make sure the risk to return on that trade is it makes sense to you.
That's funny. I love risk assessment always, guys. All right, in a meta long, took the 38s long, looking to take some out at 60s. I like this one for a VWAP retracement. On my chart, VWAP's hanging out at about 186.50. So let's see how this one goes. It's a bit volatile. The market looks like it's, you know, kind of caught in a range, but Meta maybe wants to retrace. So I'm looking to take the stronger name for the moment. I think that one is best. I added at $1, well below $1 at 98 cents on TCAT here as it held this level of support that we talked about, this trough area here. Held for the moment. Let's see if we can retrace. I readjusted my profit taking to a little bit lower now that I have a better cost basis. So that is where I'm on. That is where I'm at on those ones. So slower part of the day now. You know, I was looking on my phone to see when the Fed speakers were talking, and I don't see anything here. Yeah, that was all earlier in the stuff. I got to filter this out to take all the German stuff. Man, every time I filter this and then the app updates, it shows me stuff that I don't want. So like I took off all the European markets so I could only see events for North American markets, but you know, for whatever reason it's not working. So that's the trade, guys. In TCAT, long, in Meta long, looking to continue for a 186 retracement. What is the chat up to? Nathan Harris says Goog. Yeah, Goog's retracing here. It's along with Meta. You know, they've been oversold aggressively, Goog more than Meta. And now they're retracing to, you know, some of what my boy on the left would call mean reversions here. There's going to be tending to be buyers, especially for stocks that have been doing well lately when it sells off as people try to get better cost basis for their portfolios. There we go. We get the fill on Meta. 30, 40 pennies in the money now. Let's ride this one. It's not going to zoom up today. It's not a zoomy like some of these other trades have been lately. It's take off a little bit more here. As we de-risk, we get a partial fill, then a full fill. So printing very nicely. Now are we on this Meta long? I'm looking for a 186.25, maybe 186.5. So that's like, you know, 50 pennies away. We're like 50 pennies in the money now. Let's let this run. Meta technically down, what's it called, 3% on the day. We're gonna take a little bit out there, a very small amount. And we're holding 55% of the position. This one pumping to the high side. Now we're in the 90s. Let's take a little bit more out. We do. Now 186, babies. We're knocking on the door of 186. 70 pennies in the money. Are we on Meta? Let this one ride go. Let's let this one ride. I'm getting excited. All right, we'll take another little bit out there. And now we've got, how much we got? 35% of the position. Let's let this one run. We're long 39s. Ample amount of room to let this one retrace since we scalped out quite big boy on the way up. Let's see if we can get to that $0.50 that we talked about, that 186.50, that VWAP retracement. Hasbullah to the moon, says Sheriff. Sheriff, he called me Sheriff, cool.
The Sheriff.
Yeah, Google long to 100. I'm good with it, dude. I'm telling you about these oversold retracements here that are pumping up. Google's moving. Meta's moving. I just got into the Meta trade. I mean, Google's equally as good. You know, if I had to choose, I'd choose Meta only because, you know, Google really got slapped in the face today, down over 8% on the day, and you don't really want to stand in front of that one. All right, there goes 186. Are we going to take another piece out there? We get filled there. We're dropping the cash. All right, so that's been a big boy trade. Now holding a quarter of the position. Let's let this one ride to the high side. Where's that $0.50? We're waiting for you, Luca.
Yeah, man, Meta, what a move, man. Drop the money again. I'm not in it, but is there like, there's the money that I should have had if I just held. I'm sure somebody's still holding, somebody's probably holding back there. Well done, very well done. So now I'm long Tesla and Nvidia. I was trying a Google short again, and I was like, this was like way less size. I was like, let me try to scale into this. Maybe we get a little bit of a dip down. I had the first opportunity where I was like, hey, maybe we're going to go. But now we're just drifting to the upside. So I'm like, hey, we're probably going to get to 100, so I don't want to short it yet. So let me just take the L on that, very small L. And yeah, if we get to 100 again, I love the 100. But again, not a hard level, just an area of interest. So if we can get there, let's just see where it wants to go. And Ron Williams, Google or Amazon, race to 100. Oh, man, that's a good one.
Look at that super chat. That's really funny.
Well, Amazon's at 100 right now. And Bloody Master short Tesla only because Elon doesn't inhale.
On the Rogan, remember that?
Yeah. That's yeah, man. Thank you for the super chat. Always, maybe this is gonna be like, thank you for the super chat. Always appreciated. Oh, Amazon at 100. I'm shorting this right away.
Oof.
Yeah, let's short this right now. And I'm scaling into this. If we continue to go higher, it's. I actually wanted to break 100 to the upside. I said that I wanted to short this, so thank you for calling that. I was kind of distracted there. So yeah, let's see where this one wants to go. Nvidia, man, this thing is steamrolling to the upside.
Steamroll.
To the upside, or is that only to the downside?
I don't know.
I don't know. To any side, man, this thing is going.
Way you want, baby.
I feel like now. Do I cover now? It keeps going. This could go 226. Huh? You know what? Yeah. Let me just take it. I was gonna cover at 224. So thank God I forgot about that one. Yeah, man. Today is the day where I'm like forgetting about stuff, and it's actually working to my favor. So yeah, let's see. Okay, now Nvidia. Now that I'm out of the trade fully. Do whatever you want to do. I mean, other people are probably long, so yeah, keep going to the upside. It's all good. What are the chances we get the 222 again? Probably unlikely because it looks like just such a good level there. Tesla going back to the upside. I'm watching 198 again if we can get there. Now, the thing with this is I try it the first time. Okay, great. The size that I take at 198 the first time, then you actually get the win on the trade, is not the size that I'll be taking on the second time, because if I make money the first time, great. I don't want to lose on the trade. So I'm willing to add to it. I'm still long. If we go up, I'm still long. I'm going to hold for high a day. But if we get back there, I'll try to add another portion. And then, yeah, if we break through 197, I'll sell it. It'll be basically $1 risk, give or take. And if I lose on the trade, I'll still be up on Tesla overall. That's basically the plan. So we'll see where that one goes. If it wants to fill me, my bids are out, so I'm chilling. Thank you again for the super chat. The
I'll take that one.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Nike. Thank you for that. The Bomba 55555 $2 super chat. Thoughts on Nike? They asked. So I was having a look at that for you. So it looks like the long-term trend is obviously up. I would say the intermediate-term trend. Look at that double top. Wow, was that a double top there between July 2021 and November 2021? And then so the intermediate-term trend was down. Obviously, that was most of 2022. And then look at this, guys. Since that September bottom, yeah, I'll say that. September bottom for Nike, because I think that was an earnings day. We always talk about October bottoms. No, in Nike's case, it was a September bottom. We make that bottom, and look at this trend line. Bounce, bounce, bounce. So we're coming back down into that area where we're going to touch the trend line again. So this is an excellent area, in my opinion, if you're looking long term for the medium or intermediate trend. You're looking here to get in. That's how I'm looking at it. In fact, I'm going to look at this. This is obviously not financial advice, but I'm just, I'm giving you my opinion as to what it is. It looks fantastic in terms of an ad at this point if you're not already adding. Look at that. We made a 82 bottom, and we got up to 131. What kind of retracement is that off the high? So let's do some fib. Let's go in with the fib here and go into here. There we go. So what kind of, that's a 50%. So we made a 50% retracement, rejected off that 50% retracement, and now we're back into that trend line. I like this. I like it. It looks like a good setup. So I'm going to be looking at this. I like it. From an intraday perspective, though, I probably don't have much on it. It's not really one of these intraday stocks unless it's got some news catalyst or an upcoming earnings. Looks like it made a bit of a double bottom here at that 122, 122.20. Looks like it's trending up. I wouldn't take this long. It's not really my kind of style, but it looks like it's a decent ad if you're looking for something to go long. Luca, I just looked on the right side of my chart. NVIDIA is pumping to the high side. What is going on with NVIDIA at the moment? Let's pull up NVIDIA over here. Where is the NVIDIA chart? Yeah, let's
shorting
get rid of
Amazon.
this APRX NVDA. There we go.
Yeah, NVIDIA.
Looks really
Banger.
good.
Thank you.
This trade on it here, it kind of got me green, and then I took out the other portion here for break even. But now reclaiming VWAP, pumping to the high side. We're getting a move here in the overall market. We broke that 41.36 level. Come to my chart if you're able to, please. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we're looking at this 41.50 in the face. I think it would be the next level. This one's going to the high side, and like, you know, we're riding meta along, but maybe we need to look for something a little more relatively strong. And I think NVIDIA has kind of proven itself over the last few days that it is that and more. So we're going to have to start looking at some NVIDIA longs here, Luca.
Yeah, the worst timing on that switch there, but I'm ready, baby. I'm ready, guys. I'm short Amazon into 100. Yeah, this is the plan, man. I think we're going to break. So as you guys can see, I'm basically shorting in front of 100, very light. And then as we break, I'm like, okay, now slam it. Do I think we're going to rip up here? No, absolutely not. I think as soon as we kind of go back below 100, I can get some of those covers going. I'm willing to continue to add to this trade if it goes higher. So as per the plan, we're going to see if this wants to continue here. I do have bids out. No, I don't have bids out. But yeah, let's see if we can get low 90s on a flush lower. That'd be awesome. So I'm going to just throw that out there very quickly. And yeah, man, 100 here is essentially the short 100 using VWAP overhead. So it's like 30 cents away. Do I think we continue to explode to the north side? No. And the market is just making a little bit of a high here. And again, I am cognizant of the fact that we are potentially going back to VWAP. But at the same time, I'm going to continue to scalp these levels over and over again.
Oh my
so
goodness.
that's the plan there. We're going to see if we can get this
Luca.
flush back through 100. Yeah, what do you got
Look
going
at RSLS. You're going to like this one. RSLS. Okay, I'll load it up.
Yeah, sorry, load it up. I'll be
Okay,
back
I thought you were going to get excited with me. All right, let's load this one up here. This one just shot up. RSLS. There we go. Shot up to the high side. Is it? It's now halted. Okay, so this one really getting off here. It's got a news catalyst, guys. Here it is. Reshape Life Sciences announcing closing of upside $10.2 million underwritten public offering. There you go. That's what they do, and they get the headline, they get the pump. This is a former runner. We've been trading this one a while. Look at it's a former runner going back to February 2nd, and then again February 3rd. Had a bit of a day. February 6th, not really. It definitely had a day back going to January 3rd here. Wow, yeah, that was the first day of the new year. I remember this one pumping, and now it's pumping again.
Let's go,
I want to be
Amazon.
all over this one in case it starts squeezing to the high side. So let's go ahead and get something ready for RSLS over here. RSLS.
That's a banger.
NASDAQ stock, baby.
That's
what
a
do you got?
banger.
You're smashing short on Amazon, aren't you?
Yeah, you know what I noticed with us? It's kind of funny because as soon as you start talking, the trade starts working, and I was like, wait a second, come back. And then it's like it's vice versa. But yeah, it's all good. Man, this is the move I was going for. So short above 100 into that level, and then as we just fail and go back down, we probably get the flush. So that was a sick trade. Again, I'm now out of the majority of the trade. It's just a product of my trading. I like taking the trade that I see, and then I get the move, and then I just cover on the volume. And then now if we go lower, okay, sick. I'll try to hold some in case we can get to like 99.60, the 50 period. But the thing that I hate seeing for myself and a product of my own trading is I take the trade, it gives me the move that I want to see. If I don't cover, and then if we get back over 100, it's like, okay, well now, like, I don't know. Like, I got the move that I thought was going to happen. I didn't cover, and then we're going to go back to 100. So I'm not that, you know, where is this going to be at 1245? I have no idea. But if it's above the high here, then I'll be more kind of panicky with, you know, the trade because I saw it. It happened. I didn't trade it. So that was a great one, man. Covering right at the mean there at 99.90 and below, giving you the flush. Now, at this point, you know, you would watch the tape, you would say, is there a lot of selling that's continuously coming through? Is there size anywhere? Are they filling any type of size? I do think that 100 will probably touch again. It's just a matter of do we go lower and then bounce up, or do we go back up right now? I just
want to mention real quick before you go on. Neil Kashkari speaking, guys, Fed president. So keep that in mind when we look at these market moves.
Yeah, that's thank you for that one because somebody said 12:30 and then 1:30 I think for the other guy. But yeah, let's see if we can actually break through that low. So that was essentially a 20 to 30 cent winner. Can't complain. Now I'm in the last portion of the position, and I'm going to wait for the 99.60s if they can actually dip there. So I'm just going to throw out some random bids just below to see if those want to fill. And then yeah, if we go back up, I'll continue to short this. but not at these same levels. So the first time it's going to be good, you take the size accordingly. The second time, it could easily go over 100, get up here, and even go 100, 25 closer to VWAP. So my shorts will start closer to 120 if we actually get up there. But yeah, nice little win on that. I know somebody in the chat was like, Luca, let's go Amazon short. Yeah, just know that when these levels play themselves out, they do volume in and around the level. So I like to do these like over-under plays, and then yeah, we'll see where the rest goes on that one. Now just one short, one long. Tesla long, Amazon short. I'm chilling, I'm waiting. I do want to buy Microsoft on any dips. If we can dip into 268, we're now above 270, so I think that ship is gone. But if for whatever reason we get back into the lows, I like the 268 long play off the bottom, giving it some room, willing to add into it. And then, yeah, if we pop back to 270, take the cover there. So, yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. We'll see where the rest of these positions want to go, and continue to find more trades for you guys. I think, did I miss the 100 Google? No, we didn't even get there. So, same plan for myself on Google 100. If we get to 100, it's probably going to print, do a bunch of things. You got the VWAP overhead. It looks very similar to Amazon. The only difference is Google's down 7% and Amazon is down 2%. So I do think that if Google gets there, it'll be a better flush. Maybe it doesn't even get there, but I'm hoping that it gets to 100. If it gets there, probably prints the level. Then I'm going to do the same thing, and then I'm going to hold a little bit more for a bigger move down because it's down 7%, so I think that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so let me just set up here in a NVIDIA long. Want to add at this position. There we go. The market looking to continue its upside movement, at least for the moment. 41.40 was where it stopped out at. We're at 41.38.5. So let's see if we can continue to get a move up. I add into my NVIDIA position here on the dip into 225. And we're riding nicely here onto the high side. Let's see if I've got some profit takers. Let's see if we can get some of those printed. But I'm gonna have to get out of my position on Meta if it does not continue its ascent up, as it is now retracing. We're long 39s, we're back into the 50s here, so need to be cognizant of that one to the high side, guys. All right, there we go. NVIDIA pumping here. Let's go. I'm sitting above the $0.50. There we go. I'm going to get the print. I get the print. Let's go. I'm sitting at the 60s. Am I going to get the print there? Let's go, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go through the mid 60s. All right, so what I'll do is I'll wait for that one to print. Looks like we have a hidden seller there. Okay, so we hold 50s for the moment. Printing really well on NVIDIA. I've got 17 longs. There we go. Now back into the high 50s. Let's see if we can get back into the mid 60s. I probably need to de-risk a little bit. Yeah, I want to, but I want to hold it, to be honest with you. So I'm going to wait in the mid 70s. I'm going to let this one pump. I don't want to take it out, and I think that I'd be the weak hand. Something itching me in my nose. I think I'd be the weak hand here if I was to take it out. This one's relatively strong, and we just made a newer high through 41.40s on these markets. So yeah, you always want to ring the profit bell, but you also want to follow the rules and let these profits run. So I've got 17 longs. I'm going to be patient here, even though, oh, there we go. Now I'm out of the money on this one as it retraces back down. I'm going to have to be patient. So maybe staring at it will not help for the moment. Meta holding that $0.50 level, tracing back into the 60s. So I don't have to take this one out. As it continues to kind of curl back up, we'll see what this one does. So now I'm nursing this NVIDIA and this Meta long. They've been both quite volatile. Meta more to the downside, while NVIDIA definitely more to the upside. Now NVIDIA 1.5% up on the day. Thanks Camel Crush saying bang, nice call, let's go baby. Appreciate your support and I appreciate your enthusiasm. That's what we want to hear from the chat. I hope you guys are following along and having a great day. It's been a tough one to trade on these markets, at least it has been for me. You know, getting a gauge with some of these shorts when you've been long most of the time the past few weeks is always a little tricky. At least it has been in my book. So trying to learn along with you guys, and I hope you guys are enjoying the ride. All right, back to Meta real quick here, as now we're tracing back into the 70s. That's what we want to see. Maybe a curl back into that 186.50. I still like that as a possible level, but we're gonna have to have a lot more buyers stepping in here. Dan Emmons was telling me today, he's like, you know, trend following people would definitely be taking today's short. Couldn't agree more. I find myself in these longs over and over and over again, even though my brain is telling me today is a better day to go short. But that's how she's unfolding at the moment. But you know what? When we have an aggressive short day today, especially in a bull market, or I don't want to say we're in a bull market, but in a more uptrending market, even if it's a short term, you tend to get these bounces again, and that's what we're gonna play off today. All right, Meta pumping to the high side. There we go. 185.90. Let's go. I want that 186.50 breaking. 186 is Meta now pumping even higher. Let's go back to that one. I'll get to RSLS in a minute. I know it's open, but I got to nurse these Meta trades. Waiting for that one to continue to the high side here. I'm looking for. I'm gonna sit at 186. How much do I have left of Meta? Let me just look here. Yeah, so I'll sit at 186. Let's say sit at 20s. We'll hang out at 20s. If we get a print there, great. If not, then we'll see. NVIDIA still flirting in that level, holding that 225 level. We want to get a continuation of this one. We don't want to flush, but the market may not want to continue to the high side. That has nothing to do with me. Stop console wars. Hey, hey, hey. Google released a new anti-spam and search for ads policy. Can you explain that? At Neil Roberts, at Sean, at Luca, at Sharif. What's up, Luca?
Amazon,
what a flush.
Yeah, man. So Amazon got to that 120. Hopefully you guys saw that. I'm basically multitasking here. Thank you for saying Google 100. I'm now short Google into the 100. But I'm noticing that I didn't get the fills that I really, really wanted. So quickly, I started the short and I was hoping that we would get higher. So I'm pretty light on the position. And now we're actually getting like the flush that I thought would happen. So I'm just going to take some here. But if we actually go down, I'm going to hold a little bit onto that. Yeah, man, I only got 89s. I think my best fill was like 89s, 88s, something like that. But Amazon, I was really focused on that one, and now we're actually through 100. Okay, Amazon, hit the money for that one.
Absolutely.
That was a banger, man. So again, short over the first time, great. Let it actually get closer to VWAP. Don't start the short at 100.05. It already was there, so it could easily just steamroll through that level because there's not the new fresh liquidity that's sitting there. It's already been taken. Now we break the high side of the 14s. I start the short at what, maybe 22s or something like that, but I thought I would have more time. I honestly thought I would have more time. You're saying that we can't hear me. No, you should be able to hear me. Everything should be good. Okay, so I've been muted that whole time. So guys, let me just quickly repeat that. I'll just repeat it in real time and say it quickly. Blah, blah, blah. I was short. It's working. Things are great. I'm happy. And now I'm covering. Google, it didn't really get to where I wanted it to get to, so that 100 level. So I'm lighter on the position. I'm covering a little bit, and then I'm going to try to hold in case we go down. That was a nice over-under of the 4140 level of the ES, so now we're actually flushing to the downside. So the shorts are good, man. The shorts are good. I'm actually in the way of the trend. I like what I have here. So Google's working for me. Amazon is working for me. I'm basically taking covers. What I was saying, yeah, we'll get a great recap. Basically, blah, 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 short, spin the money, life is good, let's go. But just very quickly, the example that I was giving on Amazon, which is a really good example, is as we pop back through 100, the reason I'm going short closer to VWAP is because the first time it was like the test of 100. So I'm thinking like it's going to pop and then drop. But then as it gets back there, as you guys can see, I'm not going short again in the same level. I'm going short like higher. So I wanted to actually break the high, the previous high, being like 113 or 14, and then I wanted to get closer to VWAP. It's unfortunate that I only got one fill here. I thought I had more time. I got in and it just kind of went right away for whatever reason. But I thought it would chill here like a little bit longer. So I was actually planning to get more, but I only got one. But I had the other position on still. So yeah, now essentially covering it into 100. Below and in front of the 80s. I do think eventually, maybe this thing doesn't pop through 100 one more time and give me a chance to get a little bit more shares for the short. And then I think eventually we're actually going to break the 50 period and then go back to the low. So Amazon is one that I do want to hold on to some. So if it pops to 100, if we get close, we are popping now back to 100. So if we can get, yeah, let me just try to get some more here. I'm gonna add into the short here, and then yeah, if we go back down, I'll be money on that one. Google is like a banger short, man. This thing's probably going to below 99. Yeah, let's just see. I'm gonna hold on to this for a little bit longer. I want to see if this can just flush into like 99.30s. Like, if it can plunge
baby,
into
NVIDIA.
99.30s, I think I'm going to take the rest on 99.30s.
All right, guys, we're printing big boy on NVIDIA again. There we go. Breaking through the 25. We have that nice ad at the bottom there. Let's take a little bit off there as well. Where are we at with this NVIDIA long? Yeah, that's all she wrote for me, man. I'm sick of these longs on the day. They are risque. How come I'm not getting out here? So let's go ahead and what's going on? All right, so let's go ahead and punch out there so we get that out. Where are we on NVIDIA? Good trade, profitable trade. I want to stop going against these markets though, man. It's just not the right move. In this RSLS as well, let me get to that one. Where is that one? Okay, here we go. So I took a piece out there. It's going against me. This is a really small position, very exploratory position. Let's see what it does around 7. I want to add into that 7 area. If it doesn't, you know, I'm out. It's a very small amount here that we are on RSLS. Let's go ahead and add at this level. Do we get the fill there? We do. A break of 7 and I'm completely gone. What's my cost basis now on RSLS? Is 39s. So we need that bounce. Otherwise, I'm out of this one. There we go. Nice little bounce into RSLS. Let's get into the high 30s here. And then we can test of the $0.50. I think that that would not be out of the realm of possibility. In fact, let's stay around. What's going on here? They're right back down into the $7 area. We'll have to give this one room, yeah. So I'm gonna hang out at that $0.50. What just happened here, bro? Okay. All sorts of craziness is happening here and a lot of talking in the background too. Let's sit around the $0.50 here. We're gonna sit around 47s.
Oh, Google
we'll get
flush.
that one out. Google's
Let's go.
flushing. Thank goodness.
Wow.
I took out my NVIDIA long there. I don't trust these longs. I've had it with the longs. Shout out to you, Dan Emmons. You're right. I don't know why I've been fighting these longs all day. That's just, you know, what kind of day it is. Here we go, RSLS, testing that $7 area for break 7. I'm completely out of this one. It's not going to be my kind of trade to break through 7. What is up? What's going on here? Yeah, everything is to be expected on this trading floor,
Amazon
guys.
flush, guys.
Everything
The
is
shorts
to be
are
expected. There we go,
Let's
Pop.
go.
Let's go, RSLS. What do you see, Luca?
Guys, yeah, a lot of these levels are sick, man. So just to recap here, Google, like an idiot, like a not so smart guy. I covered here at, oh my God, this is going to 99. 99. 99!
So weak,
Wow,
bro.
guys,
Wow.
look at that. So light on the position, I said it, you know, if it's going to be a great short, it's not actually going to get to 100. I started the short early for that reason. Light on the position, so not like super, you know, not making crazy money here, but the flush is real, man. The flush is real. The shorts are good. Covering the first portion, covering the second, just in front of the low 30s, 99.30. And yeah, man, hindsight is you know what. Pain in the you know what, but yeah, man, nice flush to the downside. I'll take the money. Hopefully you guys had a better trade on that with more size than I did, because that was a banger level. I am like locked into this Amazon, as you guys can see, like short, cover, add to the short, cover on the way down.
Cover.
I'm waiting for the 50 period. Basically, I think once we actually fail to the downside, market looks like it maybe wants to actually go test the lows again. And if we actually sell off, you know, Amazon's going lower. So guys, great example here, and let me put the charts side by side just so that everybody can see this. Google here, and let me flip this to 1 minute, just so it shows the exact thing that I want to show. Okay, beautiful. So Google is down 7.5%, Amazon is down 2%. Google could not get to 100, and then when it started to fail, it was a straight line to the bottom. So it literally went 90 to 99, gave you a 90-cent move in this amount of time. And look at Amazon. Amazon gave you way less of that. It broke through 100. It did a little bit of dance up there, and now it's back down. So the short is still good. But when you guys are thinking, okay, I can only take one, right? Like in my case, I could take both, and I trade them accordingly. But if you're like, oh, I can only take one, or which one do you think deserves more size? Which level is better? Again, for myself today, when I looked at it, I just called it like I see it. Google is down 7.58%. Amazon is only down 2%. They're both at the 100 level. Shout out to Ron Williams, I think it was, who said race to 100. Thank you for that, because I pulled them both up and just started shorting them. But yeah, Google was clearly the better trade in hindsight. So learning lesson for myself, I kind of thought this going in, but now that I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, oh baby.
Oh, baby.
So yeah, that was a $1 win. This one is still pending for the flush down. And I think it's literally just because Google's down 8%. And it's like, what a move, right? So going into VWAP, they literally look exactly the same, give or take. Like, into the 100 level, into the 100 level, VWAP overhead, VWAP overhead. Which one is going to be the better trade? Well, Google is down 8%. I'm going with that one. So yeah, if I see that happen again, I'm going way more size on Google, and I'm getting way more aggressive. Whereas if I don't want Amazon to distract me, yeah, sure, I'll take a short, thanks. I don't want Amazon to distract me from like the better trade. So I still made money on both, and Amazon's still working for me. And I have more size on the Google trade, or sorry, the Amazon trade. And I'm actually making, I think I'm making more money on that one. But basically, long story short, that is my kind of tail of the tape. Both were great trades. Hopefully you guys had that. Nice flush to the downside. You know, as I'm celebrating my wins on the shorts, I'm losing on Tesla. But it is like the lighter position. So this is a position where like it either goes to the 202, 203, and I get the fill up here. If it goes back to 98, I'm gonna add back at 98. So it's all good with that one. I'm still holding long and strong. I'm not selling. I'm actually looking to buy more and respect the levels that are in play. Yeah, multitasking.
Yeah.
And Ron Williams, yeah, thanks, Luca. You can send me a super chat. I have no power over anything YouTube here. I'm just, you know, on the show doing the do's, and yeah, having a great time doing it for sure. So now short Amazon. Mute Sharif. Mute Sharif, because he he forgot to probably mute his mic there. Is he just whistling on the way to get a spro? So he asks me, guys, when I say short or long, I'm basically talking about the spro that he's gonna make me. And I'm like, yeah, make me a short. And he's like strolling over there, you know, whistling, gonna make a spro. That's kind of funny. Yeah, guys. It's a lot of fun here in the office, that's for sure. And oh, speaking of this, I will transition into what I'm going to say next here, and I hope I have it up here. Where's my WordPad? If you guys want to be trading on a prop floor, send emails, or sorry, yeah, send your resume to Brandon@selectvantage.com if it's something that interests you. I think so. What was the details on this? So the next class that's going to start for the trainees is February 28th. That is the start date. You must live in the GTA. Start date February 28th, so send resumes in well before that. If you're watching this right now, if it's something that interests you, feel free, send it to this email, Brandon@selectvantage.com. That is Brankles in the back, doing the do's. We are located in Toronto, so in the GTA is great. If you live there, you know, commuting won't be too bad. Obviously, lots of subways and all that stuff. But yeah, if it's something that interests you, if you want to go through the interview process, send your resume, give a reason why you're the guy or girl that should be sitting at this desk doing the do's, digital warfare at its finest. I'll say this, I'm going to talk about this every day for the next week or so. So if you're not watching today, you obviously don't see me talking. But if you're worried that you're missing it, don't worry, because I'll come back tomorrow with the same thing. So again, leaving it on here for another 2 seconds, BRANDON@selectvantage.com. And that is all for today, folks. Send your resume if that's something that interests you. And thank you and best of luck. Best of luck. I am waiting for a SOUN long here at $4, guys. Look at this $4 like level here. It's like, it is like, and I think it was John Spruill in the chat. And sorry if I pronounced your last name incorrectly. But saying, yeah, SOUN, like hitting the dollar signs. It's up 10% today. This was the one that went crazy the other day and did a lot of volume to the upside. It was above 4 before, but for whatever reason, this thing is now doing volume into 4 and is just not like breaking to the upside. So I'm going long if this thing breaks 4. I think we could break 4 and pop and continue. I don't think there's like crazy amount of volume on it today that it's gonna pop and then really rip my face off. So I'm basically waiting for the fill on that one. And tell me Amazon's back above my price? Really? Really, Amazon? Okay. Well, giving me another chance here. I'm not shorting it yet. But again, if we get back up into the 20s, you got the VWAP overhead, I'll try it. Guys, this is why the first time you have to try it, because the first time I try it, I win. The second time I try it, I win. The third time, which is basically a part of the second time. So the second time I try it, I win. The third time, if I try it again and I lose, it doesn't matter, because I won, I lose, 66% win rate, scaled accordingly. That's how I make the money, right? If you're like looking at this the third time and you're like, oh, I saw it was good the first and the second time, I'm gonna try it the third time, and then if it doesn't work and you lose, like you can't do that, right? So you have to smash every single time. Like you can't miss a trade if it's a part of your playbook, because then you put the odds in your favor with all the math and all that stuff, right? Sharif, you did not mute your mic on the way to get your spro. And everyone's like, what's that whistling? And I was explaining, like, Sharif's just walking over there, whistling, making the espresso.
Oh, man.
Yeah, beautiful, guys, beautiful.
Yes,
Spro
yes,
life,
guys.
baby.
I was telling Peter wanted us to do a cheers with the Spro in the video. I'm like, no, Luca said no.
Yeah,
and then he's like, yeah, that's right. And then, okay. So, big changes coming to the show, guys. We're going to have a nice intro. We're going to have a trade of the week. We have word of the day. We're expanding stuff around here, and we couldn't be happier to have you guys on board. Daryl Finch saying he's from Dallas. I asked him if he was a Cowboys fan. He said, no, I'm from the North original. I'm a Steelers fan. Sorry. Well, yeah, luckily for you, I have no beef with the Steelers. They're an AFC team. And in fact, I kind of like them because they're within driving range of Toronto, so it means we can go to the games quite easily in Pennsylvania, that is. All right, Sharif, whistle while you spro. Thanks. I didn't mean to interrupt Luca while I was talking there. Another hot mic situation, it looks like. Gain Tortoise says, Sharif, I would like to know where do you guys check out the SSR for a specific stock? So on my platform here, I have a little red dot circle that says SR in it, which tells me it's short sale restricted on our platforms here, but I don't have it enabled at the moment. It'll tell you SR, it'll say SSR, and it'll say either yes or no. So that's how I find out whether they're short or sale restricted. A couple of ways I do it. And you can also Google it. Pradley in my ear. Shout out to Pradley for letting me know that you can also Google it. So take advantage of that. Test trade, says Sharif. We should have an Arun minute follow-up on your show from his morning assessment. Yeah, that's kind of like Arun's deal. I can't force that onto him, but we always want more of Arun. Obviously, an excellent futures trader and someone who I personally learned a lot off of, to be honest. So now, quickly, with the trade at hand, now we're at 106 long on TCAT. Now we're back up to 104s here on the ask. We held this support level that we talked about in the morning, this 95 area support level. Then we basically hugged, for lack of a better term, the 200 period here on the 1 minute. Now we're rolling back up into 104. I'm resting here. I got my resting profit takers hanging out at 110, 114, and 117. We'll see how she ends up unfolding there. Daryl Finn saying, yeah, when I lived in Pittsburgh, I didn't mind driving into Canada. Niagara Falls on the Canadian side, so much better too. Yeah, the good casinos are on the Canadian side. We got Casino Niagara and Fallsview. I know you guys have Seneca on the other side there. I'm not a big fan of Seneca. I like Seneca's buffet, which is nice, but the better gaming and the better hotels definitely on the Canadian side. The better views too, I feel, on the Canadian side. Yeah, come up here and spend your dollars. We're always welcome. Our doors are always open, Luca.
Yeah, guys, feel free to come over here and spend your dollars specifically at this restaurant that I own. And I'm joking. I know somebody's going to be like, oh, don't say that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Guys, heads up, SOUN breaking $4 to the upside. So getting that fill, I think I got a bad fill on that. That was like 04s, I think. So 404 was my fill. And I'm just like, well, I thought I had more. I don't know, but I covered that. That was a quick 4-cent winner. I mean, it's nothing special. But that was the plan. I just wanted a quick scalp trade. I thought it'd be good. But yeah, you could have gotten 16s if you were a better trader than I was. But again, not always going to get top wick, not always going to get bottom wick. Somebody in the chat was mentioning you guys talk a lot about scalping out. But what about scalping into positions?
Building,
building positions. So we do actually talk about both. It's just like, obviously, when I'm building a position, I'm like focused and I'm like, okay, what's going to happen here? Whereas when I'm scalping out, it's a little like easier in the sense of like, because now I'm getting in, so I'm like, okay, what's my risk? Where do I think this can go? So right now, Amazon, let's do this live. So I might lose on this trade because it's the third time around, which is fine. But we have VWAP overhead. I'm basically watching this level. The market's pushing back to where it rejected the first time. So if rejected the first time, maybe reject the second time. And so as I'm kind of building into this position with the scalps in mind, I'm basically trying to get as close to VWAP as possible with the idea in the back of my head that it can actually like break VWAP and do like a quick explosive move to the upside and then a quick move back to the downside and then flush into the 100 level. So basically what I'm thinking right now, I'm thinking, okay, if this flushes into 100, great, I'm going to start the covers over there. However, at the same time, if we flush below 120, which we could right now, I do want to take some out below 120 because I think that quick over-under through VWAP is actually going to happen. So I don't want to be too heavy in the position, and I want to recycle more. So whereas I wasn't going to recycle this time because we were far away and I thought it would do this, great. I thought it would do this the second time, great. Now the third time, I'm kind of realizing that we're getting closer to VWAP. It's probably going to be a little bit of a magnet. There's probably going to be more volume that comes through. We could easily rip up and then rip back down. So I do want to give myself room to actually get a fill at like 149 if it gets up there. And then I think we should go back down right away. And then I'll start the covers again. So as I'm scalping into positions, things change in real time. Essentially, I start my trade over here. I add a little bit more over here. I'm basically waiting. Does it go over? I'm going to add more. Does it go back down? I'm going to start getting out. If it doesn't go over and it just goes down right away, then I'm going to wait for 100. So now I'm waiting for 100, but if we go over and then come back down, I'm not waiting for 100 anymore. So these things change in real time. I'm watching the tape. I'm trying to figure out what's my max position size. What do I think the risk on this trade is? Where can we go very quickly or very slowly? So this is basically what I'm doing, right? So I'm building the position. I'm trying to, like, you know, get that, and then as we go back down, I'm eyeing the 50 period, the 100 level, and potentially flush to go lower. I'm watching the overall market. If other things start to rip to the upside, I need to be cognizant of that one. Google is here on my left, and as you guys can see, the market is going back up. It's going back up. Amazon went from 99.80 to VWAP, and Google can't even get back close to 100. So clearly the Google short is better, and I should be shorting some Google, but the thing is if I could take my pick, I'm basically playing off of VWAP and 100 on Amazon. I think it's just a better level, whereas Google is more so like, oh, I think this can go lower. So yeah, let's just short Google with that kind of explanation there. But really, really light on the position because I like to save my like sizable trades on things that I think. I like to save my size entries on like real significant areas that I do have the protection. Like Google could float around, right? So I don't want to just be wrong and lose money, but not be like wrong on the idea. So that was actually sick. I short this and it instantly goes down. But at the same time, yeah, Amazon is a flushing here. So I'm getting a little bit of the covers on this one as per the plan. But you know what? I'm going to hold for, 100 like I mentioned, actually. So let's see if this can dip into 100 and then start the covers there.
Quick scalp on Microsoft, taking it for being the relatively stronger name. Get into a full position through the break of this peak right here. Scalp, the remaining 25% break even. Probably got shaken out of this trade. Probably this is going to run, I feel, as we maybe retrace into VWAP here on the ES March contract. Here's a 3-minute chart on that. And what we're looking for is a new peak to be made above that 41.41, so maybe 41.42, and then retracing into maybe 41.50 or so, maybe a little bit below that is VWAP. So we'll see if we can get a bit of a bounce here on the market gain. Tortoise says, quick question, could you check the price action, that gap up and get it filled down later on? Does it mean it will go bearish? Okay, so you're talking about gap fills. Okay, so I have an interesting gap thing to talk about here. I talked about it with Michael Noss last Friday, and this is the daily chart on the NDX. This is not the NQ. This is the NASDAQ index, the NDX. Look at this. This was the day subsequent to Papa talking, and look at that. We made a 12, I want to give exact levels. 1248 high. That wasn't the close. The close was 12,363. That was the close. The next morning, we opened up at 12, what was the open there? 12,658. So we've since filled that gap, but I don't know if necessarily means it's bearish that the gap has been filled. I think that it's a bullish sign that the gap is there, but it's by no means guaranteed. Just like any other technical indicator, you're looking for other confirmatory signals. And in this case, we're going to have to make newer highs. And to me, on the NDX, the newer high is at 13,725. So that's the only way to really continue with this beast, is to continue up. But I don't necessarily feel that the closing of a gap indicates a reversal or a bearish signal. That's not what I've read anyway. Okay, so now let's get to this TCAT long here. There we go. Now we're pumping to the high side on TCAT. It looks like we got up to that 109 area, back down into 107. I'm sitting at 110s waiting to get filled here. I got 110s, 114, and 117, but it's going to have to break VWAP. But I'm waiting for this one. I'll be patient. I've built into it, and I have a hell of a cost basis at the moment. Adam Deleuze says AMD buying to VWAP above EMA. I'll have a look at that in a second. Gain saying no problem. I promised somebody I would look at the Nat Gas. So as you guys know, I've been looking at Nat Gas lately, and what I'm using is UNG. And so yesterday I talked about this possibly being a good swing, but I wasn't really wanting to jump the gun because I need to see proof. I mean, just because we're at all-time lows doesn't mean it's time to buy. But we are at all-time lows. And we had 2 green days in a row, and now today we got a big boy red day on this. So unless this makes a newer high and continues the trend to the upside, I want no part in that gas. I'm using UNG, that's UNG.AM, it's an ETF. In case you're wondering exactly what it's called, I'll give this to you guys real quick before I pass it back to Luca. UNG, guys, is U.S. Natural Gas Fund, and basically is a holding company. The company, oh no, what's going on here? UNG, is showing me TCAT. Come on, computer, you suck. Show me. Okay, well, it's messed up, so I'll have a look at that after. Basically, the idea is I'm using UNG for this nat gas assessment, and I'm looking for a balance for my own portfolio as a swing, but nothing has materialized at the moment. Stonkonia, AVRO thoughts. AVRO catalyst is buyout potential. Let's have a look at AVRO real quick here. What are we going to use for that? NVIDIA. So AVRO, is that a NASDAQ stock? There we go. It's $1 something here. What are we at? Okay, so nice little big move up. It's $1.45. Here AVRO jumps amid speculation of takeover interest, okay? So let's look at the daily chart on this one to glean any important levels. We haven't been up here since, I want to say, March of last year. So we definitely have a level to contend with that at that $1 3/4. And then we definitely have resistance at that $2. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm not going to punch into this just willy-nilly, but it is moving up quite nicely. What's the float on this? Let's have a look real quick. Okay, so my thing's messing up. I got to use trade ideas. So AVRO, let's pull this up. That's Avro Bio. The float on this one, guys, 37 million. Decent, not small, not much of a short float. 0.35% of the float is shorted. What's the RVol on this one? The volume is 5.4 million. Can't see the RVol at the moment. Have a look at that. But this one doing some decent volume. But be careful with these ones. It's not the super shortest float, so we'll see what the squeeze looks like.
Yeah, guys, so just heads up, Amazon moving above VWAP. So going back to the real-time example, obviously flushing, taking some covers, flushing into 100, covering more than what I wanted, and I'm like, oh, no. And then I look back, and we're back at 20s, and I was like, oh, yes, okay. Yeah, definitely don't hate it. So now we're going to get that, like, oh, we're over VWAP, panic sort of move to the upside. I am positioned for this move, so I'm not panicking, but maybe somebody is. These algos are maybe panicking. Something's going to move here. So let's see where this goes. Maybe we go 174 and then reverse. So we did. This is like a slow up move, guys. And it's sort of floating, so I want it to like really go higher, and then I want to like start this short a little bit higher. So I have the position, my average is 120, pretty light on the rest of that size, and let's see if it can get to the 60s and the 80s area, basically playing off the 100 area. I don't know if this is going to actually continue. I do think the shorts are still good, so I'm going to roll with that. Google, I'm recycling. I'm basically like shorting every pop and then covering on the flush down over there. So we'll see if that one wants to continue working for me. Tesla is still working. I didn't actually get the dip buy. I think I was sitting at 20s or 25s a quarter, something like that. And yeah, we only went to like just below 98.50. So yeah, that shows you the long is good when it doesn't even kind of get there, right? So yeah, maybe Tesla wants to now make its way to 202 if the market rips. If the market rips, that means my Amazon and my Google trades are going to be invalid. But I have Tesla on board. I'm sized accordingly now, not in too big of positions, so I'm not really too worried. I'm going to be very patient to see where things want to go. I know everyone's saying, oh, Tesla, no succession plan. Elon Musk saying mental health, this and that, blah, blah, blah.
What?
I don't know if there's any, I don't know that news or what's going on over there. But yeah, no worries, man. I'm going to continue to trade what's in front of me here. BBBY giving a little bit of a pop. And when somebody was like, oh, BBBY is getting started, I was like, oh, baby, are we at 3 yet? No, we're at 264 still. So, yeah, does this have steam to even get towards VWAP and above? I don't know. I'm basically waiting for that short squeeze if it wants to happen. If it doesn't, no big deal there. Okay, so now we're getting the pump on Amazon. So now I want to like start the shorts here. So let's see where this one wants to go. Yeah. As we go higher, I'm going to keep shorting. And this is the move that I wanted. So I want, like, again, speaking towards scalping and getting into the position, whoever was asking if you're still watching, basically I want that explosive move to the upside so I could short, and then I want it to instantly go back down and then cover. So yeah, maybe it's actually going to go down right away. Didn't get what I wanted fully, but yeah, so that's nice. So it's actually going back. I'm going to eye just below 40s if it wants to get there for like some covers. My average now 140, but I do want to add a little bit more to this. So yeah, let's see where this one wants to go. Trend saying Luca going to get blanket banned from all BBBY outlets. At this point, I think I'm going to walk in there. I don't go shopping there or anything, but I feel like I'm going to go there, and they're going to be like, no, we saw you on YouTube shorting our stock every single day. You're not allowed in here. We don't want you in here. And to that, I'm going to say, what do you mean? All the money that I made, I can't spend it back to you guys? And they're going to say no because we're doing a leverage buyout and life moves on. And I'm going to say, okay, whatever.
All right, so someone was talking about Tesla not having a succession plan. It looks like Tesla has a new master plan coming out March 1st. You guys will recall the master plan part 2 in 2016. We'll see what if he's able to fulfill all of it. But it looks like CEO Elon Musk said Master Plan 3 to be revealed at the event in the Austin Gigafactory will have details on path to fully sustainable energy future for planet Earth. He's usually really good. He's a great showman. Obviously a good executor as well. He's delivered, but some of his timelines have been off. When he says he can have something done, usually it's a couple of years down the road before it materializes. But hey, who am I to dog the guy who can take anybody into space and create electric cars en masse? Nobody next to him. All right, let's talk a little bit more about that and more when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with the energy update.
Hey guys, speaking of, let's get you caught up on what's happening as far as oil markets are concerned today. It's Wednesday, so we get energy inventory data out at 10:30. Comes out a bigger build than expected, but all eyes talking about demand, all analysts talking about demand and interest rate concerns going forward once again. We are heading back to the upside right now, but production, this headline down here, production also rising last week to its highest level in the U.S. since April of 2020. But right now, big move up, as I was mentioning, back to session highs, essentially now up 1.5%. We didn't talk about it much yesterday during the show, but this crude oil quietly with a 4% day to the upside yesterday as the entire market was exploding after Powell's comments. Nice look here once again today with a little bit of follow through, up 1.5% again for oil, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, keeping my eye on some of these oil stocks. Not much in the world of oil today. It's been kind of a muted day. I'm looking at my oil watch list. Guys, all right, AVRO is hanging out around highs here. It's up 72% at the moment. It's done 8.25 million shares. In the last 5 minutes, it's done 2.5 million shares. So the volume's there. The volume is absolutely there, and we may have to start taking this one a bit more seriously here, but it is doing this, rounding effect. And if it rounds, it's going to end up being a frowny face, and we don't want any part of that to the long side. What are shorts? It's easy to short, too, by the way, guys. AVRO, do I have, no, did I look at this one already? Yes, I did. It's like 37 million. Okay. I had a look at this one already. I'm still debating whether or not to take this long or short here. It's
there's a flush on
it's a tricky one. We're hanging around the $0.50. I don't want to say this is a good idea to take it short. It'd have to break below VWAP for me to do that, stay within my rules. But I'm liking this one to the long side if it can continue here. 165 high. Look at that. We halted at that 107 level. It was a 10-minute halt, by the way. And then it gapped up quite aggressively, opening at 137. So this one's shown its propensity to fly to the high side, and I wonder if it's got more left in it, as it really is not giving up the ghost here. It's hanging out at that 1.5, and if it continues to the high side, I want all the smoke to the high side there, Luca. You're celebrating here. What's going on?
Yeah, I am. I'm just like, let's go Amazon. So basically taking the shorts on the first one and then kind of coming back up, showing that it's slow. So adding a little bit more, now getting the flush into VWAP. So basically getting the VWAP prints. Pretty happy with that one. Now continuing to hold on to these shares to see, can we actually flush back into the 100 level? I think so, man. I do think so. That's my thesis. I've been winning on it. I want to stick to it. Was it Sean this morning saying, you know, if you're making money on something, like continue to make money on it, something like that. So yeah, I like that ideology. I will continue to try that. If we rip to the upside, which for whatever reason, we could be getting the magnet effect on the ES, which things will go to the upside. I'm looking that Google's actually, okay, yeah, let me just manage these. Google, little bit of a rip up. Let me just, let me short this a little bit more of Google here. If we rip up even higher, I'll punch out of that. I'm sized accordingly. And Amazon too, giving a rip to the north side. So this is why you cover, man. This is why you cover when you're in the money. Take the win, and then you could always add it back, especially in the middle of the day. Most likely, it's going up and down. Someone's saying, "Duh, Luca." Yeah, I know. Sometimes I say things that are just obvious. Yeah, Tesla has been not struggling, but Tesla's just been kind of hanging around. But I'm noticing that it's actually starting to move to the upside. So yeah, let's see if we can break 201 to the upside and continue. If the market rips through VWAP like Tesla, I'll get those fills on Tesla. So I'm just patiently waiting on that one. Amazon, did I add? I did add. Okay. Perfect, because now we probably come back down here. Let's see where this wants to go. I have a really nice average on this, so yeah, let's see if this wants to go back to over there. I'll be happy with that one. Should I cover Tesla? I feel like I should cover it. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take some more of Tesla here. Let me take some off Tesla here on this pop. I've just been waiting so long, and I feel like, okay, maybe now I cover and it's going to continue to rip. But yeah, I'm going to hold a little bit to see if this wants to break through 201 and then get to 202, 203 over there. I added to that Google on that pop. Guys, this is the pop from from a scalper's perspective. It's floating to the upside, right? It's floating, it's floating, it's floating. Then for whatever reason, it rips up and then it instantly goes back down. I still like the thesis of being short. I missed 80s, but whatever. I got 70s, so 10 cents off. If we pop again, I'll watch this in real time. It didn't break last time. What was the high? Maybe like 90s, 91s. Do we get to 100? I don't know, but I love the 100 scalp. So I'm not super sized into this. If we go down from here, it is what it is. I'll roll with what I got. But if we go higher to 100, then I'll really, really like that one.
There we go. The market pumping. It's about to reclaim that 4150 area. Microsoft pumping to the high side. Meta going as well as Tesla. Tesla now looking at that 200.5 in the face. Apple's kind of been super like, hey, I'm asleep most of the day. It hasn't really done anything, kind of reselling. No news catalyst coming in for Apple. Maybe that's good news for them. They decent quarter, but one of their worst in a while. Anyway, Microsoft pumping here. I like where we are on the market, but is this time for a short now? We retraced on the ES March contract here into VWAP, which was at that 41.48. Is this a sell, basically? Do we short this pop? It's kind of hard to know. It's been more of a selling day, even though most of my trades have been long. Nonetheless, I want to mention real quick that the position board, the running, not this one right here that we got on, but the other one, says I'm like down on Microsoft by a lot, and which is funny because I'm very up on Microsoft. I'm not sure how that one is messing up, so just wanted to mention that real quick. I'm also in this AVRO. There we go. Now we're getting the pump to the high side. I'm sitting here at 65s. If we can get filled, this can squeeze. 64, 65. We get the fill, nice fill, but watch for the flush here as we make the high of day. There's typically a flush. Okay, I'm sitting at 85, 72s. There we go. Now it's moving. This one's printing big. We got to continue with this one, though. Be careful with the flush. Where am I long? I'm long 52s. Now we're in the 70s. We need to get to the 80s. I'm sitting at 85s. I want to see if we can get everything out before 2. This one, we said 2 was a level, and then 2.5, stalling a little bit here at 69s. The buyer's drawing out a little bit. Wow. I'm not seeing much in the way of levels on. What are you looking at here?
Sorry,
Google,
sorry.
Okay, so
continue.
just talk about this one real quick.
Sorry.
We're going through the $1.75. So this one's moving here. I just wonder if I should get everything out or wait for that 85 break. We're getting some decent holds here, so I don't want to, I don't want to be the weak hand, but I don't want to overstay my welcome either. There we go, 77, 78. Let's go ride that into 85. We're sitting at 85s waiting for that fill, baby. I'm not going to wait. Let's just get out here. And there we go. Nice profitable trade on a full-size position on AVRO. The reason I like this, guys, it held the 50. It wasn't making these aggressive lows. It made a bull move to the high side, a consolidation pennant, and a continuation. I get in here, I get out. Classic textbook continuation on these small cap crappers. Run it.
Really?
We're going to have to drop the cash on that one, Luca. What are you
Guys,
looking at over there?
BBBY is going above VWAP. Thank you for that. That is how you indicate something. You say BBBY crosses VWAP. That's enough. Don't say it's skyrocketing when it's up like 4 cents, like from 60 to 64. That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. But this is a call out, man. Now we're above VWAP. This is now where I look at this thing and say, okay, this is what I've been waiting for this whole time. So now, can we get to the 90s? If we go down from here, we go down. It is what it is. I know some of you guys are probably like long and want this to go up. There's room for all types of things, man. Let's see where this wants to go. I didn't mean to cut Sharif off there. I was just saying, wow, because everything kind of flushed at the same time. So yeah, a little bit of an update on this one. Basically, we're cycling this over and over again. Amazon adding to it, getting the flush fills. Still in the short. Eventually, I think we do flush back into the 100. If we can continue to pop, great. I'm going to continue to add and do what's working for me. Google, same thing. Add. We finally flush back into the 50 period, taking the covers on that one. Pretty solid, man. I'm doing well here. Definitely can't complain. And yeah, somebody was like, soon.
Yeah,
what's
it's
going
pumping.
on
I'm looking
with
at it. It's
soon?
decent.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Jose. What's with soon? I think it broke that 4 level and ripped to the upside. Pretty good, man. Pretty good move. I sold too soon. I sold way too soon, guys.
Bang. There it is,
I sold
boys.
too
Not
soon,
only does he
man.
trade stocks, but he can make the hotlines too as well.
Yeah, it's 420. Congratulations to the long there. We called it before the break. I said I was putting my stop order to take it long. It broke. I took it long. I took it out, and I sold too soon. Where do we go from here? Your guess is as good as mine, man. I have no idea. But I guess when in doubt, zoom out. So let's pull up the 10 just to see like where this thing was. If there's any like obvious levels here. I'm nursing the positions I have right now. I'm gonna add to the Amazon short and Google short if we pop. But yeah, for the time being, I'm going to chill for a little bit. Maybe 440, maybe? Like this now, 420 into 440 is like resistance. I see the obvious thing to me is like, I want to draw like a line here and a line there. What is that? That's maybe 425 into 450. So that's maybe a better range. So that quarter point into the 450. And then, yeah, 480 is like, maybe I'm missing some data there. But 5, what was the high that day? The high that day was 485. So yeah, 5 would be like the if we break 5, like who knows, man, this thing can go crazy. This is the daily on this thing. So yeah, 5 is like 485-ish is the high. I don't think we're gonna get there today. I don't think so. Anything's possible. I don't think we're gonna get there. But if we do get there and break 5, I feel like things can go crazy. So yeah, just a heads up on that one. I'm probably no longer gonna trade it anymore. I took my little tiny win, selling too soon and letting it go. If we go into the 5 level, I'll consider looking back at it and doing something crazy. Best of luck to anybody that is trading that one. Yeah, definitely a nice little win on the 4-break scalp. Google is flushing, man, even more here. So let me just take some more off. Let me flush, take some more off if it wants to give me the fill there. Give me that fill, man. Give me that fill down there. Do I have to readjust? Oh, that's the worst, man, when you're trying to bid like 35s and then you get 40s instead. But it's all good, man, all good. And yeah, I'm waiting for BBBY to go even higher. So if you guys see that I am getting short closer to 3, that's the plan on that one, and go from there. Yeah, Bloody Masters, it's a buying opportunity, says Elon Musk. I don't know. I don't know like the detail. All I know is I'm long. So yeah, I mean, go up, break 201, run to 202.5, and then I'll be like, okay, let's go. Somebody's saying, bro, Disney. Sure, let's have a look here. Disney is at 112. They have earnings after the bell today, right?
Yeah.
They got earnings after the bell today. Where are we?
That's going to be very interesting to see because we saw how Netflix did with their subs last time around.
Yeah.
And I definitely want to see what Disney's going to do with their subs. I mean, that's where all the margins are, right? But their cost of producing has been going up too. A lot of people talking about that. Really interesting to see who the winners are going to be in that space. Especially now that money is not free anymore and you're going to actually have to make money to recoup some of that money that you're spending on content creation. So Disney coming out after the bell, I believe, today. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. All right, let's look at the last trade that we've got on here, this TCAT long. There we go, now coming back into that 107, 108. I really need to hit 110. We rejected off 109 earlier. I've got a resting order to take this top out, but wow, this one's required a lot of patience. 6.35 million shares done on the day. Bubkiss for $1 stock. Absolutely nothing. You know, that can trade that in like 30 seconds on certain days, maybe even less, to be honest with you. So Probably not the best idea for me to get into this trade, but nonetheless, we're nursing it in. Let's see what happens. Very, very proud of this AVRO trade. Classic bull flag continuation. For the moment, I've got top wick through that 177 break, but let's see if this one continues. I think we could see $2 and we can see $2.50. It's not giving up the ghost. It's not even making lower lows, and I'm not even seeing a whole lot of support showing up on the book here. You know, it's sparsely what's it called, distributed here. There's really no big one big size at one level. It's just, you know, it's everywhere. So we'll see what happens. We're holding in the 60s, but we definitely have to make a new high for this trend to continue, and that would be over 180. So keep an eye on that, up 80% on the day. In case you're just joining us, AVRO is up basically on.
Let's go.
What was the headline? I just saw this one. Potential sale after Novartis interest. Okay, so that's what it is. It's possible buyout, and yeah, it's going to move on that basically. So Gain says, Sharif Luca, what do you think of Lyft? Well, I'll give my opinion real quick. It looks like Lyft got a bit of a sympathy play here on the good earnings Uber posted today. You know, my man Sean mentioned that, you know, they're still not profitable. I don't know how long they've been in existence, but they still haven't turned a profit. You know, they're making all sorts of money. I mean, their ride sharing did $14.7 billion in revenue. Their food delivery service, Uber Eats, did $14.2 billion. I mean, that's not chump change, guys. It's not. But they got to turn a profit. It's a business. It's capitalism. So we'll see how my man over there, the CEO, I forget his name again. Is his name Amir? What's his name? Amir something? Who? The Uber CEO.
Oh,
Dara, yeah.
There's way too many names and prices.
Yeah, I always forget his name. Dara Kashwari. So yeah, he was touted as one of the more brilliant minds. We'll see where that one goes. But yeah, I think Lyft is getting a bounce off that. Maybe industry analysts are seeing demand in that space, and therefore, you know, the sympathy translates over into that. All right.
Wow.
Atush Vartek saying Microsoft, Apple, any short levels? I mean, Apple has kind of been dead weight for me today all day. It's been selling on the retracements. It hasn't really moved up. When we sold off, it really hasn't moved down as aggressively. Trade Apple if you see levels. It's not my cup of tea. Microsoft definitely for me. I've been all over it today. Obviously, it's down. It's up 0.88% on the day, but it was up a lot more. We had a big sell-off with the majority of tech here, but it looks decent. I mean, good luck to you on that. I'm kind of just done with having these longs. I just want to look for some concrete trades to have. Farm Trader saying KPRX. We were on that one earlier. I wonder what it's doing. There we go. Just made days high. 710 on KPRX here. This one moving big boy. Finding a lot of volume on this last candle here. 710 is the high. Let's zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. And there we go. We've got that 750. We were talking about that one earlier. That's the level we're looking for here on KPRX 750. You're going to have to exercise patience with this one, though. It doesn't move the way you want it to move. Tesla. It kind of takes its own time. HPDS saying Lyft getting a lift. Yeah, I like that one. Nice little pun there. Before I send it back to Luca, AVRO breaking through that 160 level. Coming back into that support area. I wonder if this is an interesting dip bounce or just a momentary reprieve in what will ultimately be a big boy down move. Bouncing off that 150, now back into the high 150s. Keeping my eye on this one.
Yeah, I just looking at Tesla here. I don't know. Do you guys think it has the steam to actually get back to high a day and keep going and break 203 to the upside? Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't think it does. So I'm sitting at 202 waiting for that fill for the final piece. Maybe the market, it's at the point where it's at the 50 period, it's at VWAP, it's got the overhead of this line. What is this line? Was this a line from before? I don't know what this line is, but this line is here for a reason, so maybe that's like a resistance level too. So you got 4150, this line, VWAP, 50 period. I think at the first sign that we go back down, like we could really go back down. So yeah, I'm still gonna hold for 202. As much as I wanna cover the last piece over here, I think it has it in it to actually go to 202 at least one time. Yeah, holding the shorts, still on Google, covering a little bit below. I don't think I got, was that real? No, there's no way. I think I had a bid there. And Amazon is just chilling here. I'm waiting for this to break 50 period. Yeah, man, just waiting, chilling. Hopefully you guys are doing well today. Somebody said Luca trades exactly the same way that I trade. He must be doing well today. Yep, I'm doing very well. This is fun, man. When you got these key levels in play that you can just scalp around, and then you have VWAP. It's Amazon, it's Google. You can take as much size as you want. Things are good. Definitely can't complain. As soon as retesting that 4 level, holding for now, but it doesn't look too good for longs. If this was going to be a healthy pullback, maybe it would have held over here. This wouldn't have sold off the way that it did. So I guess I didn't sell too soon, but I mean I did because I could have gotten out over there. Yeah, man, it's and BBBY. That's what I wanted to say.
Pump
right
it.
back down, man. I was hoping that this had enough steam to actually get to 294, whereas what I was sitting 294. And it just insta flush right back down. So this is kind of the move that I expected, but what I was hoping for was for my stink offer to fill up there. It didn't. It's okay though. Sometimes you just let the trade go because again, if you short 280 and you think it can get back into that range, this is 10 cents. I mean, I'll take 10 cents, but I did think that it could really get going and get to the upside. So it kind of pulled back and died instantly right away. Igor, yeah, what's going on, Igor? Hopefully you're having a great day.
Igor.
And guys in the chat, girls and guys, if you're enjoying the show, please hit that like button. I see us at 2.2K. We got 5,300 people watching. I don't know where you guys are in the world. Feel free to throw it in the chat. Where you're trading from, where you're watching from. I know people watch and multitask and do a bunch of different things. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Hit the like button if you like the video. And share this with your friends and family because what a great channel. I see people saying, oh, I love this channel. I tune in every single day.
Hey.
It's great, man. It's great. And Adam saying, Luca, what is your plus percentage for the day? Oh, man, I don't know how to figure out percentage. I am winning across the board, so I don't have any losers. My best name right now is Google, and then second best is Tesla. But yeah, no percentage. I don't even know how to do that. But yeah, people keep asking, what is the share size that you're trading? Because I think everyone's wondering if there's a one-size-fits-all. And the answer is no, there's no one-size-fits-all. It's, trade the size that's relative to the trade that you're taking. Understand that different symbols require a different size. You can use notionals. If you've made money on the setup before and you've won, then, maybe size up on that one. But again, trade your own playbook. It's all relative to your account size. Here at a prop firm, we basically... for myself, I really just look at liquidity, volume, what is the level, what is going to be my dollar risk. If it's a small cap, I think in percentages. So I say, okay, if I'm going to short SOUN on this pop, do I think it can retrace 10, 20%? 10% will be like a B setup for myself, so that'll be 40 cents. Do I think it'll go from 420 all the way down to 380 without the stress of it holding and going sideways? No, not really. So I'll take B if not C setup size. If I'm flipping long here and I think it's like a scalp trade, what do I think is reasonable size? It looks like there's liquidity on the book. So, am I going to take crazy size? No, especially not of a break of 4, but I'll take the money if it can pay me. So that's basically how I determine it. I see everybody saying, where they're trading from. It's so nice to see it. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Nice to see such a diverse crowd in the chat here. And somebody was like, somebody's like, I'm from here, I'm a gambler. That made me laugh. Yeah, man, gambling hat is on here. Scalp Nation, baby, Spro Life. Things are good. I'm chilling. We still got time here. We got 35 minutes to go. So I'm sure I'll find a few more trades. I kind of want to short SOUN through 4. But it's not something that I'm not even going to do it. But basically it looks like a setup where if I wanted to, I could take 4 short and then it flushes maybe into VWAP or 380. But I'll leave that one to you guys if you want that. I'm not gonna attempt that one. I have what I have on board and I'm just waiting for a few more fills to come through. CVNA, I guess it never got up there. It just kind of stayed. I'm waiting for a pop through VWAP to short the top and then drop. But it didn't happen, so my order is just kind of sitting there. Sometimes it be like that, man. You're just waiting for fills. They don't come through. What can you do? Is what it is, man.
Yeah, building a position here on Tesla. Took a nice little pop there out through the $0.50. We're kind of rejecting or bouncing off this level here on the futures. I have this 41.47 line. I think that was from yesterday or the day before. I forget, sometimes I really don't know where these lines come from. Anyway, we've kind of been rejecting off it there, but it also happens to be VWAP. So we did a VWAP retracement here on the futures, the ES March contract, finding a bit of resistance around it at the moment. And So the upward move on some of these big cappers got stalled. Tesla definitely looks like the strongest of the bunch. Took that one long at 16s, scalped some out in the 50s. Now we're back into that 201 area. Have a dip trade set up in the 80s, 2080 there. If it should make its way down, get a better ACB. But I'm also sitting at 201.60 waiting for that fill. That almost materialized. We got into the mid 50s there, but didn't quite make it up to the 60s. So let's see what Tesla has in store for us into this afternoon area as we continue to kind of knock on the door of that 41.47, 41.50 area to kind of continue that retracement we've been making. I want to say the better part of the morning, since basically 11:30 on, we've been kind of making higher highs. There we go. We get that fill down into the 80s area, but we're going to have to be patient as the market kind of rejecting off that level. I wonder if this is a VWAP rejection. Big boy move down here in the market. What a reject. That's like 10 points it just moved there in like a few seconds. So we reject off that VWAP level. For the moment, it's a rejection. Let's see if these algos, these bots, this digital warfare that Lucas speaks of is just kind of trying to shake us out, or we're going to get a sustained move. We're long in Tesla. How much is it going to cost us to find out? Well, it's going to be through that half. I want to say this area of resistance here, former resistance, previous support around 2020. So where are we on Tesla? We're doing all right. So we're doing all right. So let's continue to focus on that and see if we can get a nice retracement. We definitely got a better cost basis with that. What else do we have on board? We have this TCAT, which is doing nothing, kind of really consolidating sideways, not reaching my 110 profit target. So I'm going to really have to look at that one from a more critical perspective and looking at cutting some losses. But thankful to that dip trade that I have, it's done quite well. I have 106s, $1.06, which is not bad at all. Tesla now pumping and retracing to the high side. That ACB changes our price to 109. There we go. Now pump, baby. Let's go to the high side. Is Tesla, but it's going to have to be a sustained move. Let's see if we can break through that $0.50 area. We've got a way better ACB as a result of that dip trade, but I don't want that to change my thinking of where I'm going to take out profit. I should take out profits because they're key levels, and I should believe in the move. But on a day like this where it's been tough going long, do the same rules apply? Your guess as good as mine. So, yeah, what do you got? Of course,
no,
go ahead.
I thought you were like ending, and I'm like, oh, the transition, we're getting a little better. Guys, getting the fill down there at 99 on Google. I am now holding some in case we actually like mega flush to the downside. So market looks like it rejected VWAP. That's basically what I was thinking. Can we get to 41.30? Maybe. I think so. And I do say things, and then I look around to see is anybody listening to what I'm saying, because maybe I sound like a dork because I'm not an ES trader, but. Yeah, I am waiting for this. It feels right. It feels right to hold the last piece of Google short as we go back through 99. If we go higher, no problem, because I already kind of took my win, so I'm pretty happy with it. And Amazon is finally flushing into the 100 level, so pretty happy with that trade, man. It didn't do exactly what I thought that it was going to do, so I thought that it was going to go like up, down, and then flush. It didn't do it, but it's just still spent some time there, and I'm still not wrong. It just didn't do what I thought that it could do. But I think this one I hold too, because if we're actually now going to break, I feel like I want to slam through 100. Maybe I'll, no, you know what, I'll just leave it. I think if we break 100, we probably now below the 50 period. Do we go lower? So same thesis on Amazon, on Google. Hold the rest of my position for the move down. Can I make another 50 cents on this Amazon trade? I think so, man. I think so. So let's see if I could actually get that. And then Google, I am going to hold for like, I don't even know, maybe the low, maybe 98.50. Yeah, let's see if I can get 50 more cents on all these, on both of these trades. The thing with my trading is I'm dying to press buttons, man. I'm dying. So like as we go lower, if it gets to 98.80, I'm going to be like, oh man, I should take it here. But if it's working for me, it's working for me. So let's see if it continues to work for me. And yeah, same with the Amazon trade. Let's see if this gets through 100, flushing to 99.50. It's probably going to take a little bit of time. It could bounce back up. If we bounce back up into VWAP and above, I want to do the same thing. I want to continue to short it, but I feel like, yeah, the market's just headed lower. And let me pull this up. The market ran into VWAP, rejected it. Maybe we go, maybe sideways and then another flush down. I think that flush down into the low will give me my like 99.50 on Amazon. So that's what I'm targeting. Hopefully you guys are holding on to these. That was a sick build, man. So basically scalping around, making money on the scalps, and then trying to hold for the bigger move, which is what I'm working on. But again, if I held all these times the majority of the size, I would just be building into a monster and never taking any of the wins. So it's like paying myself, paying myself, paying myself. If it ripped up, I don't get smoked. I'm actually up. And then if it goes down, it's okay. Okay, sick. I have the trade, and I'm waiting for the flush. So yeah, the shorts are working. I'm holding on to these shorts now. We'll see where they go. Tesla, I'm still kind of waiting. I'm in that position. Tesla in that position. Yeah, man, Tesla was not stressless today. I'll admit that one. 201.50 printed, and I guess there was some type of seller there because it tested it and then it tested and rejected. So 201.50 did not break. So my order was above that, and I think if we broke that, I would have actually gotten the fill, but I didn't recognize that, or else I maybe would have sold there. I'm pretty light, so I'm not gonna sell. I'm gonna wait. But yeah, let's see if we can break that 201.50. Eyeing the 202 cover there if I can get it. I mean, I'm $2.50 in the money on Tesla, so I definitely can't complain. Val D saying Tesla to 180. Not today, man. Not today. Definitely not today. It's holding that 198. And if we zoom out to show the 15 period on Tesla, or sorry, the 15 minute on Tesla, it took some time. Okay, this chart's probably not going to do this, but let me just do this very quickly to show it more cleanly. Oh, beautiful. Okay, so okay, I knew it. Every time it loads data, but essentially what it's going to show on the larger time frame is it was like a nice little pattern where it was like 198, 198, 198, and then break and then explode to 200. So I feel like because of that, that's why I'm actually longing the 198 there. That's why I'm longing the 198. So let's try this again to see if this wants to actually load that, so I can show a nice little chart here because this is a pretty, this is kind of like a cleaner look of how it looks. And then load the 15 period. And let's see here.
Go Tesla, baby. There we
yeah,
go.
Baby. Let's go to the north side there. But essentially giving a little bit of a rising wedge, I think you would call it, and then explosion to the upside. Yeah, definitely can't complain. I think 198 is the bottom. So no, I don't think 180 today. That sounds definitely not possible, even though anything is possible. And let's see if we can actually continue to the north side.
Yeah, getting out of that Tesla trade, that wasn't a good trade. Added to that one, got a really good dip trade there at 240. And popped back up above 201 there for a nice winner. But that's just kind of getting me out of trouble. I have not had a good read on these markets today. If I'm being honest here, I'm positive on the day, but it's been a real struggle and it really hasn't gone smoothly, put it that way. I got all sorts of action all over here on my right, guys. A lot of stuff happening. Looks like I got out of that Tesla too quickly as it's popping up now to 201.20. Where do we end with this kangaroo market? I saw a hilarious meme. It was about kangaroo market. It was basically a bull and a bear and a kangaroo, and they were all next to each other. One's a bull market, one's a bear market, one's a kangaroo market. I had never seen it actually drawn like that before, but yeah, bit of a odd day today, guys. All right, now back to this TCAT trade that we have. Break even. We're at 106s. We're seeing 106 on the bid, 108 on the ask, but we're not moving in the right direction. I have too much to offload here. I probably wouldn't even get filled because of the amount of illiquidity we have. UNG, somebody is saying, is moving in the chat. That's one I've been keeping my eye out on. What is it up to? It's breaking down. So after having 2 straight days of upward movement, UNG now giving up the ghost, down 8% on the day. Wow. UNG, in case you're wondering, is that nat gas ETF. Have a look at this chart, guys. This chart is no mistake. Yes, we were at $35 highs. We're now at all-time lows. Where are we? We're at 816s right now. 812 was the low. And this one, I don't know where the low is going to eventually find the bottom. Right here, this is the all-time low for this ETF. We've broken through it. We haven't broken through it by much. We're still hanging in and around that area. But I've been looking for a possible bounce on this one. I really haven't seen it. So, yeah, it's going to have to prove itself to me. I'm definitely looking to take this one to the long side for a possible swing trade, but not unless it sets itself up. So, let's see what else people are talking about in the chat. It's 2 humps before 2 pumps. You guys are funny. Shout out to the guys who still remember the 2 pumps situation. Where's the playmaker? The playmaker hasn't been in the chat. I'm gonna have to reach out to that guy. Yeah, but he didn't retire from our show. I mean, show up once in a while. D-Loaf, Sharif, Where to close a short if I'm bear, not gas. So in the money. All right, well, you know what, dude? I mean, I would have closed it already because we got to all-time lows, but, you know, don't close it unless there's a reason to. And, oh, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me.
Bless you.
In this case, I mean, you're printing lower lows consistently, lower lows on UNG. So good for you for riding that to the downside. I mean, I got in way too late. Noticed that I'm not really a commodities guy, to be honest with you. So I know these commodities tend to trend a lot longer than some of these equities. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, and this UNG chart really kind of displays that in full force here. Have a look at that, man. Wow, 35 high.
3 pumps gets you a flank.
Yeah. What's up?
No, Neil's in the chat.
Oh, okay. What did Neil do? 3 pump gets you a flank. This guy, super troll. Neil, troll extraordinaire. Neil in the super chat, in the chat. I mean, all right, guys. Trying to get my focus here. Not really too well focused today, Luca. Kind of a little bit of brain fog for me today.
Yeah, man, it's all good. I'm looking at Google, and I'm dying to cover here. I'm dying to cover. So let's see if I would be right or wrong. So I'm going to magically cover 98.90s, but I'm not going to really cover. And then if it flushes lower, I'm going to, yeah, okay, let's do that. So 98.90s is my Google pretend cover. Amazon, I did cover some. I'm like, yeah, let me cover some because I think this one it's been a little bit stronger. So if I'm going to hold one, it's going to be the Google. But yeah, Amazon a little bit, but I'm still in both. So I don't know why the position board is not working here, but essentially short Amazon 100, like from up here, these fills, holding that. The Google from 99.70, so I didn't add to the short, so like it's basically this short over there. And then Tesla long is like from 198.28. So I haven't added to that like since the morning. So like that was that fill down over here like 198.28. So what? Oh yeah. So yeah, basically everything's in the money. Tesla almost $3 in the money. Amazon 85 cents in the money. Google 72 cents in the money. Pretty good. Can't complain. Somebody in the chat's like, yeah, Luca, don't cover Tesla until like the high a day. No. I'm going for 202 cover. That's my cover. Best of luck if you are holding on to the trade. I basically just want to chill and yeah, see if I can get the fill over there. Someone's saying Danielle Shea is on CNBC. Is she? That's congratulations,
That's Kate
Danielle
Rooney.
Shea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I know. That's why I was. Oh, she's coming on Thursday. Yeah, she'll be on Thursday tomorrow. I lose track. I don't even know what day we're in, guys. I woke up today and I was like, what's today? Is it Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. Time flies when you're having fun, man. It's it's something else being a day trader. Yeah, PayPal earnings tomorrow, pre-market, I guess. Brody Flint. Somebody's saying, well done today, Luca. Thank you so much. Yeah, some days, today good, yesterday was bad. Yeah, it comes and goes, lots of fun overall. I did get a lot of sleep, guys. Yesterday, obviously, I was struggling. I went home, like right after the show. I fell asleep for like 15 hours, and I woke up, and I was like, nice. Okay, guys, I actually got Amazon. I'm out of Amazon. So there's the flush. Okay,
there
Amazon. See that? Okay, now we're waiting for Google here. Google 98.50 is basically what I'm eyeing. Amazon flush fully out of the position, and Google basically waiting here, and Tesla waiting there as well. I'm not sure I'm going to take any more position. If I see something, I will. The next thing
Whoa.
Okay. Yeah, whoa, that's, yeah, basically, my next idea now is to let the short work. So I think Google's going to eventually fill me. The market is flushing lower here. My next idea is a low of day break on the market to go long,
gonna start having
which I don't
seizures.
think is going to happen in the next 20 minutes. But basically, if we can get back to the low of day and then hold that 41.20-ish area. So the low of the day is 41.23, give or take, 41.23.5 on the ES. So if we break through that, then I want to look long. So I know somebody's asking me, Luca, Apple, Microsoft. I'm waiting on the bid of Microsoft, 268. So we're actually getting close to that fill. So let's see if I can get that fill. And then Apple, no trades, man. No trades today on Apple, which is surprising. I usually do trade Apple, but today yeah, it's just been dead, and there's been a lot of other things moving. So
Yeah,
Apple,
exactly.
The only thing that I would look at for Apple is like a 150 bounce. So I don't think it's going to happen today, but a 150 bounce maybe tomorrow if that comes to fruition. And yeah, that's the play there. But yeah, everything else, no real conviction behind any other ideas right now. I'm just kind of chilling with the positions that I got. Yeah, Nvidia, that was nice, man. That was a nice topish move into 225.5. I would say if NVIDIA can get back to 222, maybe I'll dip by that as well. So let me just throw that order out there right now. 222. I don't think it's going to happen in the next 20 minutes, but yeah, let's see. And then again, I don't have orders out when I go for walks and get espressos and stuff. So yeah, that's just a recipe for disaster. So again, things could change, but I do like that 222 on NVIDIA. I do like the overhead resistance, Google, Amazon. At this point, we're probably not getting back there. I do like to hold the long into the push into 202 on Tesla. But yeah, at this point, it is now trade management, so there's not really much that I see. But Disney, I wanted to short that when we were talking about it, but I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll just leave it. But I feel like the 212 is kind of interesting. It was stalling out over there, and that's where we started the day, and then we sort of dipped back and then got there. And so I almost want to draw a line and say, like, this level into, like, this level is, like, the overhead resistance. And then, yeah, if we get up here, this is all going to change because earnings is coming out. This thing is going to move. It's definitely going to be exciting. But yeah, you have the 110 down over here. You have the 112 up over here. I missed the opportunity to short it. It's all good, is what it is. And yeah, hopefully everybody's killing it in the chat, doing well. Amazon's still flushing. Oh, no, don't tell me.
Oh, wow, baby. Tesla,
No,
spin
I
the
gotta
money,
get
man. This is it. Take this one to the north side. Let's scalp a little bit more out there. Can we get a little bit more, please? There we go. So now we're holding 17% of the position. We take 83 longs. We ride that into 46s. So decent little move there along for a day where Tesla has definitely been the strongest of the bunch. That's my like third winning trade on it in a row. So pumped about this one. It's given you a lot of it's given you a lot of umph to the upside. As soon as we get any green showing up on the ES March contract, boom goes Tesla. Whereas the other ones are super anemic and really lag the futures or lag these other big cappers. So now I'm hanging out here with 17%, looking for that $0.50 break. Not one penny of this trade is going to go against me. My break even is going to be right at 83. So if this one doesn't hold 01s and continue, then I'm gonzino on this trade. But definitely very happy, able to scalp out. I love that. I love seeing them all in a row like that. I just wish I had more size so I could scalp more out to the high side. Still holding 01s. We'll see where this one goes. I don't have a resting stop, so I have to keep my eyes on it. 83s is where I'm long now. We're back into 93s, holding 73% of the position. Oh, sorry, holding 17% of the position, already out of the majority of it. So we'll see what this one does. Anything else moving here, Luca? I don't really see anything really going here. Tesla is the strongest of the bunch. There's no question about that. You don't have to be a chart reader extraordinaire in order to see that. I'll have a look at that in a second. I just don't want to take my eyes off it and have it flush below my entry. I should probably just have a resting stop. But, you know, these things sometimes are better. It's better to use the flatten key because sometimes it just bounces super quick. You don't want to get that wick down, then that bounce up. Here we go, back into 92s. So I think this one's just getting ready now to stop me out as we kind of hold below 201, but it's giving you ample opportunity to take it to the high side. A bit of a fast mover, so you're gonna have to have guts and good speed to go for this one because you know you can get wicked out and you can get cut up on this one pretty good. There we go. Now back into the $0.25 area. We're getting some now continued upside push. Let's see if we can print 30s here. We're printing mid-20s, high 20s. There come the 30s. Can we get 40s? We've got 40s. Let's continue. Let's break the $0.50, but there we go. We retrace back right back into the 20s. Tesla, the beast that it is, makes us wait and scared, but well in the money on this one and letting it run, Luca.
Yeah, I feel you on that one, Neil. Why did I cover the majority of the size? I should have just held it all on everything from the top. Yeah, firm now breaking to the downside. Oh, tell me you had VWAP. 6090. Wow. Yeah, that's Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Okay.
Man U tank. Brendo saying in the chat, Man U. That was a possible buyout today. There was news about that one getting bought out. We'll have a look at that one in a second. I just want to close this Tesla along here, man. It's making me sweat. Let's pull up MANU. Let's look at that one. Yeah, finding a big boy move down here from 24 all the way down to 22.45. Here is the Man U chart. I'll look at the catalyst for that in a second, but there it is on decent volume, 164,000 shares in that bar, 277 in that, 145 in that one. So almost 500,000 shares done in the last few minutes on Man U. So the volume is there. It's just a matter of whether you can execute on this one. Back to Tesla. Now this one pumping to the high side again, holding that higher end of the range around 201.30, 201.40. We're looking for that continuation. It's been the relatively strong name, but it's going to, it really can't fight the market off. Not even Tesla is that strong. Let's look here quickly for a Manu headline. I'm not seeing anything. Communication services, no. In the chat. So Brendo sent in the chat. Let me have a look in the chat. Manu, Qatari Sports Investments. KSI is the Qatari group interested in Manchester United, but that they are also looking at other Premier League clubs and are only considering a minority stake. All right, guys. So that might put the kibosh on some of these buyout plays. We know that Manu has been basically the target of a buyout bid from their American owners. We saw the Saudi investment group buy Newcastle last year. We saw the Abu Dhabi group buy Man City in about 10 years ago or 15 years ago now. Wow, that's been a while. We know the Qatari sovereign wealth fund owns Paris Saint-Germain. So this is nothing new. A lot of Middle Eastern money is getting diversified now. They don't want to stick to oil and their old businesses. They're diversifying, and a lot of these sports clubs tickle their fantasy, so they seem to be buying into those. Before I send it back to Luca, Tesla still holding above that 201, giving me hope that it may make its way up to that 201.5, and we could ride that trend maybe into a possible bounce, Luca.
Yeah, guys, somebody was saying Zoom, so I pulled it up, and my first instinct was, oh, we're below 80. Let me go long here. So I am long below 80. It's starting to work for me. I'm trying to get out in front of 80.20 and then hold a little bit to see if we can actually get back to 80.40, 80.50 over there. We'll see where this one wants to go. Not really too committed with it, but it just feels like it's floating around. So yeah, let's see. Okay. I missed the buy on that. I was like, okay, long. But I missed it. Just at 23, it sort of bounced, and then we did like the little bit of a dip. So it's like dip, and then taking off. I missed 23.05s, and I'm like, I'm not going to chase it because I would already be out of the trade. It is what it is. So that one, all good with that one, man. But yeah, I don't really know. Yeah.
It's been that
what
kind
do you
of
guys? Yeah, it's that kind of day. I'm just, sorry, I was going to say something else. I hate when I have everything lined up what I was going to say, and then I totally forgot what I was going to say. Did we get the Microsoft? I'm seeing that I'm not long Microsoft. I don't know why, though. Is this not going into 268 over here? Let me see where this is. The low on this move is, okay. Is my bid gone? Oh, my God. Classic. Okay. I just missed that buy. But it's coming in again, so it's going to give me another opportunity here. Okay, great. I'm actually going to punch long here. Not going to miss that one. Let's see. Let's see if this one wants to go. Long 268 for the bounce play on this one. Let's see if it wants to bounce back up. I'll take the fill if we instantly rip back into 268.50 to the upside. I do actually anticipate it to break because this was the first little bit of a bounce that I missed. So I should have been long here, but I was like sitting a little bit lower. But now I'm long again. I think it's a good level. So let's stick with the long here and see where it wants to go. I don't know why this dark pool is like doing its thing, but essentially 268 is like that level. And the low of day looks like 267.50. So giving it a little bit of wiggle room here to see where it wants to go, but it is actually bouncing right away. So let me cover, where am I here? Yeah, let me cover some of that here. And let me just, because that dark pool wick. So I think we could actually keep going. So let me try to get 269. If we can go 269 on the next portion of this piece, and maybe I actually hold this one the rest of the day, because if this thing's going to go back to the upside, I do think the market has, like a little bit more downside, but Microsoft is the one that I want to be long. It's working, man. It's working. Things are good.
Tesla, it's been strong today, too, to the high side.
Yeah. I'm just saying from this level, like right now, like a current level, like where we're at, like Microsoft 268 is, okay, yeah. So that's, let's see if it continues. If we rip through 269, I'm going to take covers around 269. My gut is telling me like cover it all for like the quick 30-40 cent win if I can, but no. It's gonna, let's see if we can go back up, because if the market like stalls here and rips, this Microsoft trade is gonna be a banger. So I'm gonna hold on to this one. I'm basically gonna chill with the rest of my positions, hold on to them, see where they can go. I'm noticing that Zoom is not really giving me the fills up here. I don't know why. Did I not have an order for that one?
Zoom.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to hold Zoom a little longer because it's holding for the time being. But yeah, let's see if it can actually rip up Oh yeah, maybe I didn't have the orders. I don't know what's going on there. That was
All right,
okay.
Gain wanted to know something short about Lyft. You didn't explain, but I'm figuring you probably want to know the short float. So the short float on Lyft, depending on who you look at here, it ranges from 17.5 down to about 14.5. So decent. It's not the best, but it's not bad either. Like sometimes we see even sub 1%. So that's a short float on Lyft, and the website I use for that is Float Checker. But I also have this handy tool, namely Trade Ideas. Type in exclamation point Trade Ideas in the chat in order to get that hookup. So here we go. We're going to type it in here, LYFT. Shows up. We click her, and look at that short float, 17.46%. That's the short float percentage of the float that's short. Excuse me. And they have February 9th earnings, guys. That's after market. So Lyft reporting after market tomorrow. Keep an eye out for that. Funny enough, Google reports today, Lyft tomorrow. You love when these ones are back to back. The float on this one, 310 million. Shout out to Michael Noss and Trade Ideas for the awesome setup here. Luca, I use this constantly, and I'm trying to get a lot better with it. Okay, did I type that right in Bears versus Bulls? It's exclamation point Trade Ideas. I hope I got that right. There we go. Now everybody typing it in the chat there. Get your 20. How much is it? 20% off, Luca?
Oh geez.
Oh yeah. Sean, sorry to interrupt. What's Trade Ideas? Percentage off? 20% off. Yeah, 20% off, guys. It's called tradertv20. That's the code you guys use, a coupon code tradertv20. When you sign up with Trade Ideas, you get 20% off. But Michael Noss will be in studio very soon, and they will be running a really cool promotion. So if you're looking for that, stay tuned, and we'll have your back there. So, but for the moment, if you don't have a subscription service, what I use is Flow Checker, but I really recommend Trade Ideas. Solid platform. The Noss Boss, yes, Bears versus Bulls. We all know the Noss Boss. Sean also putting that Trade Ideas code into the chat there. Let's come back to Tesla, because it's still flirting with that 201 level, guys. Doesn't really want to give up the ghost here. Holding that 50 period quite nicely and nearer the highs than the lows. So, you know, any move up in the market here, possibly into power hour, maybe even the 230 time slot, I want to keep my eye on Tesla to the high side. I've liked this one the majority of the day. I also want to keep my eye on NVIDIA. Let's see what NVIDIA is up to. It's up 1% on the day, below VWAP, so currently not really a good long. Here's what the days look like. What a day it's been. This has kind of just been representative of the overall market. We have our move up, we have our move low, and then we have the consolidation where we don't decide what we're going to do. It's been that kind of day on the market. I haven't had a good read, but profitable and thankful on the day. It's been a decent day, actually. You know, looking here, it's good. TCAT is still pending for me, though, but not much out of the money. All right, Tesla back into that 201.25. I want to say that flat top is brewing at 201.5. If we break that, we could really go. But we really need to be kind of propelled upward by the market. It's, you know, Tesla sometimes goes on its own, but it would really help if it got that upward move, an upward push from the overall ES. But that's not been the case today, guys. It's been more of a slow grind to the down day. Let's have a look at, it's worth looking here to see how we're developing on some of these long-term charts. Here's the NDX, the NASDAQ. So a bit of an inside day. This is called an engulfing candle, where yesterday engulfs today's price action. That's assuming we don't make lower lows on the NQ here. 12,475 is the low. Yesterday, the low was 12,419. So it's a bit of an engulfing candle here on that one. Let's see what the NDX is showing. The SPX. The SPX showing much the same of the NDX, a bit of an inside engulfing day. We make a new high tomorrow. The bull market's back on. I have to look and see what was said by some of these Fed speakers who we didn't obviously get a chance to listen to because they were speaking while we're on the show. So it's kind of been that kind of day, Lucas. But decent day here. PDD, please. Mary NE wants. So we'll look at this PDD Chinese ADR. Let's bring in actually the Trade Ideas platform here. We want to use that one more. I want to get myself to use it a little bit more. Let's type in PDD. That's Pindo Duo, in case you don't know what that one is. All right, guys. 1.25 billion float. March 21st reporting. Relative volume today has been 0.77. Just waiting for this chart to load here. Let's go. We're going to look at the 2-minute chart here. It's taking a bit of time to load, so we'll get to that one in a second. We'll get this chart here to come down. Maybe I just got to fix something there with it. But all right, here, let's have a look at PDD. We'll move into the Chinese ADRs. Where's my PDD stock? Come on. Oh, there it is. All right. So PDD, what you want to know? All right. Let's look here at the 15-minute chart on PDD. It's kind of been topsy-turvy lately for some of these Chinese names. We had a nice big run-up. A lot of these ones ran in January. We had a bit of a decline, made a lower high here, and now we've been retracing a bit. Some Chinese headwinds coming in. You know, the balloon didn't help much, right? That reignited some of the tensions that China and the United States have been having for the past few years. So, you know, a lot of these ones sold off as a result, but we'll keep an eye out on them. All right. The market just kind of pumped up a little bit, and as a result of that, Tesla started moving to the high side. We wanted to get on any relative strength here being shown on Tesla, so let's go back. Oh, wow. Tesla pumping to the high side, breaking through that $0.50 level. Wow, man, I should have been involved in there. There we go. You got my man Sean to the right, spitting the money there. Tesla really going here. You're not seeing the same relative strength in the market. No question that my boy Tesla is looking good today, Luca.
Yeah, I'm watching Tesla. I'm gonna get the fill. Like, give me this fill, Tesla. This is what I've been waiting for this whole time. You know what? Now, just get me out. That was great. Nice move to the upside. I've been waiting all day. The entry on that was 11:25. What time is it right now? Oh, it's almost 2. What a long trade.
Left on the show.
Yeah, man, that one, I've been waiting for that one. You know what? We're probably going to break 202 and go. And to whoever's like, oh, yeah, Luca, cover 202.78. Like, if we print there, just know I'm in the back saying, ah, damn it, you were right. But I'll take that win. Getting a nice fill on Microsoft at the top there as well. Basically, dip buy, out, and now I'm waiting for it to break of 269. Let's see if we can actually go back to the upside. If this market wants to bottom out here and go, then Microsoft, for me, is the name that I'm going to be in. I am now in just one position, and that is Microsoft. And I'm kind of waiting to see, can we get back to 270 for the final fill on that. So no more offers, just kind of chilling. Let's see, I guess NVIDIA is not going to go back down. Yeah, no, it's not even close to 222 there. All good, but I want to share a couple pictures that I did post on my Instagram. So guys, feel free to follow me on Instagram. Bears vs. Bulls.
You're gonna be kidding. Is that real?
Yeah. So wow. I did post this on Instagram. Bears vs. Bulls. We'll throw in the link or whatever in the chat if you guys want to follow me. But this is what I posted. Chat GPT. You can't zoom in, but I'll read it for you guys. Right. Chat GPT provided instructions on how to make crack cocaine and smuggle it into Europe. Yeah, it doesn't do it. Into Europe. So these AIs, man, they're something else, man. It's a lot. Yeah, thanks so much, Bears vs. Bulls. It's kind of funny. You'll see this more. I post a lot of this stuff, but this I'm like, oh man, these AIs, like they'll really do almost anything you tell them. They're only as good as the people that program them, right? So still a lot of work in progress.
Filter a lot of that kind of stuff out. I'm thinking probably later on.
Well, eventually.
Remember the internet early on in the early days? It was like the free for all. It was Wild West, right? Now not so much.
It's I was obviously growing up with the start of things becoming big and Google and all that stuff. Now I kind of want to be less and less, but here I am live on YouTube. What's going on? One more thing to show here, if you want to take a look at my screen. JP Morgan has noted that retail trading volume is at all-time highs in January. Huh. So yeah, man, retail trading volume coming in hot. I don't know what retail does, but I feel like retail buys and then trades options and then calls and puts. Obviously, lots of volume coming through. So yeah, just a heads up, retail trading volume at all-time highs. If I was an institution and I wanted to get out of a position, this would be the time, because use that retail liquidity to get out while it's there. It's not going to last forever, I don't think. And then, yeah, maybe we actually go to the downside. So that's just my opinion. Obviously, things can change. You know, we're over time now here. It's past 2
we
o'clock,
are.
but we'll go for another couple minutes here. No problem.
Are we?
Hopefully you guys had a great day. I'm just going to wrap it up here. Things are good. Microsoft long is going to the north side. Definitely can't complain.
Bump it.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Please hit the like button. 2,400
Absolutely.
likes. We could definitely get that to 2,500 in the next 2 seconds as I ask for it. If you enjoyed the show,
Smash
if you liked
that
the video,
like.
hit the like, man. Hit the like. Thank you so much. We'll be back again tomorrow. It'll be Thursday, I
Yes.
think.
It is.
Hopefully you enjoyed the show, but for now we're passing it over to Big B at the big desk for updates and the rest of the day. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Thanks so much. Take care. Ciao for now.
Adios.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a busy afternoon here as we continue to grind around the lows of the day, or low end of the range anyways of the day, as the market tries to find a little bit of support. We'll have a big look at Tesla